2025 Sheffield Shield Final, live from Karen Rolton Oval.
Driven high, long, into the crowd for six. Down the pitch, there we go. Bang!
Grandstand cricket.
Ball to the right-hander and knocks him over. Has it all the way for six.
He's just going ballistic.
South Australia versus Queensland.
On the drive, through the covers, that's four. Down towards the fine leg, and another great catch. Bowled all over the place.
The Sheffield Shield Final.
He has crunched that for six. What a shot.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
After 29 years in the wilderness, South Australia finds itself in the box seat to snap its Sheffield Shield drought off the back of a 16-wicket opening day at Karen Rolton Oval that saw Queensland dismissed for a record low 95 and the home side 6 for 158 in response. The star of the show was former Queensland Shield winner Brendan Doggett. He took 6 wickets against his old side. Meanwhile, 19-year-old Callum Vidler kept the visitors' hopes alive with 4 dismissals in just his 3rd first-class game. It shapes up as an important and pivotal day in the Sheffield Shield final as South Australia look to bat on what's a flatter deck now after a bit of moisture to start yesterday. Meanwhile, Queensland are looking to find a way back into this contest now that a draw will not favour them. Bonus points do not matter anymore. If South Australia get it to the full 5 days, they will lift the Sheffield Shield trophy. Great to have your company on the ABC Listen app and ABC Sport Digital. Aaron Bryans and Robin Chipperfield calling the action for you across the full 5 days. We've got a star-studded lineup of experts as well. Former Australian cricket and Redbacks coach Jason Gillespie. We've got former West Indian captain Carl Hooper. And kicking things off alongside me this morning is the former Australian coach and Saka GM, Tim Nielsen, who's alongside me here at Karen Rolton Oval this morning. Tim, good to see you.
Good morning, Aaron. How are we? Hello, all. It's another beautiful day. The sun is shining. South Australia has got an opportunity to push home some real advantage in this game. Both teams are probably just finishing their warm-ups as we watch at the moment. So it's a good spot to be in for if you want some nice cricket, some nice weather, and the ground and the pitch is in good nick. So it should be a really enthralling day, I think.
Top of 31 expected. We're currently at 20 degrees, but you're right. There isn't a cloud in the sky. It looks tremendous out there, and we had over 2,000 punters in attendance yesterday, which is pretty wild for a Wednesday in the middle of the week, Tim. But clearly there's a hunger from South Australian fans to get out and support its side, who are looking to complete history and become the first ever South Australian side to win the domestic double off the back of the one-day cup victory a month ago. And already fans are filing in at the Northern Hospital end underneath the trees, ducking for some shade. A couple are braving the new temporary grandstands on the eastern bank that aren't covered and are right in the sun, so we'll see if they can last the day. And of course the pavilion full of the members is starting to fill up as well. It is an important day, Tim. I mentioned it in the build-up, but South Australia 6 down. Doesn't sound great at stumps, but it's a great partnership that's forming between Jake Lehmann and Ben Menenti, who are on 42 and 36 apiece. A 46-run partnership so far, and it steadied the ship for South Australia, who would have felt like they were on top at the innings break after dismissing Queensland for 95, but failed to consistently build strong partnerships, and finally they found one in the middle order.
Yeah, I think that was probably the story of the day for both teams, wasn't it? Our understanding is South Australia won the toss, but our understanding is that Queensland were going to take the opportunity if they won the toss to bat first. But surprisingly, there wasn't one partnership in their innings that went longer than 9 overs or 10 overs. So no one was ever able to get in and actually put some pressure back on the bowling group, ask them to change the way they were doing things, probably put some physical pressure on them in that they may have had to bowl 2 or 3 spells on the bounce to try and break a partnership and feel like the momentum was still in their favour. So Jake Lehmann and Ben Menenti have been the first couple that have got over the 10-over mark, I reckon. And just as importantly, for South Australia's position, they've done it, and it's meant now that the ball is 45 overs old. So Queensland only batted for 35 overs. The ball was still pretty hard, and to be fair, with the grass on the wicket and the quality of the outfield, there was probably still gold print on the ball. It was hardly being, wouldn't have been hardly used, and there wasn't too many 4s hit or too many 6s hit, so the ball would have been in good nick. But South Australia, it felt like yesterday, had got to a stage where the ball was a fraction softer, the wicket had started to flatten out. It had been relatively hot, it was 30, 31 degrees, so any kind of moisture in the wicket probably was starting to dry out. And I would suspect and probably feel as though that this next half an hour is a critical part of the game. It's going to start off as the best time to bat, Having said that, to counter that, Queensland have had a sleep and they're fresh as they're going to be. So if Manenti and Lehmann can get through this first kind of half an hour, 45 minutes without losing a wicket, you would hope that from there they've added a few runs, their partnership gets up to around 60 to 70, and then ideally they can push it on and become a really big partnership and take that lead to a significant amount.
Today is the day to make a stand for Marnus Labuschagne and his crew, and they tried a few different wildcards yesterday, including the skipper bowling himself at an awkward time that conceded a fair few runs. By the end of the day, as you mentioned, with the wicket starting to dry out, they did opt for a bit of spin. We saw Mitch Swepson bowl a couple of overs at the end. He didn't take any wickets, but only conceded 4 runs off the over that he bowled. Are we going to see more of the spin attack today?
Yeah, I thought last night, sitting back and reflecting a little bit and watching the game on the screen here in the broadcast booth, it actually spun when Swepson bowled. That was the first over of spin we'd seen for the day, and it was almost like Queensland were trying to catch up their over rate a little bit. They chucked it to both him and Lovell to bowl an over each to ensure they got 2 overs into that last 3 or 4 or 5 minutes of the day. I think I saw enough to suggest that maybe they should start with Swepson this morning. Maybe they should give him the ball straight up. It means the other benefit they have, they could throw Vidler into the attack at the other end, who had some real impact in his 2 spells. His first spell, I think, was 6 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 6. Came back and got another couple of wickets, including the prize scalp of Alex Carey. So maybe just tossing the ball to Swepson, asking him, while the lead's not out of control and they can still defend a little bit, maybe just chuck it up there and see if a few do spin, and see if South Australia are willing to take a few chances against the spinners in their quest to try and expand and extend this lead as much as they can.
It does look like a beautiful track. It has dried out completely. I was here quite early this morning and there's a little bit of overnight dew, but the outfield looks tremendous, and beautiful sunshine today. It's very picturesque at Karen Rolton Oval, so maybe it is time for Mitch Swepson to make a dent, and that would be awkward for South Australia when Queensland bat again, because they've opted to omit Lloyd Pope for Ben Manenti, who is starring with the bat, but arguably the lesser of the 2 spin options when it comes to the bowling unit. So that might put them in a little bit of an awkward position, but they are on top of the game, Tim.
They are, and they've got Nathan McSweeney, who bowls some part-time off-spin as well. You know, at times, if the game went to a legitimate 5-day game where South Australia may have needed to bowl Queensland out on the last day, for example, if the bonus points did come into play in a different scenario, the leg spinner, I think, would have been really critical. But the way things have happened, they won the toss, they backed themselves to bowl first, which meant they were going to bowl last, and the fact they were able to knock Queensland over for 95 probably took the real desperate need for that leggy out of the game. You would think now that by rights, South Australia will be hoping not so much, but you would expect that Queensland are probably going to be batting by tea time today in their second innings. Then usually late day 2 or day 2, day 3, even the first half of day 4 are usually the best times to bat. The wicket may start to break up, although being a drop-in, it probably won't do too much, but it might just dry out enough. The ball grips a bit and spins a bit. There might be a couple of, a couple of cracks with the weather we have, the heat we have. Maybe a couple will be a bit up and down. But this next couple of days is when Queensland will have the opportunity, if they can knock over South Australia this morning, to, 1, negate the lead that what they're trailing by, and then 2, try and stack on as many as they possibly can to ensure they've got some sort of hope of bowling South Australia out behind their overall score. That is the awkward situation they might find themselves in, is at what point is enough, because they will have to dismiss South Australia and win the game. They can't rely on a draw now after their first innings failure, so they've got to get ahead in their second innings and then pile on enough of a score that South Australia can't catch it, but leave themselves enough time that they can knock them out. I think in the end, if they were lucky enough to make that decision, get as many as you can, there'd be a massive scoreboard pressure. I think I mentioned to you yesterday, we found that pressure in 1995-96 when Gilchrist had made 180 in the first innings, and we had to last a day and a half basically to save the game and to end up winning the Shield. So that's a pretty simple decision. If we can be 500 in front, we know South Australia aren't winning. Every ball we bat's going to make it harder for them to survive. The wicket will start to deteriorate a little bit, and we can throw the ball to Swepson knowing that they can't catch us. So a few 6s, a few 4s, a few things like that. He can go at 5 and over, but he happens to take 5 or 6 for. That's their best chance of winning the game. So that's a long way down the track. It's interesting. I had a quick look last night as well. Over the course of this year, if I just get my very well organised notes here, over the course of this year, South Australia have led twice by over 100 during their Shield year, I reckon. They beat Tasmania in Bellerive when Riley Meredith had a bit of a meltdown the last ball of the day, so that was probably a draw if we look at it in sensible terms. And then they had a draw against Queensland here in the last game of the year. On the flip side, Queensland have trailed by over 100 on the first innings in 4 games this year. They've drawn 3 of them, so in 4-day games they've been able to fight it out and draw 3 of those games and lost the other. So that 100-run lead, to me, maybe 150-run lead, almost gets to a stage where Queensland would have to do something exceptional for their season to try and get themselves back into the game and give themselves a chance of winning. So, yeah, it's as I say, I feel it's a really critical first 30 minutes to 45 minutes this morning.
And the issue they've had in the past, particularly this season, has been their bowling unit. We saw them a little bit frazzled at times yesterday when they were trying to pick up some key wickets. Across the season, 20 innings, of course, from your 10 games. Queensland have had 12 centuries scored on them. And across 10 of the games that the 10 games they played, they've had sides declare or force a follow-on on them 6 times. So if we do get to that second innings of South Australia, you do wonder if they're going to be able to get them in enough time or at least restrict them to enough runs, because that bowling unit has been under so much pressure. And the only release for them yesterday was the third gamer, Callum Vidler, who had a tremendous performance at 19 years of age. And we mentioned it through the call, but very impressive in the Under-19 World Cup. Ends up having surgery for osteoporosis in his groin, which is a wild thing to come back from, and is now bowling at over 140 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, he was impressive, wasn't he? Yeah, he was obviously charged up emotionally in the first spell. His first 6 overs, he got both the captain. The second wicket was Nathan McSweeney. He got rid of Henry Hunt early. He may have bowled a fraction wide. Diz mentioned in the sum-up yesterday, like if anything, Queensland may have bowled a little bit wide and not forced South Australia to play enough balls in that early stages. But the numbers were startling for him. And then he came back and again in his second spell, he was able to bowl fast. He was aggressive. He forced a chop on from Alex Carey. He got the wicket, I reckon, of Liam Scott with another short ball down the leg side, which he could only glove through to the keeper. So he's aggressive. He's bowling with good pace. And again, as I mentioned just a minute ago, for those reasons alone, I'd be chucking him the ball first up this morning and saying, righto, let's see if we can break this open. Because if we go for a few runs, that's it. Our best way, or our only way of being competitive in this game is to ensure we bowl South Australia out as quickly as we can. There's only one way they can stop them scoring, and that's by bowling them out. If South Australia bat for an hour and a half, 2 hours, they are going to accumulate another 70, 80, 90 runs, and the game's very so much harder for Queensland to try and stay in.
Thoughts of Tim Nielsen, former Australian coach on ABC Sport this morning. If you want to get in touch and ask any questions or let us know your opinions, 0467 920 222 is the text line across the day. That's 0467 920 222. So South Australia currently lead with a lead of 63 runs. Jake Lehmann on 42, Ben Menenti on 36. And it's a great story for Jake Lehmann as well, Tim. He obviously won a Shield title with his old man, someone who is well-renowned across the Sheffield Shield and Australian cricket in Buff Lehmann. We love him at ABC Sport as well. And it feels like for Jake that this could potentially even be his final season of South Australian cricket, depending on how he sees his future. He's got a family at home. He's lost 2 Sheffield Shield finals in the younger stages or the earlier stages of his career, but my goodness, what a season he's put together. He's really shined at the back end with a couple of big knocks, goes to the One Day Cup final and hits 67 in a match-winning performance, arguably. He didn't end up the player of the match, but some would say he deserved it. And now today, to be able to stand pretty strong when everyone's collapsing around you and be on 42 heading towards another half-century of first-class cricket.
Yeah, very much so. He's been a stalwart of South Australian cricket over the last 10 years, Jake. He's been a captain in the past. He's played 90 first-class games now and probably around a similar number, maybe 60 or 70 one-day games or List A games for South Australia. He's one of those blokes, probably a bit like his old man. He's the heartbeat of the team. He's a happy-go-lucky joker. He doesn't take success, or he doesn't get too wound up in success, and he certainly doesn't get too wound down when he misses out, when he fails. So it's a nice attitude to have. A lot of boys jump on his shirt tails. He's always the one on the ground that's encouraging well and keeping the group going if things are going hard. So it's great to see him have some success. It's great for him to, probably in a way also, to come out of Dad's shadow a little bit in a big game like this, and Jake to put a bit of a stamp on his own career. I tend to disagree. I reckon he's got a couple of years left in him if he wants to keep playing, if he's got the motivation. I suppose winning a Sheffield Shield and where he is in his own life will start to, those sort of decisions. He's not 21, he's more like 31, so those decisions will be made over the next couple of years. But I would hope that firstly he can go on and get a significant score today, lead his team to a position of strength, and then over the next couple of months, over the next 12 months, he can make some decisions really about what the future looks like. But he's playing really, really nicely, a really good mix of aggression, defence, and he probably settled into his innings, I thought, at the end of the day, really nicely. He took hold of Lobbershane when he came on and got a couple of boundaries off him. But when Vidler, when Nessa, even the one over from Swepson, when they were bowling, he was circumspect. He made sure that he played with sense, and he made sure he played so the percentages were in his favour, which is a real good strength of his own. Yeah.
And the energy part is so important, and Ben Benenti plays a bit of that part as well, which may have come into the selection of why they picked him over Lloyd Pope, is what he provides in the field in terms of just keeping players up and about, and when it gets a little tricky, being able to provide a bit of a laugh. And Queensland didn't seem to have much of that yesterday. When it got a little hard, their leaders didn't stand up. So Khawaja was out for 2, Labuschagne for a duck. Renshaw's not here with his wife Josie, about to give birth to their second child. And it looked like they lacked a little bit of chemistry. And you do wonder if we're reading too much into this, Tim, but, what the build-up involving Usman Khawaja, if that played a factor, his confrontation with Queensland cricket about not playing the final game of the regular season, which was required to make it this far, finding himself at the Formula One and the fallout of all of that in terms of the optics. He's ended up playing the Shield final, but yeah, the group looks a little bit disjointed at the moment out in the field.
Yeah, I'm not going to read too much into the whole week leading in. They're professional players. Usman can have his own discussions, his own conversations. You can work that. He's played nearly 100 test matches. There's not too many things that he hasn't seen. There's one thing I believe that takes the wind out of your sails, and that's being bowled out for 95. Yes. We can argue as much as you like. It's a bit like you start your game of footy and you're charged up, and all of a sudden there's 6 goals to nil up, and it's like, gee, they look flat. Well, no joke. We're getting punched here, and it's really hard. And it's the old Mike Tyson story, isn't it? Everyone's got a plan to get a punch in the nose, and they got a proper punch in the nose yesterday morning. They fought hard, I thought, with the ball. Initially, when Sanger was out, they built a lot of pressure. He played a big drive against Nisa. All of a sudden, they're 3 for 41. McInerney had fought hard, 4 for 65. And then the partnership with Carey and Lehman put on about 40-odd. So they were kind of hanging in there. I do agree it wasn't necessarily overtly bubbly, but I think they were concentrating. They were trying their best. They did a few different things with the bowling attack. But again, I'll come back to the fact that it's hard when you get bowled out for 95, and I probably would read more into the way they front up this morning. They would have had time to reflect last night. They've had a meal together or done whatever they do on the evening of a game. And this morning, they will be so clear that they've got an opportunity. The first 2 hours, but especially the first 45 minutes, will be absolutely critical for them. And if they can hold some bubble and some energy, and more importantly from what we see, if they can hit the wicket hard on a good length, if they can force some false shots from the South Australian batsmen, if they can bowl in a way that builds some pressure and asks some questions, all of a sudden, if they're losing, or if they're trailing by 100, they're a silly chance. If it gets out to 150, even the numbers as we talked about before, it's hard to win when you're trailing by more than 100 in a 4-day game, let alone a 5-day game. So there are opportunities now, and they don't want to leave that opportunity sitting on the change room floor.
Players are making their way out onto Karen Rolton Oval at the moment as we get ready for day 2 action here on ABC Sport. So South Australia 6 for 158 in response to Queensland's 95. A 63-run lead. Jake Lehman will continue on 42. Ben Benenti on 36, Aaron Bryans and Tim Nielsen with you for the call. We'll have Jason Gillespie and Carl Hooper and Robin Chipperfield as part of the coverage through the day. As always, you can get in touch with us on the text line 0467 920 222 if you do want to flick us a message. Predictions for the day, Tim. I think you've kind of elaborated a fair bit in the build-up, but sounds like there's going to be plenty of runs on offer through the day. Yeah,
prediction or hope?
Give us a bit of both.
I apologised a couple of times yesterday for my parochialism and one-eyed views. Today's the day to bat, isn't it? The ball's 45 overs old, so there's 35 overs before the Queensland get the opportunity to take a second new ball. It's probably going to be a little bit soft. I see Nessa's going to start the attack here from the northern end, so Queensland need to have a real crack in this first half an hour. My prediction is that South Australia find a way to get a lead over 100. And then I wouldn't be surprised if they put some real pressure with the confidence they have in their bowling group, and Queensland find themselves under some real pressure. I just think that the feeling of the game is going that way at the moment.
Nisa 1 for 36 so far, and getting us back underway on day 2 as he bowls to Lehman, very short and high. It nips up all the way through to Pearson. He's happy to leave that one. 6 for 158. We've got 2 slips and a gully in place.
I like the look of that. So Nisa, rather than running in and having a warm-up ball and just rolling one out, runs in and gives Jake something to sniff as it goes past his grill. It certainly wasn't 150 k's an hour, but it's a show of intent by Michael to say, listen, you know, I'm up and about here, and it's time to play.
Deep backward square. We've got a point in place as well. And then Nisa bowls, tickled down the leg side. Bit of a shout as Pearson dives to his right, but no contact. Umpire happy to let that one through. 6 for 158. Around our infield, we've also got a cover, mid-off and mid-on, and mid-wicket, some more symmetrical forward of the batter. Fairly tight. Right behind him with the two-slip Scully and backward point. Aaron Bryans and Tim Nielsen with you. Lehman's on 42. Nisa bowls to him, squared up for good length, no run. 63-run lead at the moment for South Australia. Nisa looking good early here under a glorious day at Karen Rolton Oval. Paint a picture for you. We're currently down at third man, with Lehman waiting at the southern end. All the temporary grandstands to our right, and then the pavilion to the left as Nisa bowls to Lehman. Tried to turn it into the leg side. Mistimed it as it bounces off the bat, and he's hit down towards leg stump. No run. Lehman reigns on 42 and looking for the first runs of the day.
Nisa coming around the wicket, which is probably not a bad ploy to Jake Lehman. I expect he wants to take away any opportunity of width for Lehman, who likes to cut, aiming at those stumps.
Nisa to Lehman, pops down, pushes it to the leg side, quickly fielded at mid-wicket, no run.
Jake certainly hasn't got a weakness in that kind of middle and leg stump sort of area, but I'd suggest he's nowhere near as fluent or as dangerous as a player when the ball gets in at the stump line like that. He packs in behind it and normally drops it to square leg or mid-wicket like that ball just then. But we do know if he gets any sort of width outside off stump, he's going to cut it and cut it harder. It usually results in 4 runs. So Queensland trying to ensure they keep the angles and the line nice and tight to him.
Final ball to 46. Nisa in from the hospital, and Lehman with a cover drive finds its way towards mid-off. No run as it's quickly fielded. And that'll wrap up the 46th. South Australia 6 for 158. A maiden over there for Michael Nisa to start the day here at Karen Rolton Oval. How is your relationship with Jake, Tim? Because throughout this week there's been a lot of build-up about the 95-96 final when Jake was 3 years old, and headlining it all is the photo of you and Buff in the rooms with Jake on his lap.
Just when you were talking about that before, I just went to my phone because someone had sent that through to me. Yeah, good. I mean, my son Harry's only a year, I reckon, or 2 younger than Jake, so they grew up in the background of the Adelaide Oval while we were playing, and they were playing cricket. They used to be the old tennis courts on the back of the Adelaide Oval, where now it's the Village Green. It was before the new stand came in. And Jake and Harry would play cricket for hours. They'd be around training. They'd be up in the change rooms afterwards, and they've always been good mates. So yeah, and our relationship with the Lehmans has always been strong. So yeah, it's a nice relationship. And again, you get favourites. There's no doubt about that. And he's probably one of those for me. Just because of the duration of time you've known him and seen him grow up.
Vidler now from the southern end after 4 for yesterday. Bowls to Menenti, who squared up and works it into the leg side. No run, he remains on 36. Great day for the 19-year-old yesterday, Callum Vidler. Finished not out with the bat, although he didn't get any runs, and ends up with 4 for.
It'll be interesting to see how he backs up today, won't it? It'll be interesting to see how long they bowl him for. As it was 6 and 6 yesterday, I think. Do they go back to 4 over blocks, trying to ask him to bowl a bit quick or maintain his pace and aggression, or do they lock it out to a 6 over spell, hoping he can prize out 2 or 3 wickets in that period?
Open leg side for Menenti. We've got a deep square leg. He opts to slice it backward a pointer on the bounce straight to a fielder. No run. 6 for 158, South Australia. Yet to get off the mark in this second day here at Karen Rolton Oval. It's a wild one when you look at the picture, and as someone who doesn't have any children, Tim, Lehman at 3 years of age, you go, gee, he looks up and about, and it'd be such a great memory, but I don't think any of us can remember what we were doing at 3 years of age, and Jake certainly can't. No. So it's a day that has been long forgotten in his memory.
To be fair, it's one day in about 4 million that Darren would have been playing cricket, won a trophy and been in a change room. So, yeah, somewhere in the world.
Vidler to Menenti, nips up a shorter ball. Thought about going for the pull shot and then ducks out at the last moment. Straight through to Pearson. South Australia still 63 runs ahead. Do you remember on the day if he was enjoying the celebrations? He wasn't really involved?
No, I don't remember what my wife was doing. After the first hour, I can't remember what I was doing. So, no, it's all a bit of a blur. And it's a bit the same when people talk about that game. You know, you've got little images, little parts of your mind. I haven't got a great memory like that, but there's pieces I remember really clearly, and there's other pieces that people bring up, and I just have no recollection of all of that. So.
Vidler to Menenti with the high bat raise. Rocks on the back foot and cuts through point. Chases on as the fielders converge. They'll get through for 2 and stopped in the deep by Clayton. Good running there for Queensland. For South Australia, I should say, as Menenti gets back for the double and moves to 38. South Australia 6 for 160 with a lead of 65 runs. Menenti's looking pretty confident out there, Tim, for a lower order batter.
He's positive, isn't he? He's always looking to score. He played a tremendous pull shot yesterday. Can't remember who was it off, but it hit the grandstand, the temporary grandstand halfway up.
Vidler to Menenti on 38. Tried to whip it off the hip height delivery that kept quite low, good length. Didn't make the connection he wanted at the bottom of the bat and rattles into his toes.
It may well have been off young Vidler. He tested him out a couple of times with the bouncer, and then it was almost like Ben was thinking, okay, it's time to make a bit of a statement here, and he dropped one more short, and it ended up, as I say, in the temporary grandstand over mid-wicket on the eastern side of the ground. So it's one of his strengths. He plays well, has played well consistently for South Australia in times when they've been in trouble, because he continues to look to score.
2 slips in a gully, a long leg and deep square leg. Vidler bowls to Menenti, catches it clean on the pull shot, and out towards the rope for 4. Split the 2 deep fielders and brings up the 50-run partnership for Jake Lehmann and Ben Menenti. South Australia motoring along, 6 for 160 now at the end of the 47th over. Double change coming up on ABC Sport. Carl Hooper and Robin Chipperfield coming in.
This is the 2025 Sheffield Shield Final, live from Karen Rolton Oval, SA and Queensland.
Let me take you to a place I know. It's like my sacred ground. It's like my sacred ground. Feel like you're ready. Come on, let's go. Let's go. I know you're gonna love this sound. I know you're gonna love this. You're my connection, my intervention, pure relation, yeah, sweet sensation. You're my connection, my intervention.
So Nisa into Lehmann, who defends out on the onside. There's no run. Beautiful day again in Adelaide. And South Australia in an ever improving position. They're 6 for 164. And they lead by 69. Lehmann 42, the same as Menenti. Here's Nisa again around the wicket on the back foot. Is Lehmann punching through the offside out towards the point boundary. It won't reach the rope, but they will come back for 2. Carl Hooper, good morning.
Morning, Robin.
What's the plan, do you think, from here, from a South Australian perspective? Just keep batting?
Yeah, for as long as they can. Got to make sure they try and push that lead. I'm sure they'd like somewhere in the vicinity of 150 runs plus. Queensland, on the other hand, will want to try and minimize that lead.
Nisa again on a cloudless morning. Pitches this next one up, and Lehmann drives to mid-on. And there's no run. It's about getting the balance right, isn't it, Carl, between kind of wanting to get ahead in the game and putting your foot down and motoring, but also making sure that you can get a decent lead and you don't leave, 50 or 60 runs out there just by being too aggressive.
Yeah, well, that's what we saw yesterday. The game moved along at a frenetic pace and didn't have any really big partnerships.
Nisa into Lehmann, who's defending out in the offside. Again, there's no run. This is the biggest partnership of the match, which says a lot.
Yeah, and they both need to go on. They're both set. Lehmann 44 and Menenti on 42. So they need to make sure that these two bat for as long as possible and make this partnership a significant one. One would have thought that yesterday South Australia just allowed Queensland to get back into the game. But they've got an opportunity this morning. Beautiful conditions to batting. Sun's out, quick outfield. Preparation moisture slowly but surely disappearing.
Needs it into Lehman again, who's tucking this off his pads. Down to fine leg. Wildermuth dropped out to deep square leg the previous delivery. So he might have been expecting the short ball from Lehman, but didn't get it, but was equal to it. And managed to pick up another single.
We saw yesterday both the Queensland and South Australia not shy on the short ball with the two men back, the long leg and the deep backward square. That'll probably continue for the duration of this game.
There are two back here. Manenti has proved so far that he doesn't mind the short ball and is happy to attack it if the field is there for him. We've seen one already authoritative pull through mid-wicket. There are two back, deep square leg and fine leg, and a deep point now out on the fence as Manenti's forward and driving up to mid-on from the final ball of the over. Gets a thick inside edge to it.
Yeah, the two guys deep on both sides of the wicket. There's a deep point and then a deep backward square. There is as much as a catching position as much as a run saving position. Because Manenti will take on the short ball, whether it's a cut, a full-blooded cut, or a pull. So they're in the game for a catch or run saving. Prevents him from flying along, preventing that boundary.
Vidler has ball in hand. He will continue. Very much the star for Queensland with the ball yesterday. 4 for 39 from his 13 overs. South Australia currently 6 for 167, so they lead by 72. And the field is a little more defensive, as you'd expect from Marnus Labuschagne, given the state of the match, but still two slips and a gully in place for Vidler. Labuschagne recognising that they do need to take wickets to stay in the game.
And he's gone straight to Villa this morning, which is good.
Yeah,
he bowled beautifully yesterday. 13 overs, 4 for 39.
And there's Vidler in again, and defending this out onto the onside is Lehman, and he'll pick up a single here. But a few more gaps around in the infield. Swepson dives away to his left-hand side and keeps him down to 1. But sensible cricket from Lehman to knock it around, pick up a single, keep the scoreboard ticking. And the lead is up to 73.
Yeah, I love Vilda's aggression yesterday. Young man, first time I'm seeing him, but he looked as if he wanted the ball. He wanted to run in and bowl as fast as he can and get wickets. I think he'll be a future prospect.
Yeah, third first-class game. This is on the back foot from Manenti. Picks out point. And Angus Lovell. And there's no run again.
Manenti has done time and time again this summer for South Australia. He's come in at number 7 and 8 and scored some crucial runs for them. And here he is again. 42 not out. Handy partnership with Lehman.
This could be, it's early to say, but 3 days to go after today, but this could be a crucial partnership between these two and a match differentiating partnership. As that's cut away out towards point, well fielded at point by Wildermuth, diving away to his right-hand side, but that was short outside the off stump. Manenti's eyes lit up, but he managed to pick out the fielder and no run.
Yes, in the slot, short, he had width, had length, just didn't manage to beat the man at point.
He's definitely there for the shot. Beautifully timed by Manenti, but straight to the fielder. Manenti was 28 last Sunday and scored 390 useful runs for South Australia this year at an average of 33. Vidler in, he cuts away again. This time he does beat the field on the offside and it cannons into the picket fence beneath those trees at a wideish point, wideish third man. Manenti will pick up 4 from another short ball from Vidler, and it's 6 for 172 and the lead is 77.
Yeah, similar ball, but this time didn't get away with it. Manenti hit it behind point and picked up a boundary. He's racing along, 46 from 53 balls.
Highest score of the match with Jake Lehman. They're both on 46. Here's Vidler in and driving into the offside this time is Menenti. Finds Wildermuth at point. And there is no run again. This has been an enterprising start from South Australia so far. 14 runs added this morning in 20 minutes. And Menenti has looked a dominant figure so far. Strike rate up above 85. And he's playing just the innings he was selected for. Here's Vidler again. Into Menenti, who's trying to cut away, but bottom edges this into the ground, and through it goes to Carey. And there's no run. It remains 6 for 172 at the end of the over, and the lead is 77. Former West Indian captain Carl Hooper, alongside myself, Robin Chipperfield, in the grandstand cricket commentary box, as we set low down at a kind of long off position as Vidler was running in. Good spot to watch and soak in the atmosphere, and there's plenty of people are doing as well around the ground. Good crowd in again. Plenty of people perched on the hill beneath the trees in the shade.
Yeah,
whilst majority cheering on South Australia, Carl.
Yeah, hopefully today we can get a bigger crowd. I think yesterday was supposed to be a work day. I expected a little bit more, but hopefully as the game goes on, maybe over the weekend, if it lasts that long, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Here's Nisa around the wicket to Lehman, well pitched up and clipped away into the onside. It'll beat the fielder and it'll get out towards the picket rope. Wildermuth gives up the chase, and there's 4 for Lehman. That brings up a half-century, the first of the match. A crucial innings from Jake Lehman. Part of South Australian history, of course, and how much it would mean to him if over the next few days his innings could help his home state, for which he has so much fondness, win the Sheffield Shield for the first time in nearly 3 decades. 50 for him. Nisa in again. Lehman cuts away this time, out towards Clayton at point. And won't be able to pick up a single. That's a fine hand played by Jake Lehman.
Yes, carrying on from his last 2 Shield innings, back-to-back hundreds, backing it up today with another 50. Needs to carry on though. Half stump, a leg stump half volley from Nessa that he clipped through mid wicket. Man deep in front of square had no chance picking up a boundary. He'll want to carry on.
Nisa into Lehman again, short and chopped away to backward point again. It's the left-handed Clayton that fields, and as the previous delivery, there's no run. The ball does seem to be coming onto the bat quite nicely this morning.
Well, yeah. Yesterday I was harping on about, this is one of the best surfaces I think going around the country. It's a very, very good wicket to bat on. Maybe we are seeing the preparation moisture finally dissipating.
Nisa in again to Lehman, who tucks this into the onside and thinks about a single, but sends Menenti back with Steckety closing in at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 6 for 176.
Yes, and when the moisture dries out, this is probably where probably it's a really good surface to bat on. So they've both got an opportunity to carry on, get something significant, get a big lead. We've still got so much time left in the game.
Nisa around the wicket to Lehman again, who finds a gap in the onside with the fielders spread, particularly out at deep fine leg and deep square leg, and Lehman is able to get through for the regulation single. 6 for 176. Runs are coming pretty easily for South Australia this morning. The lead is up to 82.
So far, so good. And I'm sure in the debrief last night that Coach Ryan Harris would have emphasized the importance of batting this morning and batting as long as possible. These 2 carrying on, making sure that Salah should get a big lead.
Menenti's on the back foot as he faces Nisa here off the final ball of the over, and defends back to the bowler, and there's no run. We've had exactly 50 overs in the South Australia innings, 6 for 177. Lehman under 51 from 82 balls. And Menenti is 4 short of his own half-century from 56 balls. And there's, as Carl Hooper mentioned, there's absolutely no time pressure on South Australia here to get on with it. They'll just want to build as substantial a lead as they possibly can, and then look to put Queensland under some pressure in the second innings. I can't imagine for the life of me it'll be as straightforward as it was in the first innings for South Australia to bowl Queensland out second time around. Here's Vidler. In the bowl from the southern end, a bowl to Lehman, who drives pleasantly into the offside, but picks out Labuschagne at mid-off. 2 number 33s combining, no run. He's conceded by Vidler.
Yeah, and so far, in the 20 minutes play that we've had so far, it just looks a better deck to bat on. It was on the touch on the slow side, I thought yesterday, and there was a little bit of seam movement. Doesn't look like that today. Looks a little bit easier. Only time will tell.
Vidler into Lehman again, tries to cut it away, but again picks out point. South Australia timing the ball pretty well this morning. They might not necessarily pick up runs, but they're timing the ball beautifully, even when picking up fielders, and there was a case in point there. Everything you pick up suggests that today feels like a day to bat.
Yeah, they both look very, very comfortable. Saw quite a bit of playing and missing yesterday. We haven't seen much of that this morning so far.
Vidler into Lehman, who's on the back foot and defending out into the offside again. There's no run. The jet makes its way into Adelaide Airport. Way to our left and behind us.
Just thinking ahead, I just wonder when would somebody like Schwepson be introduced.
Tim Nielsen was chatting this morning about whether they might have started with Schwepson, given the way he bowled yesterday very late in the day. Seemed to cause some trouble with the leg spinner. Lehman is troubled, I think, by fly here. Just asked Vidler to wait. Queensland fast bowler is on his way now to Lehman, who's on the back foot and cutting square and cutting for 4 into the ground and over cover point, and he'll pick up a boundary. Another very useful shot from Jake Lehman this morning.
Yeah, not a bad ball, but Lehman again just back and cutting just behind point. And the man at third man, no chance. Picks up another boundary.
6 for 181. South Australia. Here's Vidler in again to Lehman. Bowls a quick shorter ball, which Lehman manages to sway out of the way of and allow it to go through to Jimmy Pearson. No run.
And yes, while he was very, very good yesterday, in better conditions for bowling, I think he will quickly have to understand that today it's a different day. Surface has dried out a bit. Got to get those lengths and lines right. Be a little bit more consistent while maintaining the aggression that I love.
Also difficult, isn't it, to come back on the second day as well? You bowled a fair bit on the day one.
That's right.
Vidler in again, another short one over the head of Lehman. Is that going to be given a wide? It is by Sam Gillespie.
Yeah, that's what he gets to do.
One more added to the score. 6 for 182. The lead is 87. How difficult do you think that is, Carl? You're a very friendly off spinner, I know, but you play with a lot of great fast bowlers to come back the following day and come back again and try and keep bowling at high pace, as Vidler is in again to Lehman, who's playing this off the outside half of the bat, down towards backward point, and he'll pick up a single. End of the over. 51 bowled, 6 for 183.
Well, he's a young man. As you mentioned, he did bowl some, 12 overs yesterday. A lot of energy, and he did run in. But, today with the modern day cricketer, ice baths, a bit of a massage, a good night's rest. Should be up and about today.
It was a beautiful day in Adelaide. We didn't see a cloud yesterday. We can see a little bit of hazy cloud right in the distance, but no complaints at all.
Been blessed with some really good weather.
Yeah.
Really good weather. Hasn't been stinking hot, but just nice. 28, 29.
Yeah. A bit of a chill in the morning, which is
it's
nice.
A bit cooler.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even yesterday, it's a beautiful day.
Here's Nielsen into Lehman, who drops this out a bit fortuitously out onto the onside. Doesn't miss leg stump by a huge amount. Lehman remains there on 56.
And it's interesting to see Labuschagne. Probably senses it's a bit flatter straightaways. Had 2 slips in the gully in the previous over to Nisa. Taking himself out from second slip and gone to short mid wicket, catching in front of the wicket.
Nisa again. Around the wicket into Lehman, who's trying to turn this around to the onside. It hits his thigh pad and drops in front of him. Yeah, so Khawaja now in at first slip on his own, keeping Pearson company. And then there's a deep backward square leg, a deep square leg. Closest mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover, backward point, and a kind of gully area as well that's quite deep. Trying to protect that famous cut of Lehman, who drives nicely into the offside but won't pick up a run. It's well fielded at mid-off by Labuschagne, tumbling away to his right-hand side. That was firmly struck. Another indication of how good this pitch looks this morning.
Yeah, and Jake Lehman has been strong on any kind of width that's been presented. So looking to bowl a bit straighter, give him some more protection on the onside.
Nisa again with a short ball that tails away to the leg side after it passes him, because Pearson has to dive away to his right-hand side to gather. No run, and Nisa has a big smile on his face, so too Lehman. And it's 6 for 183. The lead is 88. Nisa again from the Port Road end of the ground, in short outside the off stump, cut away by Lehman, but picks out Clayton again at that point. I feel a bit better about being a pasty pom. I'm feeling warm, but you've got a little fan there, keeps you cool.
I had to bring it today. Even though it's not a really hot day, I was sweating a bit yesterday, a bit uncomfortable, so today I thought I'd just bring this little fan in my daughter bought for me. It's good.
It's very good, yeah. It's nice.
It's nice, cool breeze.
It's lovely. I do feel better about myself, though, having just about made it through yesterday, if you're struggling. Here's Nisa into Lehman, defending out to mid-on, and there's no run. Another over passes by. 52 have been bowled. Maiden from Nisa, 6 for 183, and South Australia's lead is 88.
Yeah, so far so good for South Australia. Lehman and Manenti has come, they've played well this morning, carrying on from last night. But they'll want to take this well in close to lunch or even past it. They're both aggressive players, so, they will score. But they've got to make sure that lead blows out in excess of 150. I think it would be ideal for South Australia. Then they've got to bowl well with the new ball, because as we can see, the wicket has certainly flattened out.
You see our first change in the morning after half an hour of play. Mark Steckety is introduced from the southern end of the ground. He has 2 slips and a gully alongside Pearson, the keeper. There's also deep square leg and a deep fine leg as well. Steckety looking for his first wicket of the innings, none for 29 from his 10 overs so far. And Queensland desperately need a wicket here, otherwise the game is slipping away from them. The Sheffield Shield final. South Australia very much in charge now, thanks to this, the biggest partnership of the match between Manenti and Lehmann. Steckity is into Manenti, gets a short one first up and chops it away, but straight to extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, that's generally the length from Nielsen and Vidler from this end. You know, short with a little bit of width. I think they'll soon figure it out, and they should know, having played the last Shield game here. Just probably got to be a little bit more patient, pitch the ball up, get hit to mid-off and mid-on a bit more often. Short and wide on this surface is not going to work.
Steckity into Manenti, and on the back foot Manenti plays it nicely. There's protection out on the point boundary, which means it'll be a single rather than 4. And again, another sign of where Queensland feel they are in the match at the moment, that there's a man sweeping out on the boundary. Manenti under 47.
This is going to be a delicate balancing act for Labuschagne. You don't want to get ultra defensive. You still want to be looking to get wickets. He's got a couple of steps catching, but at the same time, he's got some protection now on both sides of the wicket.
Just noticed as well, Carl, Mitch Swepson warming up at mid-on. He was just musing a moment or two ago about when he might be introduced to the attack, and that would suggest it's not too far away. And again, perhaps another sign of where Labuschagne feels things are at the moment. The seamers have looked not unthreatening, but far less threatening than yesterday, this morning. Here's Steckity around the wicket to Lehmann. That's outside the off stump, and that's, I think, a ball that Lehmann has probably left in the end. But he was certainly tempted by it and flirted with it outside the off stump, but in the end, I think, just about pulled the bat away.
Yeah, a tad too short. Seemed a little bit away from Lehmann, but plenty of time for Lehmann to pick up the length and pull the bat inside the line.
Swepson going through even more vigorous warm-up exercises at mid-on. Lehmann asks Steckity to just wait a moment and abort his run. Maybe one or two walking behind the sight screen at the southern end of the ground. Lehmann on 56 pauses, stands very still at the wicket. The bat now waves up and down as Steckity comes in, bowls a shorter delivery, which Lehmann defends right down at his toes, and there's no run.
And Robin, I think, as we've seen in the team selection, with South Australia deciding to leave out Pope and going with an all-seam attack with just the lone spin and Manenti, Queensland going the other way, playing the leg spinner, the front line leg spinner. I think it's important for Swepson to bowl well.
Steckity around the wicket to Lehmann again, who's again on the back foot to a shorter ball, and he's playing this at chest high down onto the pitch, and there's no run again.
You know, you would have thought as this game goes into day, hopefully if it goes into day 4, day 5 at this point seems a bit of a stretch, but if it does, with the weather that we've had, some footmarks probably being created, who knows, Swepson can get a chance to really get into the game in the 4th innings.
Yeah. Steckity on his way again to Lehmann, who's leaving this alone outside the off stump, and that is the end of the over. 53 have been bowled, 6 for 184, the lead is 89. So it feels it's very easy at the moment, given that Manenti scored 47, to say South Australia has made the right decision to leave the leg spinning Pope out. But in a couple of days' time, you just never know, do you? Pope will be, you would think, would be very useful in the Queensland second innings. But all Manenti can do is do his job, and that's what he's doing here.
He's doing it very well. You know, the time when, you know, the game was in the balance, he's walked out and put together a very, very good partnership so far with Lehmann. but he needs to go on. He's had loads of scores, you know, scores in excess of 50. But, you know, I'm sure he'll be thinking about, you know, he wants to bat as long as possible. Who knows, maybe even probably get a three-figure score.
Here is the leg spinning Mitch Swepson. And he's going to come on to bowl from the Port Road end of the ground, the hospital end of the ground. The other thing that's just occurred to me is, is how important the number 8 position has been and has become in cricket, and how that's changed, because it used to be like you'd have your bowlers basically 9, 10, 11.
That's right.
And 8 might maybe able to work out which end of the bat to hold at least. But that has really changed. Swepson. Well, his first ball of the day. Short one first off, which he's cracked into mid-wicket. That is a magnificent catch. Unbelievable. It's a short ball. It's a long hop. First up. That has been cracked by Manenti in the air. And is it McDermott who's gone above his head and claimed it right-handed, jumping high in the air. McDermott claims the catch. Manenti falls for 47. And we have witnessed something extraordinary here. That is one of the great catches from McDermott, just at the time when Queensland needed it most. Unbelievable catch.
Yeah, well, the trend continues. I mean, that was just a half tracker. Manenti had time to hit it anywhere he wanted to. I mean, mid-wicket, it's a fantastic catch, but he shouldn't have been anywhere close to that ball. Manenti goes.
7 for 184. It's a tremendous catch. Almost like one of those goal. You know, you see football goalkeepers kind of try as the ball goes towards the top corner, and they almost go with the wrong hand, the top hand, the right hand towards the left, to try and tip it over the bar. McDermott has done that, except he's actually caught the ball in his right hand. It's a phenomenal catch.
I was actually looking for the ball at somewhere at the deep boundary.
Me too, yeah.
He made it look so casual, though, so easy.
And that brings Nathan McAndrew, who is no mug with the bat, in at number 9 for South Australia. The lead is 89, 7 for 184. And the introduction of leg spin, not in the way they imagined, but it's certainly got the wicket that Queensland so desperately needed.
Well, I'm sure that from Swepson's point of view, he'll take them, however they come.
Short leg is in and a slip. Swepson bowls to McAndrew, who's forward and trying to smother this. It dribbles out on the offside to Nisa at backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, and good to see Swepson and Marnus attacking. Straight away there's a bat pad in.
Swepson again. Right arm over the wicket off a very short run. Drops it short. McAndrew's off the mark as he cuts the ball away into the offside. Well fielded at point by Wildermuth. Keeps them down to 1. That's a Carl Hooper-like run, that is. The run-up. You didn't expend much energy, did you, in your
No, no, I didn't. No.
Couple of paces and Swepson is the same.
Couple of paces.
Yeah, what's the point?
Just get it under the end.
Just get it up the end. Just have a slip and a short leg in. Swepson comes around the wicket to the left-handed Lehman. And he's sweeping his Lehman and sweeping fine. It's a very good shot. Down to fine leg for 4. Beautifully played. The placement impeccable from Jake Lehman. And he moves on to 60. If South Australia is to establish a huge first innings lead, much rests on his shoulders.
Yeah, the full repertoire coming out. Lovely shot. Good old-fashioned sweep shot. The man, a deep square, couldn't get close to it. Quick outfield. Look as if it's quickened up even from yesterday.
Of course, there's a change in the field. Nice is coming across to backward square leg. There's also a deep square leg, who is Wildermuth, and a point as well. The point is going to drop back Decady to where he was, 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Strepson again around the wicket. 2 balls left in the over. And Lehman is backing away and hitting powerfully into the offside. That's another beautiful shot. 1 through the leg side and 1 through the offside. Lehman moves on to 64. And South Australia on to 7 for 193.
Yeah, not a bad ball at all. Good footwork from Lehman, getting deep in the crease, giving himself time. Hit the ball to the right to cover and beating the man sweeping a deep point. Getting the outfield very, very quick. Picking up another boundary.
And now he's driving into the offside. That's another beautiful shot. 3 very different shots for 3 boundaries off the final 3 balls of the over. And Lehman moves on to 68. South Australia 7 for 197. The lead is into 3 figures. We're going to have a double change here on Grandstand Cricket. Aaron Bryans and Jason Gillespie for you next.
This is the 2025 Sheffield Shield Final, live from Karen Rolton Oval, SA and Queensland.
Let me take you to a place I know. It's like my sacred ground. Feel like you're ready. Come on, let's go. Let's go. I know you're gonna love this sound. I know you're gonna love this. You're my connection, my intervention.
So Mitch Swepson with the breakthrough for Queensland, but it hasn't halted Jake Lehman. 50 from 78 deliveries. He's now up to 68. South Australia 7 for 197 as they added 39 runs to their overnight total, leading Queensland by 102 here at Karen Rolton Oval. Aaron Bryans with you alongside the great Jason Gillespie. And Dizzy, you always bring a fair bit of energy to the commentary box, but today you were buzzing at another level as Decady marches away from the southern end towards McAndrew. High bat raised and happy to leave a low ball across the off stump through to Pearson. You're up and about today, Diz. Oh, hold on a second. You're on that one. We've got headsets everywhere. There you go.
Headsets everywhere. Morning, Aaron, and morning to all our listeners. Yeah, look, very excited. Living the absolute dream. Being in the comms box with you, Aaron, it's so much fun, mate.
It's my privilege.
It's absolutely my privilege, mate. This is so much fun. It's a great game of cricket developing, isn't it?
Stecky marches away. McAndrew steps back, big edge, excellent dive, and just couldn't be reeled in. Huge launch into the air over the top of third, and it races down to the rope for 4. Brings up the 200 for South Australia. First slip did everything they possibly could, diving into the air to try and reel it in. And poor old, I reckon it might be Ben McDermott, he took a ripper earlier. Has just been unable to get his left hand to that one. He flung himself into the air, but it was a ferocious edge.
There was no chance of that being taken. It was just out of his reach. He may have got a little finger on it. Brings up the 200, 201.
Steckity can smell blood, though. Big edge off McAndrew was on 5. Steckity, right arm over the wicket. McAndrew sticks the bat out across the off stump again. A short delivery that seemed plenty. Looked straight, moved to the left. Again, a little troublesome as it goes through to Pearson. 7 for 201.
Yeah. Some people have scored that in one innings, Aaron.
It has been an almighty day. I'm not bringing it up, Diz. We've got 5 days of cricket. Bangladesh can wait.
This has been good from Steckity.
Racing away from the southern end. Step back again. McAndrew squared up. Just doesn't know where the ball is going off the deck.
It was interesting having a quick conversation with some of the coaching staff for South Australia last night after play. They mentioned that the feedback from the batters was that back of length deliveries were probably that length there that Nathan McAndrew had just faced. It was kind of just going over the height of the stumps, probably caught between two minds whether to go forward or back. They found that the most challenging length to face, as opposed to either shorter balls or fuller balls.
Steckity to McAndrew, leaves one that keeps low through to Pearson. Good length this time. It was a tricky day because we felt there was a little bit of movement in the wicket early. Particularly, you thought the first 20 overs would play a factor.
Yep.
But as the day progressed with the heat, it wasn't so much the movement. It just some really good bowling, and particularly from Vidler with his ferocious pace.
Yeah, Vidler was excellent, wasn't he? Really enjoyed his work. I watched him. I was fortunate enough to watch him last week. And, he bowled very well.
Stecked to McAndrew on 5. Again steps back, looks to cut, almost clubs it. It's a very heavy hit off the toe. Trickles its way towards cover, quickly fielded. And no run there. South Australia 7 for 201. A lead of 106 over Queensland at the moment here at Karen Walton Oval at the end of the 55th over. Aaron Bryans and Jason Gillespie with you. If you want to get in touch with the great man, 0467 920 222 is the text line. Paul in Chandler's Hill says, just wondering, the batting time is the most important thing for South Australia, keeping Queensland out there, reducing batting time, keeping the Queensland out in the field and then reducing their batting time and working towards a draw would be better than potentially playing out towards a loss. Do you feel like South Australia would be trying to I-5 days here? I reckon they've got a foot on the throat and would want to do everything they possibly can.
That's a good question from Paul. Thanks, Paul, from Chandler's Hill. I think South Australia are just going to bat. I think if bat time, the scoreboard is going to tick over. We've seen that. It's traditionally a reasonably fast-paced or fast-scoring ground. So I suspect, Paul, that South Australia's plan is just to bat as long as they can and score as many runs as possible. If they could get to 300 here, I know it's a long way from being 200, but another partnership here, you never know.
Lehman's on 68 at the moment. Deep square leg and long leg in place for him. He uses that open leg side, just placing it towards mid-wicket and takes the single on offer from Swepson. 7 for 202.
Nathan McAndrew can certainly hold a bat. He's a very good player. I mean, he's scored second 1100s. He's scored quite a number of club hundreds. So he's certainly no slouch with a bat, that's for sure.
Been able to read Swepson well so far. His first couple of innings. Swepson bowls a full toss, catches it at pad height and drives straight to extra cover, no run. There's something it's almost rigid about McAndrew, but when he collects it, there's so much force behind it that maybe a bit more slower in his movements. Swepson to McAndrew, leans forward, trying to defend and catches a thick edge that dribbles its way down third, and Nisa's waiting to prevent any run.
He's quite regimented in how he approaches the game and how his preparation. He's one of the most professional cricketers I've ever seen in terms of getting himself ready for games and with bat and ball.
Sweeps into McAndrew, looks to sweep and catches it nicely, down fine leg. It's racing towards the rope for 4. Nathan McAndrew just continues to reward South Australia for the punt they took years ago. He's up to 9, fresh off 2 wickets yesterday. South Australia 7 for 206. Leading Queensland by 111.
So if South Australia can get a partnership here, Aaron, a 50-plus partnership, that'll take their lead to 100 and 150, won't it? So, which is quite significant in a first-class game. Now, I know it's a 5-day game, and we fully expect Queensland to make a better fist of it in their second innings.
But as Paul touched on the text line, it's just more time wasted for Queensland to not only break that lead and then build their own. Sweeps into McAndrew, steps back and timed it well as he just tucked it off the hips. Rolling down fine leg, not enough pace on this one towards the rope. Chase will be on. And a clean gather from Clayton, who was waiting at short leg, raced all the way down to the rope, and they ran through for 3 in the end. McAndrew moves to 12. South Australia 7 for 209. Lead of 114. Here over Queensland, Aaron Bryans, Jason Gillespie with you on this glorious morning in South Australia.
Oh, it's superb here, isn't it? Best city in the world. Absolutely beautiful.
We've got Robin Chipperfield part of the coverage, who's based in Sydney. This is his first time in Adelaide.
You're kidding me?
It's been 2 days and he's already in love.
Wow.
I think there'll be some serious discussions at home about...
They didn't tell us that.
...where he might be living in the foreseeable future. Sweep shot attempt from Lehman. Gets enough of it backward to square where the fielder's waiting on the rope. Picked up by Wildermuth, and they take a single. 7 for 210.
We'll have to give Robin some tips on where to go, and maybe up to the Adelaide Hills to have a look around there, maybe up the Barossa, McLaren Vale region.
Depending on how early this finishes, he might have a few days up his sleeve to check out the state. That's not an extra incentive for South Australia. I'm sure they've got a lot on their plate. 7 for 210.
And us South Australians, we always love to promote our state, don't we? Our city. We're very proud of it.
It didn't take long, Diz. I moved from Perth in 2020, and I think it took maybe 2 years and before it became our and my, and everything changed in terms of where my heart laid. And I think I've transitioned now from a sandgroper to a crow eater pretty quickly.
No, good man.
Steketee, wicketless so far this game. Bowling to Lehmann on 70, right arm around the wicket. Thunderous pace. Kept nice and low for straight delivery and defended back to the bowler. 7 for 210, South Australia. Lehmann's on 70. I was chatting with Tim Nielsen before about this, Diz, and the iconic photo of him on Buff Slap alongside Tim after the Shield win. That Jake was 3 years of age and doesn't remember a thing about it. Do you remember much about the kids running around the camp during that 96?
Yeah, I remember a few of the kids running around. There wasn't many. Jake, I remember Jake distinctly. I remember Jake throughout my career. He was an ever-presence.
Steketee to Lehmann. On his toes, punches it into cover. Slow kind of roll, cutting across Labuschagne will keep it to a single.
One thing Jake does remember is this was years ago. He came to training one day with Dad, and he was around watching training. I think he was about 12 or 13, and at the end of training, we patted him up. Said, come on, have a hit. And Buff said, God, bowl a few balls to him. So I thought, I'll take it easy on the young fella. So I just sort of eased in.
Loved him up.
Yeah, and he absolutely smacked me through the covers for 4. And he remembers it to this day. Like, hilarious.
Steketee to McAndrew on 12, away from the southern end. Looked to defend, beaten through to Pearson across the off stump. Did you give it to him straight after?
Yeah, my ego was hurt a little bit, I'll have to admit. And so I put a little bit more gas on it. And the funny thing is, he just played it easily too.
Oh, no.
So
better than the alternative, and you've injured the young man.
Oh, no, I certainly wasn't going to bounce him or anything like that. But he just smacked this cover drive, and then he just played this forward defence, and as easy as you like. I thought, oh, wow, how good's that?
Destined for professional cricket. Steketee to McAndrew on 12. Steps back and happy to leave a very low ball. One on the tram tracks that Pearson has to dive to the right to collect. 7 for 211, South Australia.
Just a word on Jimmy Pearson, got his 300th dismissal for Queensland.
We were speaking about this yesterday because he was 9 away from Haddon.
Yeah,
that right?
That's right, yeah. So brought up, I think it was 209. He's got 295 catches and 5 stumpings. Is that right? Something like that.
Let me pull it up for you.
Yeah. So I think it's great. He's been such a great servant in Australian cricket.
So how many has he had this innings? I'll have to run through the score sheet.
Yeah.
Steketee to McAndrew on 12. Away from the southern ends, happy to leave across the off stump. So, regardless of the Queensland rankings, in the all-time Sheffield Shield rankings, he's 9 behind Haddon. So he'd be closing in on that as well. Yeah. But what, 300?
I think he brought up his 300th.
Yeah. So he's had at least 3 this innings.
Yeah. So he brought up his 300th, which is a fantastic achievement. You know, not only, as you mentioned, the all-time Sheffield Shield. He's closing in on the great Brad Haddon. But I think you think of the wonderful wicket keepers that Queensland have had over the years.
Steketee to McAndrew on 12. Right arm over the wicket. Leaning forward, played into the leg side. Darting across from mid-wicket. Swepson comfortably gathers. No run. 7 for 211. South Australia lead Queensland by 116 runs. That'll wrap up the 57th over. Steketee, none for 35 off his 13. Mitch Swepson to continue from the northern end, I believe. The 1 wicket so far this morning as he picked up Ben Menenti for 47. Jake Lehmann made his 50 off 78 as well. Playing out as expected so far, Diz. The runs are on offer.
The runs are on offer. Fully expect less wickets today. I mean, we had a lot of wickets yesterday, 16. I don't think it was a 16-wicket surface. I think, yes, there was a little bit in it for the bowlers at times, but Trent Kelly, the curator, often talks about Karen Rolton Oval. It's a game of 2 halves almost. It's the first 30 overs. You basically give that to the bowlers as a batting group. Get through that. If you can get through that relatively unscathed, batting becomes so much easier. and it's a fast outfield. It's a high scoring. It's a quick scoring ground. So you just need to find a way to get through those early stages.
All about momentum, isn't it?
It is.
Lehman on 71, Swepson in from the hospital northern end. Back of a length delivery that turned in and pushed towards square leg. Take a single. Lehman moves to 72. South Australia 7 for 202. Would that have been instructed to Trent Kelly then to let the grass grow through the week and cut it the morning of the final? Because it resulted in that moisture being there, and I think everyone assumed it was just going to be the road it normally is.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know Trent likes to just take ownership of his surface and prepare the best possible surface he can for the game.
Swepson to McAndrew, leans into the ball drop and pushes it towards cover. No run.
It's always a tricky one here. If you want to bring spinners in, you take more grass off it, it just becomes a very dead track, but it doesn't necessarily break up. And that's a trickiness here. So I think it'll just take a number of years to find out the best method to prepare the surface.
Swepson a little quicker, kept straight and played into the leg side. Fielder waiting at mid-wicket, no run. McAndrew's on 12 from 18. South Australia with a 117-run lead at the moment over Queensland. Aaron Bryans, Jason Gillespie with you on ABC Sport. The text line 0467 920 222. Cover drive from McAndrew. Well flighted from Swepson and met comfortably. Down towards the rope. Desperate dive and slide from Lovell did well. And they end up running through for a couple. South Australia moves to 7 for 214.
Vital runs for the South Australians.
You're not wrong about Nathan McAndrew with the bat, Deers. He does only average 18 this season, but can deliver. Awaits Swepson and leans into a fuller delivery. Pushes it straight to cover, no run.
He's got the talent to bat a lot higher. I know when we recruited him, you speak to Sean Williams, talent manager and selector. We just to talk about what would his ideal position be. We talked of him being a 7.5.
McAndrew awaits Swepson. Works it off the hips, backward of square.
So what we meant by that, we kind of felt he was probably too good to bat at 8, but it probably wasn't quite a number 7 that in first-class cricket. So we thought, well, he's a 7.5.
Yeah, not good enough for the batting unit, but not bad enough to be part of the box.
That's right. So, but whereas now in this game he's batting 9, which is, in my opinion, is far too low for him. But such is the advantage of having, this is what we're having Liam Scott and Ben Menenti in this side, greatly strengthens the South Australian batting. And because Nathan makes the side as an out-and-out bowler, anyway, it just adds for the depth of the South Australian batting lineup.
It's a good problem to have for Ryan Harris.
Oh, absolutely.
Sure. And that was always the tricky part about how he was going to tackle the One Day Cup final and the Shield final. And we mentioned it through the seasons, is that it's handy having so many players and rotating them and keeping them healthy and fresh. At some point, you have to make a heartbreaking decision, and that was the case.
And I know, speaking to Ryan, he's had some pretty challenging and tough conversations, but you know he's taken that all in his stride. And his big thing, and he's spoken about it, is just keep the dialogue, the open communication going, and you just got to be honest. So look, this is the decision we've landed at. It's tough, but.
Steckity continuing from the southern end. Full delivery and punch straight towards mid-off by Lehman. Reigns on 72.
Because such is the strength of the South Australian squad at the moment. You've got any one of 15, 16 players who, theoretically deserve to be in the 11. You just have to look at the guys that are missing out. So Henry Thornton, Lloyd Pope, Wes Agar, Harry Conway, Daniel Drew, Thomas Kelly.
How is Tom Kelly, by the way?
Yeah, I think he's going okay. He had a thumb injury, I think, early in the season that sort of lingered around for a little while.
Steckity to Lehman on 72, right arm around the wicket. Cover drive straight towards mid-off. Labuschagne's waiting, no run. So he missed all of the Big Bash season, Tom Kelly, after, for the previous iteration, looked like he was on the rise.
Yeah, he's a wonderful young player and a great kid. Been leading Sturt very well. They got promoted from Division 2 at the end of last season, and they finished top this season. I know they're out of the finals contention now, but to go from Division 2 to top of Division 1 in one season is a great achievement, led by Thomas Kelly, Sturt.
7 for 214. Steckity to Lehman. Carves it through cover. Glorious shot down to the rope for 4. That is solid from Lehman, who continues to march on at Karen Rolton Oval. He's up to 76. South Australia, 7 for 218.
Yeah, Mark Steckity just too wide and too short, and Jake Lehman, we've seen just how strong he is through the offside. Even with a deep point, he's still found a way to hit the boundary. Talk about his head and hands getting in such good position. He keeps his hands high because he wants to cut. That's his bread and butter.
123 run lead at the moment for South Australia. Steckity to Lehman on 76. Lower ball, look to pull through to Pearson. Got enough as it rolls down towards long leg. Fielded in the deep though by Vidler. 7 for 219 South Australia advanced to, and Lehman now on 77. Maybe a touchy one, Diz, but you touched on the promotion and relegation in Premier Cricket.
Yep.
Glenelg
dropping
out.
And Adelaide University dropping down.
Couple of shocks.
Yeah, the two teams that have contested finals in the last year or so. But that's the nature of the competition. It just highlights, just outside of a couple of the teams in Division 2, it's actually very close.
Steckity to McAndrew now on 14. Takes a little hop step back and then leaves for the off stump through to Pearson.
There's going to be teams at perennial Division 1s. You're going to have the yo-yo teams that may go up and down a little bit. At the moment, currently in Premier Cricket, you've probably got 3 teams that are struggling to find a way to get back up into Division 1, and that's the Northern Districts, Southern Districts and Prospect. At the moment, they're probably the teams that are just battling, because we've seen, obviously, Woodville and East Torrens come down. Last year, they're straight back up. And I think that's happened a couple of times the last couple of years.
Steckity to McAndrew. Leans into a defensive shot down towards cover. Quickly fielded by Lovell, cutting across. That'll wrap up the 59th over, and drinks here at Karen Rolton Oval. South Australia 7 for 219 with a 124-run lead over Queensland, who were dismissed for a record low 95 in their first innings. Lehman's on 77 after making 50 off 78 deliveries. Nathan McAndrew on 14 from 23. You sound pretty happy with the system then, Diz, because that part of the Hussey review and the 13 recommendations was to try and merge some of the clubs. It didn't happen in the end of the day, and the new promotion relegation system seems to be working.
I think so, and it's only in red ball cricket, so which I think is fine. I think what it's done is it's created interest late in the season for all games, because I think a lot of times if you have a 13-team comp, come November, December, there's already about 4 or 5 teams that are out of the running. Yeah. They're making up the numbers, whereas you're going into March and there's still all these permutations. Which teams are going to finish in the top 4? Who's going to be in a relegation battle? Who's going to be in a promotion battle in Division 2? So I actually don't mind it. I don't think I'd agree with it for white ball cricket or the T20, but I think for 2-day red ball cricket, just in the A grade, I don't see it as a bad thing.
Except for those who are at Glenelg right now, probably not too stoked.
But I love Thomas Kelly. This was a couple of seasons ago when they got relegated, and there's been a lot of talk of players wanting to change clubs because their team gets relegated. Thomas Kelly, he was brilliant. His attitude was, no, Diz. Yes, we're down, but it's our responsibility to find a way to get back into Division 1. So we're going to work hard. We're going to play some really good cricket. We're going to get ourselves back into Division 1. I love that attitude. Yeah. And they got back into Division 1. They finished top this year, which was great.
Surely success doesn't feel as good if you've not been loyal enough to work hard for it with your team. Thoughts of Jason Gillespie on ABC Sport. Great to have your company with us on 0467 920 222 if you want to get in touch. Currently South Australia 7 for 219, leading Queensland by 124 runs. Change coming up on ABC Sport. Tim Nielsen about to come in.
The World Test Championship is coming.
He gets connection here, lifts it over the keeper, 1 bounce for 4.
Australia versus South Africa.
And he nicks it, he's got him again.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listener. This is the 2025 Sheffield Shield Final. Live from Karen Rolton Oval. South Australia versus Queensland on ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listener.
Jake Lehman digging in as the wicket continues to harden here at Karen Rolton Oval. He's up to 77 off 110 deliveries, channeling his old man, fresh off a one-day cup match winning performance, and now looking to do the same in the Sheffield Shield as South Australia chase a first ever domestic double. Current lead is 124. Great to have you with us on ABC Sport and ABC Sport Digital. Jason Gillespie and Carl Hooper, part of the coverage, as is Robin Chipperfield, Aaron Bryans, and former Australian coach Tim Nielsen with you at the moment. On the text line, Jacob in Narracourt says, "Good morning, team. What's the shortest Shield final in history?" Look, I've been pumping Rick Finlay's phone all of yesterday, so I can ask him, unless you know the answer, Tim.
I don't.
There
No.
you go. All
Good
right.
afternoon, all. No, I don't. Most of them I would think have gone to at least a fourth day, would be my guess. There'd be a few that have finished on day 4 rather than getting to day 5. And there's still a bit of work to go, or a little bit of cricket to be played here. Let's not forget Queensland didn't have a great first innings, but they've got some real quality in their batting, and the wicket has flattened out. It's a proper good batting pitch now. Jake, I reckon, scored 35 off 45 balls in that first hour without really raising a sweat. He just sat on the good balls and made sure he took toll of the poorer ones. So scoring is encouraged on this outfield as well. It's a quick outfield. It's not a big outfield. So Queensland, they'd be hoping they can bowl South Australia the lead at the moment. What's the lead?
124.
124. So, yeah, they wouldn't want too many more. Anything under 150, I think they'd be thinking, OK, well, we're still a sniff here. So a big first half an hour here after drinks.
Swepson from the northern end to Lehman. Rocks back and guides it beautifully down fine leg. Well timed off a ball that bounced quite high. And sliding across, Nisa gets down before the rope. They run through for a couple. Lehman's up to 79. South Australia 7 for 221. He looks very settled, Tim. Does Jake?
He is. He's playing to his strengths, isn't he? He's played a couple of really nice cover drives. That was a nice cut shot, or a late cut shot. He's taken toll of anything short. Played well.
Swepson with the only wicket of the day. Bowls full. Punched past him down towards mid-on. Good sliding stop out in the deep by Labuschagne. South Australia moved to 7 for 222. Lehman up to 80. Puts McAndrew on strike on 14. Rick was very good to us yesterday. I feel like he's never off the clock between the ABC Sport Department. Our statistician, we just hammer him every single day about all these niche little questions. But I will put that question to him, Jacob. See if we can get an answer across the day. Swepson bowls. McAndrew leans back and cuts through cover point. It's heading down towards the rope. Chase was on. And a good diving stop from Wildermuth to get there in time as they run through for a couple. McAndrew moves to 16. 7 for 224.
Swepson just can't find his length or his line at the moment, can he? He's either a fraction full or that one again was short enough that McAndrew could rock back and cut away through points. He needs to get his length better to force some risk. Like
Swepson bowls. McAndrew looks for the cover drive and makes just enough of a connection as it knocks towards extra cover and fielded by Lovell.
He's 4.4 over so far across 34 runs, and the one wicket he got was a half tracker that Manetti smacked him mid-wicket, so hasn't been the best start of the day.
Swepson bowls to McAndrew, turns it into the onside straight to mid-wicket. A couple of shouts to support Swepson. He's looked good so far today. The spinner looks to break in what was a predominantly quick track on the opening day. Swepson to McAndrew, right onto his toes and dug into the pitch and trickles down towards cover point. McAndrew remains on 16, Lehman on 80. South Australia with a lead of 129. 29, there we go. Quick maths, Tim.
Add on 5 to what they've got, take off 100.
I like that. That is a good solution. All about resolutions here. At the end of the 60th over, Swepson's 1 for 34 from his 5. We're going to see Callum Vidler once again. 4 wickets yesterday, but yet to strike today. Only wicket to fall if you are just joining us. Ben Manenti out for 47. Lehman made his 50 off 78 deliveries. Aaron Bryans and Tim Nielsen with you for the call today. Just chatting with Diz about the promotion relegation system in Premier Cricket. How Glenelg was the unfortunate victim of it this year, which is a big shock to a lot of people. Are you liking the new direction?
I do. Yeah, I do. I think I just overheard Dizzy finishing off his spell, and I think that's probably the most important part of it. The 2 divisions give this promotion relegation hope throughout the full season rather than getting to Christmas time and maybe 4, sometimes even 5 teams are really on a stage where they're not going to make the top 4. So their season was almost dead at Christmas time at the halfway point. The 2nd division finals meant that I know, for example, Woodville were fighting their last 3 games desperately to try and make the top 3 and one guaranteed promotion into the First Division, with the South Australian under-19 team being also in that top 3.
Poor old Jack Clayton's been stuck at short leg for Callum Vidler bowling to Lehman. It's a bouncer that he leaves through to Pearson. So no slips in place for the quick. We've instead just got the short leg and then a deep square leg. Almost a short mid-wicket.
It almost looks like they've thrown the ball to Vidler and said, OK, let's have a go at the short pitch stuff for a while. A short leg, as you say, a man just behind square on the circle, a man in front of square on the circle, deep backward square, deep fine leg and a deepish mid-wicket.
Mid-on is
no mid-on.
vacant, yeah.
So I think they're going to be saying, OK, we'll test out the middle of the wicket for a while.
Lehman on 80, Vidler bangs it into him and tucks it down fine leg. Fielder is in the deep in front of the scoreboard, and the new one in front of Port Road. Lehman will take a single to move to 81. South Australia 7 for 225. Still 4 to come in the 61st over. But Queensland certainly mixing it up a little bit to try and find the breakthrough. Vidler just working his way through his 3rd first-class game. It's so rare when you see a youngster thrown into a big stage. Happens across codes, obviously, and it's always a great story, but clearly a lot of confidence from Johan Botha in what this kid can do.
Yeah, and I think that probably what he does do is complement the rest of the attack. Steckerty's fast medium. He's a good, solid, hard-working fast bowler. Neese are a bit the same, 130 maybe. Vidler offers, maybe he's the one bowler in their squad that offers a little bit of extra airspeed, so they can, if they get into a situation like this where they're wanting to test out the short ball stuff, again, we've got McAndrew on strike. There's only one slip, a gully. There's a deep third man and a mid-off, and then there's 2 blokes at mid-wicket square leg waiting for the...
McAndrew on 16 waits Vidler and lets it wrap him on the leg and roll down towards the fielder in the deep. Won't take any buys there. 7 for 225.
So yeah, with a short leg, a man at about 30 metres off the bat at backward square leg, a fine leg. Ben McDermott now is removing himself from the circle and dropping back onto the fence at deep forward square. There's a man at mid-wicket, a wide mid-on, a mid-wicket, no one to mid-off. So I can't imagine he's going to pitch the ball up too much and invite the drive. There's just no protection for him. So I suggest he's going to smack the ball on the pitch and see if he can make it bounce.
High bat race for McAndrew. Tries to club through cover and gets a lot of it. Down to the rope for 4. McAndrew off a good length from Vidler. Read it well, finds the rope. 7 for 229 as McAndrew moves to 20.
And there's no room to move, is there, here for young Vidler? That ball was... He was looking to whack it into the wicket. It really only got up waist high, and it was outside off stump. His protection is mostly on the leg side. If he's going to do this, he's got to commit to bowling short bounces and get them straight at the body so that they don't have room to cut like that one there from McAndrew. So it's a small margin for error for him on a good wicket, a good batting wicket.
Vidler to McAndrew. Plays it across the hips, down towards long leg. Fielded again in the deep in front of the light tower. McAndrew moves to 21. South Australia 7 for 230. Current lead of 125. Nathan McAndrew with a high score this season of 46. Nearly halfway there, but an average of 18. Across his career, he's had 9 half centuries. Can deliver when asked. Jake Lehman is the man right now. Looking for a Sheffield Shield final ton. On 81 as 19-year-old Vidler thinks about coming in and decides to wait a moment as the ambulances cross through Port Road towards Adelaide Hospital. We're not overly happy with the sight screen at the southern end either as the punters make their way around the ground. Finally, we're back underway. Vidler to Lehman on 81, and he tucked before the ball was even bowled. He knew what was coming. It was banged in about half a metre and head high wire in the end, 7 for 231.
To be fair, though, that's how he's got to miss. If he bowls a ball that doesn't bounce enough, like he did to McAndrew, he's going to get cut for 4. So if he's going to commit to this short bowling attack, he's got to make it bounce. You're better off having it be a wide over the batsman's head, where if they do have a swish, it's hard for them to control. But he can't afford to miss too full or too wide of the off stump. There's just no protection, and they'll score quickly.
Left-handed Lehman on 81. Vidler bowls to him, and again, it's banged in. Bit fuller, but still high enough to go above the helmet. And that'll wrap up the 61st over. South Australia 7 for 231 after dismissing Queensland for 95. Lehman's on 81. McAndrew on 21. Commentary change coming up on ABC Sport. Robin Chipperfield coming in.
The Sheffield Shield final. SA and Queensland.
Look at so fly. Give a girl a rocket and she'll take it for a ride. Like, doing just fine. Get a girl an arrow cause she hit the bullseye. So,
Thanks, Aaron. It continues to be a beautiful morning in Adelaide and South Australia. They've lost the wicket of Manenti, but it's gone pretty much as well as they could have imagined so far. Tim Nielsen, good morning.
Hello, Robin. How are you?
Yeah, good.
Excellent.
And South Australia in a strong position here. Queensland trying all sorts of things to try and get a wicket. Swept some bowling to McAndrews, flicking it into the onside. Some proving expensive so far, going at 6.5 and over, which is a bit of a problem for Marnus Labuschagne. Particularly if it goes much longer. Closing this next one up, and McAndrew finds mid-on this time, off the front foot.
Lovely, mate.
Trying the short ball theory as well in the previous over with Vidler. Desperately searching for a wicket. Swaps and drops a bit short, and McAndrew rocks onto the back foot but picks out point and no run. Feels like the game, Tim's on a knife edge at the minute.
I think it is for Queensland. They're trying a lot at the moment, as you suggested. I don't think Swepson's quite bowled a consistent enough length to force the South Australians to take a risk.
Sweeping here is McAndrew, making good contact and picking up 4 runs backward to square on the leg side. There were oohs and ahs from Swepson, from Pearson. Well, that was a fine shot from McAndrew, and this partnership has gone quickly on to 51.
And to be fair, that's a good example, isn't it? He bowled 3 balls in a row that were of decent line and decent length. Then unfortunately that one was pitching outside leg stump. It's not spinning or bouncing enough. There's no real rough to create an issue, and McAndrew was able to sweep quite safely with the man in front of square and get 4 runs.
There's Swepson again, tries to repeat the shot, but this time doesn't make contact, and Pearson takes it well down the leg side. And a bat flailing in front of him. And the ball was not quite a half volley, but in that kind of area. Pad in front of him, big character in McAndrew as well. But he gathered it cleanly, did Jimmy Pearson, and there's no run. Swepson in again, floats this one up, and on the volley, it's turned around the corner by McAndrew. Fielded by Clayton, and they'll get through for 1. That is the end of the over. 7 for 236, the lead is building all the time for South Australia, 131. Jacob in Narracourt had asked for the shortest Shield final in history. Has the answer come from Rick Finlay? It has, I thought it might. The 2003 and 2005 games were completed within 3 days. 2005 New South Wales victory over Queensland was the shortest, 241 overs. Thanks to Rick and to Jacob. Now will Vidler continue here with the short ball theory? Looks like he will, because there are already 3 fielders out on the leg side boundary. Fine leg, deep backward square, and deep mid wicket. There's a slip and a gully, and a short leg as well, and a third man. As Vidler is in short, and it's pulled away by McAndrew. He finds the gap somehow on the leg side and finds the boundary as well. Token effort from McDermott to get after it, because he timed it beautifully and found the fence.
It's a big ask for this young kid, isn't it? He's bowled 16, this is his 17th over. The wicket's as flat as it's been. The ball's 62 overs old. It's not like it's a brand new ball that's scurrying through, bouncing well, and this isn't a massive ground, but it's a fast outfield as well. So that one was probably only 5 metres to Ben McDermott's right, and he had no chance. So it's a huge ask of a young bowler in his 3rd game to try and do this. If it's Mitchell Stark or Pat Cummins with the experience they have, you can probably understand going down this path, but it's a bit like lambs to the slaughter at the moment.
Vidler again, a short delivery over the head of McAndrew, who's ducking down underneath, but given us a wide, it might have been close. So Labuschagne the strength on the leg side field even more. So we've got a deepish square leg, And Labuschagne, who's three-quarters of the way back, is virtually in front of McDermott. Vidler might think about coming around the wicket here. So he's going to go proper short ball theory with a short leg in as well. This one's a bit shorter down the leg side. McAndrew rather misses out. He tries to steer it down to fine leg for a single. What a useful innings this has been from Nathan McAndrew. 30 of 38.
He's got a habit of doing this, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He really does find some handy runs for him. He's such a good bowler and an important part of the team. And this part of his game, his batting, has improved over the last couple of years to the extent where you can almost rely on him to get 10, 15, probably as importantly, be part of a partnership and support the batsman that's in at the other end.
Vidler. Short ball, and McAndrew pulls away into the onside. Out towards deep square for just a single. The key thing, Tim, is I think that South Australia seem quite content. They're not being hurried by the shorter ball. They're not bothered by it.
No, well, as I mentioned, it's 63 overs old as well.
Yeah.
You know, it's probably almost a tennis ball now, comparatively.
Yeah.
So it's the kid's running in and trying his hardest, but the conditions are as good as they're going to be to bat. The wicket's flat, the ball's soft. You've got two blokes who are in on 80 and 30. That's a tough call. You know, at some stages it might be just time to say, you know, we just have to try and lock this down for a while now. Let's have an hour where we can just make it hard for them to score. Try and bowl a good length at the stumps and maybe attack them that way. You can't get an LBW or bowled this way.
Vidler in again. It's short over the head of Lehman. Again, umpire's happy it's not a wide.
The only way they're getting a dismissal really is the batsman makes a pretty poor error in taking on one of these short ones that's too wide or too short. Now, if it's a fast, bouncy wicket and you can bowl it a bit fuller where they don't have the time to see the length and get under it quite easily, I understand, but Vidler's having to bang these into the wicket well before halfway.
Yeah.
And it's almost blooping through to the keeper. It's not like it's raising and bouncing and rising through throat height.
Vidler. Again, it's shorter and it's just turned around the corner by Lehman, all along the ground. Down to fine leg. Not quite desperate straights from Queensland, but it's getting to that point because they know that the lead now 137.
147.
147, beg your pardon. I did it the wrong way around.
Yeah, add 5. Add 5 and take off 100.
They feel that one more wicket and it might go bang bang. The numbers 10 and 11, but to be honest, they've not looked like taking an 8th wicket for a while.
It's an interesting theory, isn't it? Because you've got number 9 in at the moment. They had quite good success to the top order, bowling a really good length, keeping the stumps in play, using their catches behind the wicket. All of a sudden, number 9's shown with a couple of scores and a couple of boundaries and they've gone to this full-on short pitch bowling and thing, which really, as I say, in my mind, it takes away two ways you can get him out. You can't get him out LBW or bowled if you're bouncing it over his head. And you really are relying on a terrible decision and a poor execution of the batsman to help you get a wicket here, whereas they're just ducking the good ones and can score off the not-so-good ones. And a big responsibility here on Swepson to try and keep this end at least under control rather than going at the 6.5 and over that he is at the moment.
Swepson into Lehman, who's on the back foot and finding a gap. And finding more runs here. He's pushed for the first one quickly and thinking about a second. But it's well gathered by Lovell. Keeps him down to 1. Runs are flowing off Swepson. And that is an issue for Marnus Labuschagne to deal with. Only 1 wicket for Queensland so far this morning, that of Ben Manenti.
85 so far this morning.
Yeah.
So they've scored quickly. We're only 10-15 minutes past drink, so it's a fair way to go on the session as well.
Swepson to McAndrew, who's on the back foot and clipping it into the onside, and again runs are coming easily. Just out to deep mid-wicket. One more added to the total, 7 for 244. Plenty of the school children in today. You can hear them away to our right-hand side, getting right behind. I assume they're not shouting to Queensland. I think that would be a turn.
We'll send them home if they are.
If you don't shout for South Australia, go back to school. Here's Swepson in again, and Lehman tries an expansive drive. Gets a thick inside edge and will pick up a single.
Not only are you going back to school today, but you've got detention on Saturday as well if you're barracking for Queensland. There's no half measures here.
They're enjoying their day.
They are.
always remember as a kid, in my case, turning up to county cricket and watching at that kind of age, and it just always stays with you, you know. Always remember. Swepson drops a little bit short, and McAndrew defends. In my day, watching county cricket, Alan Border and Mark Waugh were playing for the team I watched, and Graham Gooch as well. So
Essex?
It was Essex, yeah. Some very, very good players back in the day. Swepson in again. That's tricking him on the pad. There's an appeal for LBW, and it's a very strong appeal from Swepson and Pearson and Kawaja behind the stumps. But the umpire is resolute. Donovan Koch, he says not out. Swepson looked convinced.
He was very animated, wasn't he? It'll be interesting to see where this pitches. It's wide on the crease. It's pitched in line. Oh,
that's out.
It's close. Yeah. Yes, even if I am biased, that's close.
Here's Swepson bowling to McAndrew. Defends out in the offside, and there's no run. I mean, if you didn't get a little inside edge on that.
And there's the example, isn't it? You know, all of a sudden the stumps are in play.
Yeah.
You know, one does something that the batsman doesn't expect. It doesn't have to spin big. That one almost slid straight on. But when you're bowling sweep shots, when you're bowling cut shots, when you're bowling bounces, you're taking away two opportunities to get the batsman out, and they need to get wickets. So it's something they need to consider. I'll leave it with you, mate, to roll through with Carl Hooper.
I'll look forward to that. Thanks, Tim. Tim Nielsen leaving us on grandstand cricket. Just watching a second replay of that LBW decision. It's possible there was a little thinner inside edge on it. Let's give the umpire the benefit of the doubt, because if it wasn't, he was absolutely salmon. But he survives. There's McAndrew. He has 32. Lehman 84. The lead 150 at 7 for 245 in the 24-25 Sheffield Shield final. Callum Vidler's spell has come to an end. Whether we'll see the short stuff continue, we wait to see. Steckety has ball in hand. And the ball to Lehman on 84, who's looking to tuck this down the leg side. Doesn't make contact, and Pearson gathers. Carl Hooper, good afternoon. Come back with fan in hand.
Hey, good afternoon. What a good little partnership this.
Yeah, it really is. It's taking it from 7 for 184. So they've added 61. At good pace as well.
Yeah, can they take it to lunch? And
just over half an hour or so to go before lunch. And Lehman on strike to Steckety. Short ball turn around the corner. Out towards one of three fielders out on the leg side boundary for that shorter ball. And Lehman looks in no trouble at all. He had all the time in the world to get back and turn it around the corner, keep the ball down, and trot through for a single.
yeah, it's just a better surface. Having said that, we've got an older ball now. We're in over number some 64 have gone. So soft to seam. Obviously the preparation moisture slowly drying out. It's better surface to bat on now. Lehman taking full toil of that. He's on 85, and McAndrew has flown to 32.
A terrific partnership. And Labuschagne is trying all sorts here. McAndrew on strike. They're now back to 2 slips and a gully, so it looks as though the short stuff will end. They've decided it's not going to work. And here's Steckety into McAndrew. Full-length delivery outside the off stump, which is left alone by the batsman, and through it goes to Pearson, and there's no run. 7 for 246 if you're just joining us on grandstand cricket across Australia. The lead 151.
Yeah, that lead building nicely. You'd like another, I suppose from a South Australian point of view, get another 50 or 75 on top of that lead of 200, 225.
Steckety to McAndrew again. Good delivery, but left alone wide of the off stump by McAndrew. And through to Pearson, there's no run.
And there's no reason why they can't. McAndrew has shown us that he can play. It's an all-rounder. And then Doggett is no mug with the bat. And then Buckingham. The key man there will be Lehman. What he's done well this morning is taking every opportunity that presented to him to score.
Yeah, it's been a fine knock from Lehman, really has. Steckity into McAndrew. Gets a bit fortunate here as he comes down on the ball coming forward, and it finds the outside part of the bat and dribbles away down towards fine third man. Clayton's after it, and I think he's just about prevented the ball from hitting the rope. And the batters have got through for 3. So 3 more added to the McAndrew total to take him on to 35. And South Australia on to 249. It's good work by Clayton. Just watching a replay. He's at full stretch with his left hand outstretched to prevent the ball going for 4. Ball stopped in the end about a foot or so inside the rope. Umpires look at the big screen. I think they're happy. There's a third umpire. We'll check these things. I think they're happy that it didn't cross the rope. Seeing another replay here. Clayton with a floppy hat on. Ball heading towards the rope. Just puts his hand down. For my money, just inside the rope. And keeps him to 3 rather than 4. Well, it's not my decision. It's that of the third umpire, who's Phil Gillespie.
Yeah, good work. Look as if he just managed to pull it back.
Just waiting for that communication. They're going to look at another angle. From the other side. Is his hand in contact with the rope and the ball at the same time? And that's what they're going to have to decide. Third umpire Phil Gillespie has watched it a few times. Cameras on the umpire. Now he's given us 4.
4, yeah.
It was that second angle, because you couldn't see from the first angle that his hand had made contact with the rope, but from the different angle, you definitely could. So 250 up for South Australia. The lead 155. Doesn't take away, but it was a very good effort from Jack Clayton. And Steckity in again to McAndrew, who's leaving alone outside the off stump. And that'll complete the over. 7 for 250, the lead 155. Queensland all out yesterday for 95 in a session and a half.
It certainly looks a different surface this morning. Yesterday we saw some lateral movement all day. But this morning it's been, would you say, batter friendly?
Yeah. I think so. I think right from, we were on very early in the first 15 minutes or so this morning. And even, I mentioned on air, but even if they weren't picking up runs, South Australia, timing the ball to fielders really nicely. Something we didn't necessarily see all the time yesterday.
Probably can count the number of times this morning. In fact, I don't think we've seen any plays and misses this morning.
No.
Had quite a few yesterday.
And the only wicket at fall, that of Menenti. It was Swepson's first ball, which was a half-tracker. But Menenti could have hit anywhere. And probably thought as it left his bat, he picked up 4 to go to 50. But it was a stunning catch from McDermott at mid-wicket. Above his head, to his right, to reel it in. I don't think Menenti could quite believe it. But it has been the only wicket of the morning so far. Wildermuth back into the attack. The first time today. 5 overs, 1 for 28 for him yesterday. Got rid of Conor McInerney down the leg side for 38. And he's bowling today from the Port Road end of the ground.
Yeah, replacing Swepson. As much as he picked up the lone wicket this morning, maybe just probably leaked a little bit more than Labuschagne would have liked. Travelling at some, I think he bowled 6 overs for 42.
Yeah, couldn't continue with that for too long, Labuschagne, as Wildermuth is in again on the back foot. It's a nice shot from Lehman, that finds only cover, and there's no run.
In the previous over, had a very close shout against McAndrew. That looked good, but the umpire ruled it not out.
Yeah. just showing the replay on the TV here. There's Wildermuth around the wicket, and Lehman defends. And there's no run. Back to the bowler.
We've seen the quick style. They're all coming around the wicket to Lehman. We all know he's very strong, square the wicket. Anything with a bit of width and a bit of length, he's pouncing it and really has belted it through point, behind point, in front of point, through cover. So they're all bowling around the wicket now, trying to take his arms away. Straight at the stump, bowling straight at the stump.
Wildermuth in again, and there's a bit of room there for Lehman to hit it away through the offside. Lovell's after it, but despite his best efforts, the ball is timed to perfection, and it's crashed through the offside for another boundary for Lehman. He moves on to 89, and South Australia 7 for 254.
Yeah, just as I was making that point, but then bowling around the wicket, trying to bowl straight at the stump to take away his arms. A little bit of room given, and again, cut behind point for 4.
Here's Wildermuth. And again, he pitches this one a bit further up, and forward comes Lehman. Just straightened up a little bit by that. Squeezes out on the offside to Labuschagne at cover.
Yeah, hallmark of Lehman's play this today has been his driving and his cutting. He's played a couple of beautiful drives through extra cover. One off disruption that was exquisite.
Down to one slip behind him, Anna Gully. Kawaja and Nisa. Wildermuth into Lehman, who defends out in the offside. And there is no run. Ahead of another good over for South Australia. 7 for 254. The lead is 159. And this partnership has taken South Australia from 7 for 184. So he's added 70 so far. Great credit to the two players, but also an indication of how the pitch is playing now on another very warm Adelaide afternoon.
Yeah, I think you're beginning to see the true nature of this surface. It's a fantastic wicket to bat on. So South Australia in the second dig, when they've got the new ball in hand, their work will be cut out. Got to make sure they make that new ball count.
There's Steketee in to McAndrew, who has all the time in the world to rock onto the back foot. Picks out cover.
Looks so much easier now.
Oh, this is what I expected yesterday, to be honest. It was yesterday that was the outlier for me.
Yeah, I thought that it would flatten out much sooner, somewhere between lunch and tea. What we saw all day yesterday, there was a little bit of movement, but this morning it's been totally different. It's flat as a road now.
Steketee into McAndrew, flicked away off his pads down to fine leg, and he'll pick up one and move to 37. It shows as well that if you're South Australia, the lead is 160 now, but you want to keep going.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're only in the second day. You know, this is the first session. And as much as it's flat as a road, I still think there'll be a result. There's too much time left in the game. I think Queensland will continue to push on. They'll look for wickets, and when they're bad, they will be positive to set up a game.
But if I said to you Queensland would get 400 in their second innings, it wouldn't be a surprise given what we've seen this morning.
No, it wouldn't be. I mean, it's not going to be. I don't think it'll be as easy as it was in the first innings.
No. Steketee around the wicket to Lehman, who's carving this through the offside. Not short, but not pitched up. And Lehman has laced it through backward point for 4. And he moves into the 90s.
Yeah, you just can't give him no width at all. I mean, it wasn't short, sort of good length, but he just had width. Threw his hands at it, and it's better way behind point again for 4.
Shot of a man in complete control of his game. So nicely done.
7 away from his 3rd consecutive 100.
Steketee's on his way, but again, there are people walking behind the sight screen. I think, in fairness, they're out of the ground as well. So there's a sight screen, then there's a path, a couple of trees, another path, all of which are inside the ground. Then there's a fence, and people are walking behind in the park behind. I don't think you can complain too much at that. That's annoying, but understandable in many ways. Steckity around the wicket into Lehmann again, who's defending into the onside and calling late, but calling through for a single. Shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Lehmann is home, and the ball doesn't cannon into the stumps anyway. Lehmann took a long time to call. McAndrew was back on his heels, but I think in the end they were both home comfortably.
Yeah, McAndrew was just a bit slow to respond. Still plenty of time to get up and mouth the ring. Made his ground pretty easily.
One more added to the total. Again, we have movement behind the bowler's arm. Potentially outside the ground, as I say. 7 for 260. They lead 165. Here's Steckity into McAndrew. Full-length delivery down the leg side, which McAndrew can't get bat on. And it's through to Pearson, and there's no run. Umpire Nagaiski does not look a happy chappy. Hands on hips as he's turning round, looking beyond the sight screen. He's a bit flustered in the heat, and by events of which he has no control over. Here's Steckity into McAndrews, solidly defending, bat and pad close together. That is the end of the over. So 7 for 260. The lead 165. We're going to have a change up here, and Aaron Bryans will guide you through to lunch.
This is the 2025 Sheffield Shield Final. South Australia versus Queensland. Live from Karen Rolton Oval.
A great morning for South Australia. Aaron Bryans, Carl Hooper with you on ABC Sport. SA 7 for 260 as their lead continues to grow at 255. Carl? 155, I should say. Gave them an extra 100 runs there. And we close in on a historic moment for a great South Australian name. Lehmann's on 34. Wildermuth bowls to him. Thick edge as he looks to cut through point, and it glides along the carpet down to the ropes for 4 at third man. Lehmann moves to 98. South Australia 7 for 264.
Yeah, this one a bit streaky. He's played that shot so well this morning. This time, this flow off a thick outside edge. It's only one slip there in a gully, and it split the two perfectly down to third man for a boundary. He certainly played well this morning.
159 South Australia's lead.
Yeah, Lehmann 2 away from be a well-played 100. And to do it in the final is it's really good.
Wildermuth in from the northern end to Lehmann on 98. Turns it through square leg. Fielder will chase across from mid-wicket. Ensure it's just the single. Lehmann moves to 99 off 131. South Australia 7 for 265.
Yeah, I reckon Jake Lehmann's probably scored. Well, we know he certainly scored in the last 2 Shield games, 200s. I think prior to that, we had him in a second team game against Vicks right here. He scored another 100. So this will be probably his, if he's to get this 100 here, probably his 4th 100 in maybe 6 or 7 hits.
McAndrew on strike at the moment on 37, ticking along nicely at the lower end of South Australia's order. Wildermuth in to him, it's full. Plays it into the leg side, trickles its way to mid-wicket, and fielded by Labuschagne. 7 for 265. Good crowd in attendance today. We had over 2,000 yesterday, Carl. And that was a Wednesday. This Thursday still seems to be turning up. So, again, South Australia delivering. Wildermuth in. McAndrew leans into a straight delivery, defends back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, that's a better length. I think we saw Vilda from this end. Probably bowled a tad too short, and especially the Lehman was punished. A little bit of width on offer to Lehman, and he made him pay. But that's a better length from Wildermuth. You've got to bring them forward here, because this is now a good surface to bat on.
McAndrew slipping a gully in place, bowling Wildermuth across the off stump and played straight to cover, quickly fielded, darting across his Clayton in the wide brim cap. McAndrew remains on 37, South Australia with a lead of 160. On the text line, Dunny, the oyster farmer from Port Lincoln, says, loving the coverage, keep up the good work. Been travelling through the regions in a while, Carl?
Yep. Had a few trips away with the second team this year.
Wildermuth to McAndrew, pulls through square leg off a shorter delivery. Fielder waiting forward of square. They'll take two. McAndrew moves to 39. South Australia 7 for 267. Their lead continues to climb.
Yeah, I've been away a little bit with the second team. A couple of good trips, good cricket. Last one being in Sydney against New South Wales a few days ago.
162 run lead for South Australia. Anything on your bucket list you haven't hit through South Australia? I feel like it's so deep. There's consistently spots to find.
Well, there's some of the other...
You done Kangaroo Island?
No, I haven't. No.
Just a bit of a discussion here maybe over the quality of the ball, Carl. Marnus Labuschagne having a chat with the umpire. I think he's going to put himself in here, the skipper. Marnus Labuschagne's going to have a bowl once again at Karen Rolton Oval.
Yeah, with 9 minutes to lunch, maybe everything he can draw false shots. He's picked up a couple of wickets bowling, it's still medium pace, but you know, this is such a good wicket now. Make sure he gets it right, because in the mood that Lehman has been in, anything, a trifle off, any opportunity that has been presented to him to score, he seized it.
Marnus Labuschagne directing traffic. No slips in place. Instead, we'll have a deep third and a long leg. Backwards square leg and deep mid-wicket, and a deep point as well. Labuschagne's not overly happy with it, so the deep backward square will move across closer to long leg. Mid-on is open at the moment. Marnus Labuschagne, none for 18 of his 4 overs. Lehman's on 98. Labuschagne away from the southern end, short, kept low on the bouncer, and Lehman's happy to duck underneath.
Yeah, I was about to say, with the feel that he's got, it looks as if it's going to be a short ball ploy. Even the mid-on, normally for in an orthodox mid-on, he's about 5 or 10, maybe 15 yards to his left. Even he's bringing the man from mid-off now is coming across the mid-on. So this is definitely going to be a short ball ploy.
The leg side is packed with fielders. Lehman on 98. Labuschagne right arm over the wicket. Short again. Lehman's happy to leave it. 7 for 267, a lead of 162 for South Australia. Lehman edging ever closer to his 14th first-class century. Labuschagne away from the southern end. Lehman on 98. Thought about ducking, didn't commit, and had to tuck the bat across his helmet for an attempted pull shot that trickles to square leg. Caught in 2 minds, Jake Lehman. No run there. Labuschagne might have had him full.
I just want to be clear with his decision making. If it's there for the shot, he's got to play it. Just make sure you execute it properly. But I don't think he wants to be second-guessing himself. He's got to be cognizant of the fact it's 5 minutes to lunch.
Loaded leg side. Labuschagne bowls to Lehman, cuts through cover, and the crowd at Karen Rolton Oval will rise as they run for 2. Jake Lehman, 100 in the Sheffield Shield final. This great South Australian family adds another tremendous highlight to its prolific portfolio. Lehman delivers in the One Day Cup final and backs it up in the Sheffield Shield decider. 100 off 135. Jake Lehman steering South Australia to a drought-breaking title. 7 for 269. Their lead grows to 164.
That's just a fantastic knock. Came to the crease when South Australia was in all sorts of trouble. And again, that's his third consecutive 100. He's just played beautifully.
14 first-class centuries for Jake Lehman. Labuschagne bowls to him, squared up and tucked into the leg side, no run.
Well, that 100 was for Jake. He's got to get now as many as he can now for the team. A few minutes before lunch, he wants to make sure he gets to lunch and then come out after lunch and keep building that lead.
Labuschagne away from the southern end to Lehman on 100. Defends back to the bowler, no run. You do wonder, at the end of the 69th over, with South Australia leading by 164, if at 2 a.m. over in Northamptonshire, Darren Buff Lehman is listening or watching along to his son make a century on the Australian domestic biggest stage. Shout out to you, Buff, if you are. Hope you're going well over there, keeping warm.
Yeah, 2,000.
But how good that the leading run scorer all time in the comp, his son, has followed up with some tremendous highlights of his own.
But I'm sure of the 1400s that he's got now, that he now has, this one probably would be the most cherished one in a Shield final.
Wildermuth to continue from the northern end. Now bowling to McAndrew. Plays it towards mid-wicket, no run. He's on 39 at the moment, Nathan McAndrew, batting deep in the lineup.
Yet Wildermuth's length has been good. He's probably bowled, of all the seamers, he's probably bowled a fuller length. Challenging the pads, keeping the stumps in play. Needs to be very patient now.
Slipping a gully in place. Wildermuth bowling to McAndrew from the northern end. Stepping back. McAndrew thought about a shot and a late leave as he shoulders arms through to Pearson.
Yeah, again, nice length.
Great shout from my producer, Adam Jones. Jake Lehman outscoring the entire Queensland side in this innings. Wonder how many times that's happened in a Shield final. Jack Wildermuth, 1 for 38 so far. Bowls to McAndrew, edge taken at first slip. Good hands from Usman Khawaja. Drops down to a knee on the right and plucks it to take the 8th wicket of the South Australian innings. Nathan McAndrew out for 39. South Australia, 8 for 269.
Well, you can see it. I mean, the length that he's been bowling has been good. Been building a fuller length. Drawing the air from McAndrews, inducing the edge, and Khawaja taking a nice low catch, moving to his right. Handy little partnership there. But again, South Australia losing a wicket when just look at that partnership is going to blossom into something really significant. But even more critically, 2 minutes before lunch, not the ideal time to bring Doggett to the crease.
85-run partnership coming to an end, and Brendan Doggett, as Carl Hooper just mentioned now, has to carry the load before the first break of the day. Lehman's on 100 alongside him, 8 for 269. Coming up at the lunch break, we're going to hear from the Saka CEO, Charlie Hodgson, as well. Here on day 2 at Karen Rolton Oval, they've gone all out for this final after pushing so hard for it to be at Adelaide Oval and ultimately returning back towards their more suburban base. There's been a good crowd, great facilities as well for this midweek fixture. I know the Saka staff are hopeful, Carl, that it'll make its way to the weekend.
I think it will.
You think you'll get to Saturday?
I think so.
Wildermuth bowling to Doggett. First ball of his innings leaves through to Pearson, no run.
Yeah, I think what Wildermuth has shown us here is the blueprint as to the length that you must bowl come the third and the fourth innings. I don't think it's the sort of surface now where you can back pitch the ball, and you want to mix your length up. Of course, be aggressive with your short balls, but you've got to be a fuller length challenging that top of off stump, as we say.
Wildermuth to Doggett, yet to get off the mark. Edges taken at second slip. Back-to-back wickets for Jack Wildermuth in the over. McDermott takes the catch. Wildermuth gets 3 in the innings. South Australia 9 down, heading towards lunch. 9 for 269, and Doggett departs for a 2-ball duck.
Yeah, good execution, a beautiful line, good length, bringing him forward. Doggett probably could have left it, but Wildermuth on this occasion, too good for him. Dockett's gone for 0.
So the flip's caught and clean in this over. And Jack Wildermuth starting to fire the right arm quick. Dual Shield winning player for Queensland. He's got 3 for 38 across his 8 overs this innings. Jordan Buckingham, the last man standing, comes out alongside Jake Lehmann on a ton as South Australia continue towards lunch with a lead of 164. As we continue on, that will delay our lunch break. Get to Charlie eventually, I imagine, but plenty more cricket to happen here at Karen Rolton Oval. Dermott's had a good day as well, Carl, on the slips. A good couple of days, I should say.
The catcher, we've seen some good catching this morning. The one at mid-wicket to get rid of Manenti was a screamer. And those 2 nicks to the slip, one to Khawaja.
Voice of former West Indian skipper Carl Hooper. Jason Gillespie, Tim Nielsen, part of our coverage as well on ABC Sport. Will be here for however long this Shield final goes across the next few days. You can hear it all through the cricket button on the ABC Listen app once the winter codes get going. See the AFL and NRL tonight. Wildermuth to Buckingham. First ball of his innings. Pushes it towards cover. No run off a good length. 9 for 269. Wicket maiden. Dual wicket maiden for Jack Wildermuth as he picks up both wickets of Ben Doggett.
Well, Ryan Harris will be, I'm sure, watching very closely. That was the perfect over from Wildermuth. That's the line, that's the length that you want to bowl.
Rule eye on the text line 0467 920 222. That a couple of overs ago when Jake Lehmann raised the bat here at Karen Rolton Oval, says, "You beauty. Well played, baby Boof. I wonder if his left-handedness is nature or nurture." The answer is probably who cares. He's been heaps good for SA on the big stage. He's been very good, Jake Lehmann, particularly this season. Idler getting another crack from the southern end. The young 19-year-old. Those slips are very deep field. Infield's left open. Jake Lehmann's on 100. Everybody's on the rope. Vidler bowling to the left arm, and Lehmann swats it down towards long off, and the fielder will cut across. Labuschagne collecting, and they'll take no runs. Lehmann's happy to hold the strike.
Yeah, and while Valder's been very good yesterday, just probably guilty of bowling a bit too short today. He's a young man with a lot of promise. I think he would have seen what has happened at the far end, the length he needs to bowl today. And the line, let's see if he makes those adjustments.
Vidler to Lehmann. Tucks the bat off across the off stump. Bit of a noise as he crunched it into the wicket. Umpire on moves as it goes through to Pearson, and a faint shout from Vidler. All of his teammates were too deep to know if it was a chance or not.
Yeah, probably his bat hitting the ground. The appeal didn't look too convincing.
Deep fielders at cow corner, mid-wicket, square leg, long leg, third, backward point, cover, and a wide-ish long off. So the infield totally open as we close towards lunch. 1 wicket to go for Queensland, South Australia, 9 for 269. Vidler to Lehmann, pulls a shorter delivery, good connection but no power, waiting at backward square. It is fielded comfortably in the deep.
Yeah, with the field well spread now, Lehman's job will be to try and farm the strike as much as possible. If you can't get a boundary early in the over, he'll be looking to probably try and get a single off the 4th or the 5th ball. So you'd expect Maris to respond and bring the field in to try and cut that single come the 5th ball, at least the 5th ball.
Vidler away from the southern end. Lehman defends, trickling into the offside. So unless it's a boundary, he's happy to stand his guard right now. Century coming from 135 balls, and he continues to tick along at that total. The lead 164 for South Australia. What would Queensland need, Carl, in response to try and make a game of this?
Oh, you don't think in excess of 400 rounds would be ideal. I mean, the lead now is what, 150 plus. So you'll want to be thinking, you'd have to want to be, you know, setting South Australia in excess of 250 in the fourth innings, and hopefully somebody like the leggy disruption can come into his game. There's a little bit more turn. He's got 3 left-handers to bowl to.
Labuschagne's pulled the trigger with 2 balls to go. Field comes in front of the batsman. Lehman pulls down towards long leg, though, off a short delivery from Vidler, and no run again. So now he'll look for that single to get off strike at the end of the 71st, and Labuschagne has brought nearly everyone in. There's a bit of confusion about the leg side fielders on the rope, and eventually they will march towards the infield. So only the long leg left in place. Everybody else in a ring field around Jake Lehman.
Thought he would have taken a single off that ball and give Buckingham Justice the last delivery to face.
Did have the chance to trickle to long leg, but Lehman's going to roll the dice on this final ball of the 71st. SA 9 down, lead 164 if you're just joining us on ABC Sport. 0467 920 222 is the text line. We'll hear from Charlie Hodgson at the lunch break, whenever that may be. Hopefully he's not standing in the sun too long. I'm sure he's relishing what has been a brilliant couple of days here at Karen Moulton Oval. Vidler marches away from the southern end. Lehman's on 100, needs to get off the strike. Turns it down towards long leg, off a fuller delivery, and will get the single he's after. 101, he retains the strike. South Australia 9 for 270 at the end of the 71st over, and Jordan Buckingham is safe for another while to come. We'll have an expert change on ABC Sport as well. So Carl Hooper, the West Indian skipper, making way for the former Australian coach Tim Nielsen here on ABC Sport. Carl's keeping cool with his fan as well, looking after himself after a very warm couple of days. I'm sure Tim's doing the same out the back as well. Good to see you, Tim, and what a knock it is from Jake Lehman. We spoke a fair bit about him in the morning and your relationship with the young man.
How great. How good. Yeah,
a great way to cap off the season.
So good to see him get a personal milestone like that, but probably most importantly in his mind, he's put his team in a position now that's so strong, and it's great to score runs. There's not a lot of... It's kind of bittersweet if you're scoring runs and your team's not going well, but to score runs and have your team in such a strong position, it's just fantastic for him. So just, yeah, I was out the back. Chad Sayers is doing some work here as well, and we're both just watching, and I just got a little bit of emotion for him. So it's just awesome. Yeah.
Wildermuth from the northern end. A guiding shot backward a point, trickles down wide of third. Kouanch is waiting on the rope. A very deep field again, and Lehman happy to hold fire on any sort of run scoring, unless it is a boundary. Buckingham at the other end. SA 9 down, lead 165. It's a good place to be.
175.
175?
Add 5 on and then take 100 off of their score.
Oh, jeez.
I think I've told the boys that 3 times. It's not that difficult, is it? No.
I was nailing it.
Yes. Just yell out if you need a hand. Okay, I'll ride you through the lead. You blokes keep calling the ball by ball.
Now, interestingly, a clubbing shot from Lehman here, who thought about potentially taking 2, got halfway down the track and Buckingham wasn't convinced and sent him back. So no runs. 9 for 270. I'm just going to leave it to you, Tim. You do...
A lead of 175.
You do all the heavy lifting. Lead of 175.
Yep, they made 95, so it's 5 to 100, then another 100 to 200, and then 70 to 270, so it's 175. Yeah.
Thank you, Tim.
No problems. Yeah.
We'll send you an extra feed.
It's probably a long-winded way of trying to work it out, but it's how my simple brain works.
Better write the formula out. Wildermuth bowls. Lehman looked to pull and caught a bottom edge that bounces up and down back towards Wildermuth. No run. I've been doing the total opposite. I've been taking 105 off the total. Apologies to all of our listeners. We're creeping along.
Whichever way you paint it, it's a good, strong lead. 175. Jake's 100 not out, 101 not out. Scored at a good clip too, hasn't he? Without really taking risk. His strike rate's at 70, basically. And his partnership with McAndrew was telling. It was a really important little period there, and they were able to guide the lead to a pretty strong position.
3 to come in the over. Wildermuth to Lehman. Cover drive. There is runs on offer, and he's going to take the single as it's fielded on the rope by Clayton in the deep. So Buckingham is on strike with 2 to go in the over, and the field immediately races in. There was no hesitation there. This is their opportunity to finally get some food and head to lunch if they can knock off Jordan Buckingham here.
Without wanting to say, we told you so as well. Funnily enough, Jack Wildermuth has pitched the ball up, kept the stumps in play, and all of a sudden we've got a couple of nicks that have gone to slip. I reckon they've made a couple of tactical errors, Queensland, today, in that they've gone too quickly to really kind of extreme ways of trying to get a wicket, rather than just thinking that if they could just block it up for a while and keep the run scoring down and bowl enough balls in a good area, keep the bold and LBW kind of dismissals in play. People have to hit it, and all of a sudden if you make a mistake, it's a nick potentially. So
Wildermuth into Buckingham, defends back to the bowler, no run. Second ball face for Jordan Buckingham. Queensland look to close out this South Australian innings. The lead 176. 3 slips in place, Anna Gully as well. Wildermuth's got 3 for the match so far, 2 of those today.
Yeah, you got the sneaky leg side strangle of Connor McInerney, didn't you, with the short one that he gloved through to Pearson yesterday, and then 2 in the 1 over today.
Wildermuth to Buckingham, again defends back to the bowler, no run, and Lehman will return to the strike at the start of the 73rd. South Australia 9 for 271. Buckingham yet to get off the mark from 3 deliveries, and Lehman 102 off 147. If you are just joining us so far today, after South Australia started at 6 for 158, Jake Lehman reached his 50 off 78 deliveries before Ben Menenti departed on 47. Caught by Ben McDermott at second slip off the bowling of Mark Steckety. South Australia 7 for 184 at that stage. Lehman would then reach his century, his 14th first-class ton off 135 runs. Nathan McAndrew falling after that. Caught at first slip, Bozeman Khawaja on 39, and then Brendan Dogger, the 2-ball duck. South Australia 9 for 264 at that stage, and they've moved along to 9 for 271. Stickety returning. Surprisingly, wicketless so far in the Sheffield Shield final, Tim. None for 51 off 16 overs.
Yeah, both he and Nestor have had to do some real grunt work, haven't they, at different times, and Stekkety's been asked to bowl some pretty important overs. They haven't really bowled Swepson much. I should have just had a quick look at the scorecard then, but I don't think he may have bowled 7 or 8 overs. So in the 80 overs they've bowled, they've had to get some extra ones out of Vidler. And noticeably, has Nessa bowled today? I don't reckon he has. Maybe one spell.
I saw him, yeah. Steckety to Lehman, 102. Thick edge may have actually hit him on the knee, and he's very proppy. He's gone for a little walk through square leg, Jake Lehman. He's very sorry for himself after that one. Might have just caught him flush on the knee. Let's have a look at the replay. Steckety swinging it in.
Oh, the back
and
knee. His pad was kind of in the wrong spot and right on the top of the knee bone. Yes.
His leg was bent and there was a bit of a gap there. Ooh, that's a rough one. Right at the top. He's hobbling his way back towards the strike.
Once again, the old back leg thigh pad hasn't really helped much, has it?
Nice has had 4 overs today, Tim.
4 today, has he? Yes, okay.
Thought I saw a little cameo. But was managed a lot through yesterday, so I'm not sure if there's something on there. Steckety bowls to Lehman, drops low looking to slice. And rolls down towards third man. Fielded in the deep, close towards Port Road. No run, 9 for 271, South Australia. Lehman's on 102. Hopefully lunch is keeping cool. Jonesy sitting in the warm shipping containers down at the southern end. If you are in attendance, feel free to come by and give us a wave. Steckity away towards Lehman on 102. Drops slow, guides it through cover point. Fielders converging in the deep. And Lehman opts against the single. Still another 3 deliveries to come in this over.
It seems like the fourth ball's the one that he's happy to take the run off if he can. Trying to hit a boundary in those first 4, and then if the opportunity is there for a single on the 5th or the 6th ball, he's showing enough confidence in Jordan Buckingham to get through 2 of the over, and then obviously he retains the strike in the next over for the majority of the over.
Might be Labuschagne pulling the trigger a little early here.
Yeah, he's just pulled him in here, so maybe it's a boundary opportunity for Jake, and
again
locked up the offside, haven't they? There's only 3 on the leg. No, there's 4 on the leg side, so it's a 5-4 field, ring field with a short third man, backward point, forward point, cover and mid off.
Long leg, the only deep fielder.
Yeah, mid on. The captain Marnus Labuschagne at mid on, mid wicket and forward square with a fine leg. So very much a ring field, trying to keep Jake Lehman on strike and get 6 cracks at Jordan Buckingham from the other end.
Shout out to Jamie on the text line. It's been a constant theme over the last 2 days, Tim. Says, hey team, loving the call from Parramatta, New South Wales. Loving that Queensland's getting flogged. Good state rivalry going on there. Steckity bowls, clubbing shot from Lehman, who gets underneath, lifting it down towards point, and back with the flight it's taken. Excellent catch from McDermott, who's been here, there and everywhere from the slips Gordon to the outfield. McDermott wraps up South Australia's innings, all out for 271 and a lead of 176 after dismissing Queensland for 95. Lehman finishes unbeaten. Lehman finishes out on 102, caught by McDermott off the bowling of Steckity. And it is the 12th man rather, who finishes unbeaten at the other end for South Australia. And poor old Jordan Buckingham. So we do get lunch here at Karen Rolton Oval, and Jake Lehman gets a standing ovation on his way off the ground. His 14th first-class century comes on a big day at Karen Rolton Oval, putting South Australia in the dominant position heading into lunch on day 2. A lead of 176. Lehman out for 102 off 151 deliveries. Tim Nielsen, what'd you make of that session?
I think it was South Australian session all the way. We talked at the start of the day about the game. Certainly it was in South Australia's favour when they had a lead of 65 or so, I think it was overnight. 63, but we really felt as though that first half an hour, 45 minutes was going to be critical for either side to put a stamp on the game and potentially move it in their favour in a significant way. Menenti and Lehman were able to do that. They had an excellent partnership in the end. Their partnership was 72 off about 20 overs. So for the first time we had a partnership that went over the 10 over mark, and then they were able to make it, I suppose in the run of this game, a significant one. And then the next partnership again was about 85 between McAndrew and Lehman as well. So those last 2 or 3 wickets where they put on 100, and I think at one stage they were 6 for 112, 7 for 184 when Menenti got out. So to get another 90 runs with Jake doing the majority of that work was a fantastic effort. And with a lead of, 271 plus 5 minus 100 of 176, South Australia, I think, could be feeling really good about the position they're in. Queensland, they need to bat for their lives now, don't they? It's a position where they need to bat long, they need to bat big. Time's not an issue for them. They've got plenty of time left in the game. There's 3 days and 2 sessions, so there's by rights 90, 180, 270, let's say 350, 320 overs left in the game, which is almost a full Shield game. So there is plenty to fight for Queensland. Again, for them, I think the first 20 overs will be critical. It seems to be a new ball wicket now. Once the ball got a bit flat after 25, 30 overs, it became a lot more easy to bat. It became a lot more difficult for the fielding team and the bowling team to defend scoring. So if Queensland are going to give themselves any chance, they'll need their opening batters to try and get them through that initial stage and set a platform for their team to go as big as they can. And as Carl said just before, you know, a lead of somewhere around 200, 250 is probably the minimum they'll require on this wicket to have any sort of chance.
Thoughts of former Australian coach Tim Nielsen on ABC Sport. Great to have you with us, Tim, alongside Carl Hooper and Jason Gillespie here on ABC Sport. Call of the card as we wrap up the South Australian innings here in response to Queensland. All out for 95. SA 10, all out for 271, a lead of 176. They did start play on day 2 at 6 for 158 with Lehmann on 42 and Manenti on 36. Lehmann will reach his 50 off 78 deliveries before Manenti departed 47. Caught by Ben McDermott of the bowling of Mark Steckety, 7 for 184 at that stage. Lehmann would reach his 14th first-class century off 135 deliveries. And continued to advance despite the tail end joining him. Nathan McAndrew out for 39, caught Usman Khawaja off the bowling of Jack Wildermuth. Brendan Doggett out for a 2-ball duck, SA 9 for 269, and would add a couple more runs before heading into lunch with Jake Lehmann finally out for 102 off 151. The bowling figures for Queensland: Nisa 1 for 44 off 16, Vidler rather 4 for 64 off 18, Steckety 1 for 51 off 17, Jack Wildermuth 3 for 39 off 9, Marnus Labuschagne wicketless for 20 runs off 5. Swepson had 1 for 42 from 7, and Lovell wicketless in just his 1 over for 4 runs. Great to have your company on ABC Sport. If you want to get in touch, the text line 0467 920 222. It is the lunch break here at Karen Rolton Oval. Coming up next, we've got a very special guest, the Saka CEO, Charlie Hodgson.
The World Test Championship is coming.
He gets connection here, lifts it over the keeper, 1 bounce for 4.
Australia versus South Africa.
And he nicks it, he's got him again.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 Sheffield Shield Final, live from Karen Rolton Oval. South Australia versus Queensland.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Great to have you with us for day 2 of the Sheffield Shield Final. Both first innings wrapped up, South Australia with a lead of 176. It's a massive week for both South Australia and Queensland. The Bulls coming from last all the way to the Sheffield Shield Final with a new coach as well. South Australia have dominated the narrative, though, after 29 years without a Sheffield Shield trophy. It's been 3 decades of a little bit of misery for them. There was 5 years ago, the Heisey report, where they were labelled as having a culture of mediocrity, and since then now eyeing a domestic double after so many years in the wilderness. There's been a lot of nerves around Karen Rolton Oval, but there are a lot of punters elated with what they've seen so far. One man who's really enjoyed his cricket over the opening couple of days is the Saka CEO, Charlie Hodgson, who's been good enough to join us on ABC Sport. How are you feeling, Charlie?
Very good, thanks. It's been an enjoyable few days, a bit nerve-wracking. Still remains a bit nerve-wracking, but the team have done a great job, both on the field but also off it, to get the Karen Rolton Oval as stunning as it is, ready for a Shield final.
It looks tremendous. So the temporary grandstands on the eastern side, we've got multiple LED scoreboards as well. The pavilion is jam-packed with members. How hopeful were you of getting to the Adelaide Oval? Was this in the back of your mind, preparing Karen Rolton Oval for the possibility that it just wasn't going to get there?
Yeah, I mean, we were hopeful because it's been our home ground for 153 years, and we love it, and it's the best cricket ground in the world. But we're very lucky to have this as a second option. I mean, a shout out to the events team. They effectively built all this in about 6 days. And we had a couple of thousand people down yesterday. It was a fantastic atmosphere. We've had school kids down today. There's cricket clinics going on one of the backgrounds. There's a really nice atmosphere. So we're very lucky to have a ground like this as a second option.
It's a tremendous vibe, and for a weekday as well. I know you're hopeful of getting to the weekend, where I'm sure it'll be even more enormous. But over 2,000 in attendance yesterday, and I reckon we'll get close to that once again today. Clearly, there is a hunger for South Australian state cricket still.
There is, and it's been great to see. I mean, we've been replaying the 96 final on social media all week, and everyone in the city says that they were there. And actually, when you see the footage, you realise there were an awful lot of people there, whether it was 20,000, 30,000 when they ran on the pitch at the end. And that's kind of been folklore. So hopefully we can replicate that in some way. on the field in the next couple of days.
Tell us about that pressure of 29 years and what this means for the Saka, just to get to this moment, and then what it would actually mean if you can raise the trophy at the end of the week.
Well, in some ways, it's just a history that puts a bit of pressure on, but it's what we're here for. You know, we love being in these positions. It was great winning the One Day Cup. That was our first trophy in 13 years a few weeks ago. I suppose in some ways that may have taken the pressure off a little bit, but we know that we're defined by winning Shield games as a playing group. They're very determined to do it. A lot of these players actually have come from interstate, so they probably don't have quite the same connection. That's why it was fantastic to see Jake get his 100, because he's homegrown, and that's got an extra bit of sentiment to it with his father playing 29 years ago. But they're a very impressive bunch of players, led incredibly well by Nathan McSweeney and Ryan Harris, coach. And so we're just trying to play it down and keep working hard, because we know we've still got another couple of days of very hard work. Even though we're ahead on the scoreboard at the moment, they've got an extremely good side, Queensland, and we need to bowl well, feel well, and make sure that we keep that advantage.
How are you finding working with Rhino? I feel like this is a bit of a free hit, but it sounds like he's just a tremendous person, and clearly the results have been captured in his first season so far.
He's been brilliant, and the players love him. He's full of passion. The one thing that he kind of identified when he first came in was that we weren't talking about winning much. It was almost not embarrassing to talk about, but we just didn't want to talk about it. Whereas he's been very open. I've read some articles. He took the players out to the middle before the start of the season and kind of gave them a big pep talk, and that was largely about winning. And he hasn't been embarrassed to talk about that all season. So. He brings a load of passion. I know he feels he is desperate to win the Shield, and he's done a great job for us.
And it's amazing that it's in his first year, so hopefully it's the first of maybe many, at least, finals to come, and maybe even some more trophies as well. You touched on the makeup of the 11, and this was one of the recommendations way back in 2020. You jumped on board in 2022. 9 of the 11 are interstate today. So there's a mixture of all around the country who've come together to really build the best that South Australia can have to offer.
Yeah, and that doesn't happen overnight. So, Tim Nielsen and Jason Gillespie take a lot of credit for putting a lot of the side together, as does Sean Williams, who's been with us for 10 years in that talent ID role. He's still here, making sure that we're getting the best players that can't necessarily get a game from other states. And I think that in part is as much as we want an all homegrown team, I think our role in Australian cricket is to develop in the pathway our own as much as we can, but also make sure that we're the best possible place for any aspiring cricketer or coach, or indeed someone who wants to work in cricket to come to. And so this is largely a team from interstate. They feel like South Australians now, but we've also done a lot in the pathway, including 2 divisions in Premier Cricket and all the changes we made to try and make the pathway as strong as possible. So aspiring young cricketers are playing the best possible cricket as early as they possibly can in their development, so that they're ready when they come into the side.
We were speaking about it this morning, the shock relegations of Glenelg, Adelaide Uni, and what that new division system brings in place in Premier Cricket. How are you finding the Pathways program? Speaking before, you seem very positive about the new direction.
Well, look, there's no doubt it's more competitive than it was, because there are way more games that have something hanging on them. Sam McNally, who's the Glenelg coach, spoke very well about we just haven't been good enough, and that's what happens with promotion and relegation. That's in some ways why there is some resistance to it in clubs, but the clubs have been brilliant at embracing it. And when you look at the likes of Jason Sangha comes down from New South Wales, can't score necessarily the runs in the second team to get him straight into the first team here. He's going back at the weekend and playing against the very best players in Premier Cricket, because he's playing at the top of the first division. So when he gets a chance against Tasmania, he's more ready than he would be necessarily if we had a group of 13, and he's not always playing the best players every week. So I'm absolutely convinced it works, and I'm really grateful to the clubs for trying it. It's a long-term project, that, in many ways. The under-19 side has been great. We're seeing some very good talent coming through that. They then hopefully go back to their clubs as better players, having had a year with us in the under-19s. But of course, there are always upsets and there are always sides. There will be, every side will at some stage be in Division 2 in the current format, because that's what will happen over the years. But you look what Sturt did when they got relegated. They rebuilt, they came back a stronger club. They actually won Division 1 this year, although sadly for them got knocked out in the semi-final to Kensington. But they came back a stronger club, and that's kind of what we're hoping it breeds.
Saka CEO Charlie Hodgson with us on ABC Sport. It is the lunch break here, the conclusion of the first innings, South Australia with a lead of 176. The man behind the helm of a period of transition for South Australian cricket that's led us to this moment in Charlie Hodgson. And it would have been a little awkward, Charlie, coming in a couple of years after the Hussey report, where things did need to be shaken up a fair bit, and we've touched on the pathways changes, the difference in recruiting, some of the staff that have come through. How did you find it when you came to Australia after working for so long in England and having to tackle what was a big task of South Australian cricket at the time?
I think you kind of just make one decision at a time in some ways. That sounds like a cliche. I mean, the Hussey Review talked about less clubs. I never wanted less clubs. I still don't want less clubs. It reminded me very much of English cricket when England lose the Ashes, which inevitably they do. And everyone says there's too many counties. And I came from a county, and our argument was always, no, there aren't too many counties. There's just it's just the format in which we play and the structure in which we play to make it the most relevant pathway to the England team. And so actually English cricket went to 2 divisions 20 years ago. Now, by the time I came, we were already talking about 2 divisions, but it kind of chimed with me in terms of what we needed to do to make the pathway strong. It wasn't reduce the teams, it was make the cricket stronger and support the clubs and have 13 thriving clubs. And that's what we're trying to do.
You're caught in 2 worlds now, so what, your 4th year in Australia after all your time in England. How do you see the 2 development programs to the Australian national team, and you've just touched on the way to get to the England national team? Do you feel like we're doing it well enough here?
Yes, I do actually. I mean, both men and women, I see a huge amount of success on the field, but also a huge amount of very good cricketers to choose from. And I think in part that is the structure we have here. I mean, in some ways we're fortunate to have less, 18 teams is a lot in England, but not to sort of contradict myself, but it's very hard to get into state cricket. If you're playing state cricket, you're a really, really good cricketer. And if you rise to the top of that, then you're probably closer to being ready for Test cricket than you are necessarily if you rise to the top of county cricket.
Who do you feel like wins the Ashes later this year?
I think Australia will win.
Who do you want to win?
I've been thinking about this a lot, because this game I've been wandering around the ground and not being able to move if there isn't a wicket going on. I actually won't be doing that during the Ashes because I don't really mind. I genuinely want it to be close, and I'm not even sure it will be that close, I have to say. But it would be great if it was, because this summer the India series came alive because India were giving a really good account of themselves, and I want England to do that, not because I want them to win, but because I want people to turn up to cricket in their droves and realise what a great game it is and fill out the stadiums. Speaking of,
we walked downstairs in between the breaks during our coverage on ABC Sport of the Adelaide Test, and it was shoulder to shoulder. You couldn't move down at the Adelaide Oval. It would have been tremendous for the Saka for that revenue, but also the fact that just the turnout was tremendous.
It was, and that helps us be more competitive at a state level, because the more we can generate through our Test match, the more we can put into cricket, whether it's Premier cricket or community cricket or high performance cricket, men and women. If we have a stronger business, then we can invest, and we've done that this year. So as an example, Liam Scott's had a bit of a breakout year. In the winter, we sent a South Australian Academy tour to India for 2 weeks. He went on that. We also sent an Adelaide Strikers team up to the top end series in Darwin, which was fantastic, and he captained that. And I'm not saying he's had a breakout year because of those things, but he definitely benefited from us having a more robust business, of which filling out the Adelaide Oval is the most obvious way that we can drive that business. So we were really pleased with that. We had 15,000 more than we'd ever had for an India Test match. Lots more members, lots more public, and we're very fortunate as a state to have part ownership of our own ground, because that is our competitive advantage over all the other states.
There are so many factors in big crowds, and I know India and England certainly play a massive role in that. Day-night is another, and we're going to start rotating that over the next few years with the deal with the government. Where do you sit? Are you kind of happy to bounce between the two, or would you prefer one or the other?
I loved the day-nighter as a spectacle this year. It was incredible. I hadn't really seen it in that, with the whole ground full and the drone footage going around the world, and it was genuinely kind of gobsmacking how amazing the ground looked under lights. We went for the Christmas test because we felt it was more important for us to have a slot in the calendar that we knew when the test was on every year and that we could make our own. And my hope is that we run such a good test match here that the Christmas test just becomes like the Boxing Day test or the New Year's test. And so every year we end up with the best touring team. The series is always going to still be alive, and everyone knows exactly when it is from one year to the next. That comes with complications for Cricket Australia about the day-night thing, because it's difficult for them to play Big Bash during that period if there's a day-night game on. So that's something we need to discuss with Cricket Australia. We bid for it knowingly that it was going to be a mixture of day and day-night, and probably more day. But we'll see how that pans out.
Speaking of Big Bash, how did your first year with Tim Payne go?
I think he'll be brilliant. He's a real thinker about the game. He's a very good people person. We really enjoyed working with him. It was a difficult one for him because he came in late on. He didn't have any impact really on the list at all, apart from talking about overseas players, and we were a bit unlucky with Fabian Allen in the first game on that. I've got no doubt that he'll bring us success over the years. But yeah, it's actually probably a more difficult competition in some ways because of the transient way players come in and out to build a really strong culture and team performance. But I'm sure he's capable of it.
It's been handy now that you can offer more longer-term deals to some of the star players like Chris Lynn, because of the nature of cricket, that there's just so much of it happening right now that the players find themselves weaving in and out of tournaments. Is there too much cricket during the summer, Charlie?
I don't think there's too much. There's definitely not too much cricket in the Australian summer. There's not enough women's cricket in my view. And no, the men's, there may be a proliferation of cricket around the world, which makes things more challenging, definitely. But when we see, our crowds are up 20% for the Big Bash this year. They're getting back to really good pre-COVID levels. Like I think we averaged 28,000 at the Adelaide Oval. That's actually a massive number for domestic cricket anywhere in the world. The challenge for us is the player economy is changing, and we do need to get our heads around that, because I don't see the Big Bash being the same in 5 years' time as it currently is, and we need to plot that route carefully as a game.
How would you feel about the Big Bash clubs being sold privately?
I think it's been interesting to see what's been happening in England. They've raised a huge amount of money from the game. It feels like we are the last bastion of it not happening at the moment. That's not to say that it should happen. We need to give it a lot of very considered thought. But ultimately, we need to make sure that the players want to play here. And if that is a way of that happening and them getting paid a bit better, then that may be the route we go down. I understand the arguments on both sides, and I have to say, I'm sitting on the fence a little bit, but I do see the benefits of both. But I think we do need to make sure that we have access to the very best players, and I don't actually mean world players necessarily, because I think the Big Bash is a great competition as it currently is. But we do need to still make it attractive for the best Australian players to want to play here rather than in South Africa or Dubai or wherever it may be.
I want to backtrack a couple of questions. You mentioned you want to see more women's sport or women's cricket. Is that WBBL or WNCL or international? Is there a specific level that you feel like there isn't enough matches?
I'd love to see more domestic cricket. We reduced the WBBL this year to 5 games, and that was in part to get a window in November where the very best players in the world would play, and that's fantastic. The challenge we have with November is kids are still at school. People aren't necessarily thinking about cricket in the same way that they do a bit later in the year, and it's a difficult puzzle to fix, because a lot of the cricket here happens in the school holidays. But I look at what's happening now in domestic cricket, women's cricket. We've got our players back in after the WNCL and training for 5 weeks with no games, and that seems a bit ridiculous to me. And so whether it's a state-based T20 comp or something like that, to make sure that we're playing meaningful cricket and making sure that, again, we are a pathway to the international side. And the stronger we are, the stronger the international side will be. But I don't think necessarily training for 5 weeks is conducive to that.
I'm a little scared if the Australian women's side gets any stronger than it currently is.
That's true.
Now,
We do, yeah.
I did enjoy that T20 Spring Challenge. They did play, though, so I think maybe you could do more of that in the build-up to the season. You've been so generous with your time, Charlie. I know you've got some commitments to the SACA members in the pavilion. Just quickly, how far does this match go? Can we get to the weekend, or do you feel like it'll be wrapped up shortly?
No idea, and that's why... That's why I'm doing what I do and not in the high performance stuff. I hope that we can make really good use of the new ball, because I think the wicket looks pretty good now once you're in and the ball's getting softer, and it is generally a good place to bat. Of course, we would have taken this at the start of the game, but you always want more, and it's not over until it's over. And we've seen so many games this year and last where they've gone down to the wire. But I'm going to find it very difficult to relax until it's all over.
Does Trent Kelly get a raise if he get over the line? Because I think that start of the wicket, everyone was anticipating a road.
Yeah.
And there was enough in it to really create a game.
He does an amazing job, as do all the curators here and at the Adelaide Oval. I mean, it's not just the pitch. The outfield looks like you're going to go and play at Augusta or something. It's incredible. So, yeah, he's done a fantastic job, and never has there been more scrutiny over a pitch in the build-up to a game than this one. I'm sure he'll probably be quite glad when it's all over as well.
No, it's been brilliant so far, Charlie. Congratulations on everything you've put together in the season so far, and best of luck for the remaining few days.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you.
Great to have the SACA CEO, Charlie Hodgson, with us on lunch during J2 here at the Karen Rolton Oval. Already the one-day cup winners and trying to make the domestic double for the first time in South Australia's history as they chase the Sheffield Shield for the first time in 29 years. They're in a good spot at the end of the first innings. Queensland dismissed for a record low first innings total of 95 in a Sheffield Shield final. And in response, South Australia made 271 off the back of Jake Lehmann's 14th first-class century. Text line if you want to get in touch across every day here at Karen Rolton Oval, 0467 920 222. We'll run through some of the news that's happening around the major codes in a moment's time. Big thanks for your company through the day. Aaron Bryans, Robin Chipperfield, Jason Gillespie, Carl Hooper and Tim Nielsen as part of the call. But we'll take a quick break here at lunch and get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
This is ABC News. I'm Sam Wilkinson. The Prime Minister says the opposition's promise to cut the fuel excise provides limited temporary relief. Peter Dutton will today promise to cut the excise for 12 months at a cost of $6 billion. The coalition has also promised to repeal newly legislated tax cuts, which will save $5 a week from mid-next year, arguing the $17 billion cost to the budget is inappropriate. Anthony Albanese says the opposition's proposal will leave taxpayers worse off.
This morning, Angus Taylor's made the rather extraordinary statement, declaration that they will repeal our tax cuts. That is, they will introduce legislation for higher taxes.
The federal government will work to ban childcare providers who persistently fail quality standards from opening new subsidy-approved services after the ABC revealed cases of alleged serious child abuse. The ABC's Four Corners program this month revealed claims of sexual misconduct, serious injury and incidents in the sector, which receives $20 billion worth of government subsidies. Early Childhood Education Minister Anne Ali says the government will work with industry to improve standards.
If a service provider persistently isn't meeting quality standards or has gross breaches under the Education and Care Services National Law, they will be prevented from opening new childcare subsidy-approved services.
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has warned that US tariffs on car imports could cause substantial damage to his country's auto sector. American President Donald Trump has announced 25% tariffs on any cars made outside of the US, which will come into effect on the 2nd of April. He says the measure will lead to growth for the sector, but industry experts say it will drive up prices, stymie production and strain relations with allies. Mr. Carney says it's a direct attack on Canada and its auto workers.
You know, this will hurt us, but through this period, by being together, we will emerge stronger. Over the course of the last several months, Canadians as a whole across this country, have gotten over the shock of the betrayal and are learning the lessons.
US President Donald Trump has suggested the Signal messaging platform some of his top officials used to discuss a Houthi strike in Yemen may be defective. The Atlantic magazine editor Jeffrey Goldberg has published the full details of the chat he was accidentally added to, which includes a specific timeline of how the Pentagon would carry out the strikes. Mr. Trump has defended his team and took aim at the encrypted messaging service without specifying why he thought it had issues.
I don't know that Signal works. I think Signal could be defective, to be honest with you. And I think that's what we have to, because you use Signal and we use Signal and everybody uses Signal, but it could be a defective platform, and we're going to have to find that out.
A roadblock remains in place in a small town west of Melbourne after a child was fatally hit by a vehicle. Natasha Shapova reports from Teesdale.
At least 4 police vehicles have blocked off a section of Bannockburn-Shelford Road about 30 minutes west of Geelong. Police say a boy was struck by a vehicle on his way to school just after 8 o'clock this morning. CPR was performed, but the child died at the scene. The driver left the area, but her car was located at a property nearby. The driver is now helping detectives with their inquiries. Police are calling for witnesses or anyone with dashcam footage to come forward.
Future New South Wales governments will be banned from signing partnerships to allow private companies to run public hospitals in the state. Murray Olds reports.
Sydney's Northern Beaches Hospital opened in 2018 under a previous coalition government deal which allowed HealthScope to build and run the facility. But legislation going before Parliament today will outlaw similar deals in future. The legislation will honour toddler Joe Massa, who died 6 months ago following treatment in the Northern Beaches Emergency Department. His mother, Eloise, says hospitals should be in public hands.
Today we feel that the moral compass in our healthcare has been reset.
Premier Chris Minns says buying Northern Beaches back from HealthScope would result in a massive windfall gain for the private operator, but he hasn't ruled it out.
To the AFL, Carlton coach Michael Voss has confirmed forward Harry Mackay has been back at training this week but won't face the Western Bulldogs tomorrow night. Mackay was absent from the Blues round 2 loss to Hawthorn and is unavailable for selection again this round due to personal reasons. Voss says the club is supporting Mackay as best they can.
Was dealing with a few things during the week, took some time away from the club, but obviously felt best that he doesn't play this week, so give him the space that he needs to be able to work through a few things and not necessarily put a time frame on it. Hopefully we'll be back soon.
And you're up to date with the latest ABC News. For more news at any time, download the ABC Listen app.
Hi, I'm Corbin Middlemass.
And I'm Ed Cowan.
He played Test cricket for Australia.
And Ed Cowan gets his first Test match century.
And he commentates the cricket.
Stark tries again. He runs in straight through him. Together, we're giving you your weekly cricket conversation.
We're pulling apart the biggest stories in the sport and delivering them to you each and every week.
It's called the Grandstand Cricket Podcast. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
The 2025 Sheffield Shield Final, SA and Queensland, live from Karen Rolton Oval.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
There's Nisa around the wicket to Lehmann, well pitched up and clipped away into the onside. It'll beat the fielder, and there's 4 for Lehmann. That brings up a half century. He's on his way now to Lehmann, who's on the back foot and cutting square and cutting for 4. Swepson, well, his first ball of the day. Short one first off, which is cracked into mid-wicket. That is a magnificent catch. Unbelievable. It's a short ball. It's a long hop. First up, that has been cracked by Manenti in the air. And is it McDermott who's gone above his head and claimed it right-handed? Around the wicket, 2 balls left in the over. And Lehmann is backing away and hitting powerfully into the offside. That's another beautiful shot.
Loaded leg side. Labuschagne bowls to Lehmann, cuts through cover, and the crowd at Karen Rolton Oval will rise as they run for 2. Jake Lehmann, 100 in the Sheffield Shield final. Jack Wilderman, 1 for 38 so far. Bowls to McAndrew, edge taken at first slip. Good hands from Usman Khawaja, drops down to a knee on the right and plucks it to take the 8th wicket of the South Australian innings. Wilderman, Doggett yet to get off the mark. Edges taken at second slip. Back-to-back wickets for Jack Wilderman in the over. Steckity bowls, clubbing shot from Lehmann, who gets underneath, lifting it down towards point, and back of the flight it's taken. Excellent catch from McDermott, who's been here, there and everywhere from the slips Gordon to the outfield. McDermott wraps up South Australia's innings, all out for 271. and a lead of 176.
The 2025 Sheffield Shield Final, live from Karen Rolton Oval, South Australia versus Queensland.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
So South Australia on the hunt for wickets with that first innings lead of 176, as you've just heard, all out for 271 in their first innings. No doubt about the highlight, a century, his 14th first-class century for Jake Lehmann, who made 102 before being the last man out to give Mark Steketee his first wicket. And we were chatting earlier about players who've outscored the opposition in the Sheffield Shield final first innings. It has happened before. Mark Taylor, Michael Slater, Marcus Harris and Marnus Labuschagne have done it before, which is not a bad top four, is it? And Jake Lehmann has become the fifth man to do it. And as Rick Fendy points out, he's the first man who has done it whose name doesn't start with M, which is rather a niche stat, but we'll take it. So Mark Taylor, Michael Slater, Marcus Harris and Marnus Labuschagne have scored more than the opposition in the first innings of a Sheffield Shield final, and Jake Lehmann has joined them today with 102 to put his side in a very strong position, despite the efforts of the Queensland bowlers who toiled away. Noticeably, Callum Vidler 4 for 64. Jake Wildermuth mopped up the tail, 3 for 39 he finished with, but it did look this morning a really good pitch to have a bat on. We'll resume here local time, 1:26, so in about 5 or 6 minutes time. Carl Hooper, West Indian grade, is alongside me, and I guess this is the business end, Carl. In the next hour or two we will get a fair idea of where this match potentially is heading.
Well, yes, South Australia with a lead of 176. It's quite significant. Having said that, though, the conditions for batting now are perfect. We saw when South Australia resumed this morning how easy it looked for Lehmann and Menenti. And then McAndrew partnership, Lehmann in a good little partnership. So batting conditions are good, fast outfield, wicket that probably has slowly lost the moisture that it had yesterday, the preparation moisture that it had yesterday. But having said that, South Australia, on the other hand, will have a new ball this afternoon, and they've got to make it count. Whether they go with Buckingham and McAndrews as they did in the first innings, you've got Duggett that can swing the ball out. He's an option to maybe give the new ball to, pitch it up, bowl a fuller length and swing it. But we'll wait and see as the day unfolds. But again, nicely poised.
You sense that the new ball is going to be so important, don't you? We saw this morning, as the ball gets older, how much more straightforward it was. The ball didn't move too much off the seam this morning. It was nice and straight. Batters were able to have a bit of time. They seem to have a lot of time before playing their shots. You sense South Australia need to make a few inroads with this new ball.
Well, yes, part of all, new ball, hard seam. I think the length that Wildermuth bowled just before lunch when he picked up the 2 wickets in the 1 over, caught it slip, is the blueprint. You want to bowl a fuller length, challenge the top of the off stump, use your short balls with your fine leg and your deep backward square back, just to keep the batsman honest. But I think this wouldn't be lost to the South Australian bowlers. They've played many games here. They know what it's like, and they certainly should know what the right length is to bowl on this surface.
And Brendan Doggett picked up 6 wickets as a first change bowler, and he didn't take the very new ball, although he was fairly early into the attack, so it wouldn't have made a huge amount of difference. I wonder if the temptation is to open the bowling with him, given he's very much the man in form.
Well, I was having a chat at the back with Chat Sayers, and he quickly suggested that the person that should be given the new ball from the hospital is Brendan Doggett. He will bowl a fuller length. He's obviously a swing bowler, while McAndrew is more a seam bowler, and to a lesser extent, Buckingham is the same thing. They sort of hit the deck and look for seam movement. But I think, we'll have to wait and see. I think McSweeney might be tempted to give Doggett the new ball. And having said that, he's picked up 6 in the first innings. He's been bowling well all summer. So, why not?
McAndrew obviously has been a threat for pretty much the whole time since he's been in Adelaide, really, since he moved across from New South Wales. As you mentioned in the first innings, the leading Shield wicket taker in the competition since that move 4 years ago. 138 wickets coming into this final. So he'll be a handful very much with the new ball, a really good performer. And he'll look to put some pressure on the opening batters. And a bit of pressure on the likes of Khawaja and Labuschagne as well. I suppose particularly Labuschagne's been a bit short of runs the last 18 months or so. There's a lot to play for this year from an international perspective, with the World Test Championship final and then obviously the Ashes next summer. So he's a man who's performed in a Sheffield Shield final before, made 190 odd for Queensland as they won the Shield a few years ago against New South Wales at Allan Border Field. And as Queensland captain, no doubt he'll want to lay down a marker once he gets in, but he won't be in for a while because Usman Khawaja and Angus Lovell are on their way out to the middle. And they didn't score many runs in the first innings, but Khawaja is very much the sort of play you'd want, isn't he, in this scenario? 38 years of age, been around the game a long time, knows his game inside out, will have been in this situation countless times before. And I sense he's a key man, particularly with the pressure on him a little bit, given what happened in the build-up.
Well, yes, he's a key. He would be a key up front for Queensland. Didn't get away in the first innings, even though he was given, I think, 2 lives. Yeah. South Australia's got to make sure that doesn't happen in the second innings. They were fortunate enough to get, even though he had 2 lives, to get rid of him quite cheaply. I don't think that'll be the case in the second innings if he gets in. So he's key up front. You've got Labuschagne at 3, as you just mentioned, is a bit short in runs. I think there's a lot riding on this game for him. He's got his, as you mentioned, the World Test Championship final coming up. He'll want to make sure he's in that squad and furthermore in the team, in the 11. And some runs here would certainly strengthen that claim.
Yeah, some good young batters around. Constance obviously not in the recent Test squad. Mentioned 1 or 2 at Tory as well. Ollie Peake, Harry Dixon. The next generation is there. Anyway, all of that for the future. Nathan McAndrew has ball in hand and has 176 runs as a first innings advantage as well for South Australia. There were 3 slips in the gully. First ball to Angus Lovell. His shouldering arms is Lovell as the ball's well outside the off stump. And through it goes to Alex Carey. Just a little bit of shape though, albeit from very wide of off stump.
Yeah, well, it's still got to make it count. And McAndrew, time and time again, this summer has made it count.
Chatting with Brendan Doggett, who stands at mid-off in the floppy white sun hat. Everybody else, bar McAndrew in the red cap. As McAndrew is in, that's a straighter delivery, but it's still left by Lovell outside the off stump. Good length again, fuller length from McAndrew, but just a bit wide. And Lovell not forced to play.
Yeah, that's the length, especially the Lovell we've seen in the first innings. Doesn't really use his feet much. Gets trapped in the crease a lot, so you can afford to bowl a little fuller to Lovell. Doesn't look as if he's going to hurt you down the ground with big booming drives, so you can get a bit fuller to him.
Lovell taking first ball in the second innings as McAndrew is in, and again good judgment from Lovell to leave the ball alone outside the off stump and through to Carey again.
I think we were discussing earlier who would open the bowling with this new ball that's going to be so critical. We've got our answer from this end. It's McAndrew as we expected. You can see Buckingham down at fine leg, so I'm going to assume that he will pick it up from the far end.
We've got 3 slips a gully, then there's a point, big gap round to mid-off, wideish mid-on. There's a short fine leg and a fine leg back on the fence. As McAndrew is in again. That's a straighter delivery. Comes off the open face of the bat as Lovell comes forward, and the first runs of the day will come through backward point. Fielded by Sanger, who keeps them down to a couple. But nicely played by Lovell.
Yes, a half a stride and soft hands. The important thing, he didn't really push the ball too hard. Allowed it to come thick outside edge all along the ground safely.
Nicely done. There's no backward point. No third man either. Attacking field from South Australia as McAndrew bounds in again and looking to drive this time is Lovell. Doesn't get much of that, but will get through for a single as he feeds it into the covers for one. Not convincing, but good enough to pick up the single, and that will bring Usman Khawaja onto strike for the first time. One ball left in the over.
Yeah, and straight away you can see McAndrew has made the necessary adjustments. The length is certainly fuller. Challenge in the top of off stump.
Khawaja, with all his experience, about to face his first ball in the second innings of this final of the Sheffield Shield. And McAndrew around the wicket to Khawaja. It's very wide outside the off stump, left alone by the left-hander, and through to his Australian teammate Alex Carey, and there's no run. So 3 runs off the first over of the second innings, which reduces the deficit a little to 173. Still plenty of work to do on a perfect afternoon in Adelaide. Temperatures in the high 20s. Good crowd in as well. Only in the main stand here, away to our left-hand side. It's a good spot to watch from square of the wicket. And then the other big gathering of people are under the trees at long off and long on. Nice patches of shelter there. Jordan Buckingham has the ball in hand. And he'll open from the hospital end of the ground into Angus Lovell down the leg side. Little flick at it from the opening bat. Doesn't make contact, and Carey gathers.
I think the Queensland batters will be thinking the important thing is to get through this new ball. Still remain positive. Look to punks in anything that's presented that they can score off of. But the important thing more than anything else is to get through this new ball. I think we've seen when the ball gets a bit old, it's so much easier to bat on the surface.
Buckingham into Lovell, who's defending out on the offside. Shorter length delivery from Buckingham. I'm sure they knew it anyway, but if you wanted an example of how to do it, what South Australia has done in the last half a day and a couple of hours is the way to go about it, isn't it? It looks so straightforward for Lehmann and McAndrew, Menenti this morning in particular, in comparison to yesterday, where 16 wickets fell. Had 4 this morning. As Buckingham comes into Lovell, slightly squared up by this, gets a leading edge which is in the air for a while before landing in front of Doggett at mid-off. There's no run, play straight.
Yeah, and Lovell's footwork or lack thereof is getting into all sorts of problems. Ball sort of drifting down the leg side, and his weight was nowhere into the ball as he tried to push it through the onside, hands getting in front of the body. Ball took almost like a leading edge, popped up into the offside.
Buckingham in, good ball, beats Lovell outside the off stump, although he may have played inside the line and withdrawn the bat a bit. Was nicely targeted by Buckingham. So there's 3 slips behind. Sweeney at first, Menenti at second, McInerney at third, Sanger in the gully. Very good operators in the slips.
Yes,
Sanger as well, very safe pair of hands.
Yeah, it's important for them to catch well in this game, grab each and every chance that is presented.
Buckingham into Lovell. He's leaving this on length as much as anything, a bit shorter from Buckingham. Allowed to pass wide of off stump and over the top. There's no run. Only 10 balls in, but few alarms so far, really. Just that leading edge from Lovell, which might have popped back to the bowler on another day, but South Australia in pursuit of early wickets to ram home the advantage here. They have a first innings lead of 176, which has been reduced by 3. As Buckingham is in again. Bowls on the hip of Lovell. Tucks it into the onside, but can't get another single. So it's a maiden over from Jordan Buckingham, as Lovell successfully sees it out.
Yeah, I think the length from Buckingham may be just a tad shorter than he would have liked, especially to Lovell. I think the Lovell you probably can err on the fuller side. Just make sure you try to bring him forward as much as possible. Hasn't got a big stride, and sometimes his hands do get in front of his body, losing control of the shot.
And McAndrew will continue around the wicket to Usman Khawaja, who tucks this neatly into the onside. Bread and butter shot for a man of his quality and experience, and he's off the mark with a single. No wicket for 4. And they trail by 172.
Yeah, significant lead, and I'm sure South Australia will be wanting to at least pick up as many wickets as they can before that lead is erased, if it's going to be erased. 5 or 6 in the shed would be nice.
Greedy man, Carl Hooper. Here's McAndrew into Lovell, who's playing this with some discomfort. Into the onside, backward a square. Lehman is there in a position where he took the catch to get rid of Marnus Labuschagne in the first innings. Kind of leg gully, short fine leg area.
Yeah, and that position that Lehman is in again, you know, this South Australia must have done their homework, because we saw in the first inning Labuschagne turning the ball straight into Lehman's hands. And again, we've got him in the same position for Lovell.
And straight worked wide of Lehman and down to the fine leg, who's down on the fence behind him. And Lovell and Khawaja able to push through for a single. No wicket for 5. A very warm afternoon again in Adelaide. Clear blue sky ahead of us. A few white streaky clouds in the distance, but it's an absolute picture at Karen Rolton Oval. Just like yesterday, a good crowd that was in the open stand are gradually retreating to the shade. As McAndrew bowls, that's a good ball outside the off stump and beats Usman Khawaja. Just moved away a fraction off the seam. That was enough to beat the bat. Through to Carey, no run.
Yeah, that's the length. Khawaja doesn't get a big stride into the ball either, so you can bowl a bit fuller. Good execution by McAndrews. Want to be consistent, want to be patient.
Khawaja. And here he's bat tapping away as McAndrew begins his run. Bowls and whipped into the onside by Khawaja through square leg. That'll be a chase for the fielder out at fine leg, who's come a long way round. As Jordan Buckingham, well, he manages to get there and keep them down to a couple.
There's very fine margins, similar length, but too straight this time. Drifting into Khawaja's pads, and he quickly clipped it through square leg. Picking up a couple.
Khawaja on to 3. Queensland no wicket for 7. Chipping away at that first innings deficit of 176. McAndrew in outside the off stump, and Kumar just having nothing to do with that. Here it goes to Carey. That is the end of the third over. And so the deficit is 169 for Queensland.
Yes, a nice steady start. Both Buckingham and McAndrews slowly getting into their work. I think they're both are well aware of the length that they have to bowl on this surface. Quite different to the length that they bowled in the first innings.
3 slips and a gully still for Buckingham as he comes into Lovell, who's dropping this back onto the pitch and down towards the bowler Buckingham, who in a sense does his own fielding with the right boot. There's no run. People gathering on the hill away to the right. There's a couple of temporary stands. Between those temporary stands, a few trees which offer some shade. There's 20 or 30 people sitting in exactly the shape of the shade on the hill. There's Buckingham in again to Lovell, who's solidly behind it. And defending up to Liam Scott, no run.
It's such a fine margin in trying to get the ball up there, bring the batsman forward, but don't quite present an opportunity where he can drive easily. You want to pitch the ball up, bring him forward and try and get the ball to hit the splice of the bat. That's the length that you want to bowl. But on such a good surface, those margins are very, very fine.
Buckingham into Lovell again. Well pitched up and flicked into the onside by Lovell. Picks out Scott at mid-on. Lehman's at square leg. There's a big gap between them. And Lovell will be ruining the fact that he couldn't find that gap. Should have been 2, 3, 4 runs for him there. No huge alarms for Queensland so far. Certainly not moving around as much as we saw yesterday. It's worth saying that Queensland put on 15 for the first wicket and then was suddenly 5 for 22. As this is left alone by Lovell outside the off stump. There it goes to Carey, and there's no run. So you would imagine that South Australia would have to be much more patient than they needed to be in the first innings, and just believe that if they put enough balls in the right areas that wickets will come.
Well, they're well aware of this. Like I said, this is their second home ground. Adelaide Oval being the first and primary ground.
Buckingham to Lovell again. Tucks it nicely off his hip down to fine leg where McAndrew is fielding. He underarms it back in and Lovell's picking up another single. He's on to 5. Queensland no wicket for 8. I guess the issue for South Australia will be if they don't get wickets with a new border. As it goes on and on and on, it will be tempting not to panic, but to start feeling a little concerned, getting more worried.
Well, they've got a massive lead, 176. So, long way away.
Buckingham to Khawaja, who's defending solidly down the pitch and off the final ball of the over.
You know, they'll have a target in mind. Maybe when the deficit is wiped off, if it is wiped off, you know, if they can get Queensland 4 or 5 down, would be ideal. But that's still a long way away.
So no wicket for 8 here. The deficit 168. Mind if you are just joining us. South Australia making 271 in their first innings, thanks largely to Jake Lehmann's 102, 14th first-class century of his career. Here's McAndrew to bowl to Angus Lovell. Down the leg side, hits him on the pad. There's an appeal from behind the stumps, less so from McAndrew. But Carey, Manenti Sweeney, McInerney, Sanger, all had hands in the air behind the stumps. Let's watch the replay. And a bit of in-swing from McAndrew, but starting on about off stump and drifting down the leg side by the time it connected with Lovell's pad. Change of commentary up here. Carl Hooper has stepped out and Jason Gillespie is alongside me. Dizzy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Robin, and good afternoon to all our listeners.
Here's McAndrew into Lovell again, worked off pad into Scott at mid-wicket, no run. What have you made of the early stages here?
Yeah, what we've seen is it's a very different surface today than it was yesterday, without a doubt. Sun's been on it had all day yesterday. Sun's been on it all day today, so it's just settled down a little bit. Not that it was doing a lot.
No.
But certainly, I think everyone's just settled down. Nerves have kind of settled both sides. Everyone just get into the game now. There'll be a war of attrition coming up next couple of days for mine.
McAndrew into Lovell, who's driving as the ball is pitched up by McAndrew. Doesn't make contact. And through he goes to Carey. That will encourage South Australia. Another loose shot from Lovell early on. Thought it was there as a half volley. It just seemed away. He does get that movement off the seam, Nathan McAndrew.
Well, he presents the seam, doesn't he? Wrist and fingers behind the ball. If anything, he swings the ball away from the right-handers. Great execution from Nathan McAndrew. He's had a fine season.
And he comes again to Lovell. Big 0 on the back of his shirt. Do we know why it's 0? You'd have known more.
I have heard the story, but I can't do it justice. I'll do my research and I'll let you know. There is a specific story behind it. It's about his move from New South Wales to South Australia, and
it's not that he's not a nobody.
No, I don't think so. No. Okay. It's quite meaningful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll wait to find out more. Let's hope it goes 5 days. You can do his prep. Here's McAndrew into Lovell. McAndrew tumbles as he follows through. Lovell defends. Out to Doggett. McAndrew's back on his toes again. I hope he's okay here. It looks all right, but not 100% perhaps.
No, I think he'll be fine. Just want to scratch the front crease. Bowlers, if you don't quite land right, it's a little bit crumbly as the game wears on. You can feel less confident on your feet. So I think they're calling for the ground staff, Trent Kelly or one of his crew, maybe Dylan, come out. They'll bring the hammer down. They bash it just to flatten it out as much as they can. I think they're trying to get the attention of the ground staff, and I think we'll see some movement in the tent over there.
Yeah, they've gone to find some sort of implement. As you say, some kind of hammer. So have your Queensland coach, I mentioned her to you earlier off air that I have questions for you.
Oh no, you've got a lot of questions
I have a lot of questions. That's cool, that's fine. That's what you're here for. So, firstly, what's your target here? What do you think you might be able to set South Australia and win? And and also mentality-wise, I want a bit of a moment to think about it, but
it's got to be 200
minimum.
They've got to settle at least 200. So they've got to score what, 375, 400. They'll want to score 400 in this innings at least. I think they're well and truly capable of doing exactly that.
Yeah.
As I said, the surface has settled down. Days 2, 3, 4, the surface is pretty benign. So I expect Queensland to make a much better fist of this innings than they did first innings. And, their goal would be simply to make the South Australian seamers bowl 3rd, 4th, 5th spells. If they do that, then the scoreboard would tick along. It's a fast-scoring ground. It's a hard ground to defend when the ball's older, softer, again, first 30 overs, always really important in an innings, particularly at Karen Rolton Oval.
Seeing some repairs to the foot marks just where McAndrew's foot would be landing. Try and firm things up for him. And mentality-wise as well, if you're a coach, say that you were a Queensland coach at the end of the first innings there, how do you get your players, maybe, I don't know what you say, whether you say anything at all, in the right frame of mind to go out and fight for the title and not kind of meekly roll over? I mean, I suppose it's a loss in their nature not to meekly roll over. That's why they're playing at the level they are.
That's right. And I think if you're having to motivate players to, if you have to talk about attitude's an issue.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have to say to players, we need good attitude here.
Yeah.
Because that's a given. That's just what is expected.
On the ball of the over, here's McAndrew into Lovell, who's leaving alone outside the off stump and through to Carey. No run into the over, no wicket for 8, a maiden for McAndrew.
I think it's rather than, yes, you'll have an idea of what you want to be able to do and score as many runs as possible, right? But you can't, at the same time, you can't look too far ahead. You've got to do with what's in front of you, the next ball, the next over. And if you can win this next 10 minutes, and then win the next 10 minutes, and then win the next 10 minutes, soon enough, you do that over a period of time, you've won the hour, you've won the session. And that's got to be the approach. Because first innings is gone now, and they've got a deficit, just need to chip away at this deficit.
Buckingham into Khawaja, who's guiding this as he's done all through his career, almost in the air as he plays it down towards fine leg and picks up a regulation single.
And if Queensland can get through and chip away at this deficit and draw level with South Australia, only a couple of wickets down, then it's proper game on.
Yeah.
Because Queensland have to win the game to win the Shield, so they will look to be very positive. But at the moment, it's just a war of attrition. They need to navigate this 30 overs. If they can navigate this 30 overs, they know the next 50 is an opportunity to score well.
Buckingham in, and that's worked into the onside. Nicely timed by Lovell as well. Beats the dive of Scott at mid-on and finds the fence at mid-wicket. Nicely played by Lovell. Not much backlift and not much follow-through, but he's timed it nicely and picks up 4.
Buckingham's been a bit inconsistent in this game. I'm not quite sure his action is just right. Looks like with his bowling arm, it's crossing over in front of his body, and because he's pushed a lot of deliveries down the leg side to the right-handers first innings, and he's done it a little bit in the second innings. Maybe a slight technical adjustment is required.
Buckingham into Lovell again, shorter this time, and played by Lovell off his hip to Lehman at square leg, and there's no run. But I guess I'm kind of asking whether the point you make about getting to 30 overs, doesn't matter how many you've scored, let's say you're 1 for 60 or something after 30 overs. Does the coach make that point? Or is it assumed the players know?
Might be the batting coach may have these conversations. I mean, there's a lot of senior players there.
Yeah.
Once the game started, it's just about making sure everyone's in the right headspace. They go about their work. They're clear with their plans.
Buckingham to Lovell. Left alone. Good length delivery outside the off stump.
As a coach, you don't want to be constantly having meetings and chats. You know, all your meetings and all the possible scenarios, you do that all pre-match in the lead-up. You get all that information. You have all those conversations pre-match. And once the game starts, it's just about maybe getting around the lads in the batting groups or one-on-one. You utilise your assistant coaches. You'll have quick reflections in the morning and maybe a reflection after play, maybe in the main breaks.
Buckingham into Lovell, who's driving into the offside. Straight to point, though.
But you certainly don't want to be constantly having meetings chatting about the game, every scenario, when that all should have been done well before. This is where my frustration sometimes with the modern game, and certainly see it at test level and the like. like players, captains and bowlers and fielders all having all these conversations in the middle constantly, at the end of each over, thinking, well, you haven't really planned and prepared. All this should have been done well before.
Buckingham into Lovell, who jabs down on it, finds Scott at mid-on, and that completely over. Buckingham's 3 overs gone for 6. We've had 6 overs of this Queensland innings, and few alarms, to be honest, so far. No wicket for 13.
There's no demons in this surface. It's far from a snake pit. It's a pretty benign surface, this at KRO. So we see Nathan McAndrew at the top of his mark, just having some stretching. Always stretching his glutes and keeping himself loose and supple.
Plays a lot of games. He's obviously a fit guy.
He is, and he's very well prepared. He prepares himself, but he's a high reporter, which means he feels any little niggle. He's really aware of it.
McAndrew in, up to mid-on, no run.
So what I mean by that is he always notices if he's got a little, back of his knee might be sore. He's aware of it, and his ankle, he'll be aware of that. He'll be aware of a little bit of tightness in his glute.
I did wonder what it meant. I was just thinking...
It's just a high reporter. We use that. He's always letting the physio know, oh, I feel a bit stiff here, or I'm a bit stiff here. But he cracks on. The beauty of Nathan McAndrew, he just cracks on and gets on with it.
I was thinking
he's such a consummate professional. Sorry, Robert. He's such a consummate professional.
McAndrew around the wicket to Khawaja. He's trying to work that into the onside. There's no run. I was just thinking I used to work with a few high reporters. That's a different story.
Please elaborate.
No. There's all sorts of libelous issues here. And I've just got the nod from the producer that
I know you're moving out, but we've got to unpack a few things. I know you've got a lot of questions to ask me,
I've asked a few, yeah.
Yeah, but we'll have more time during the game. So
I think we're here for a few days yet.
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't think so yesterday, but I think so today.
No, I reckon we're definitely going to day 4.
I think so.
Definitely going day 4.
McAndrew around the wicket to Khawaja, who's defending this out into the offside. And there's no run. Khawaja on 4, Lovell on 9. A beautiful afternoon.
Best city in the world, Robin?
Well, I'm coming round to your way of thinking. I've only been here a couple of days. I love it.
Are you staying in the city?
I am, in the city, opposite the station, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So, I've to be honest, I've had little opportunity to wander around yet.
Well, do yourself a favour. If you get a chance, head to Gooja Street. There's a lot of nice places to get food.
There's McAndrew around the wicket to Khawaja outside the off stump.
Of all varying cuisines.
Yeah, right. I like to dabble and try different things.
What do you like? What's the...
Thai's my favourite.
No, okay. There's really nice, couple of really good options on Gooja Street. Thai food, you'd love them.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Well, I found that. I heard who was it? It was Darren Lehman actually during the test, kind of banging on it about the Sydney test about the tram network and how amazing he found it. I thought it was a very straightforward system, but it's fantastic here as well. It's really good.
Absolutely.
Here's McAndrew around the wicket to Khawaja. That's a lovely flick into the onside and finds a gap as well. Lehman's after it. The Centurion from the South Australian innings just about prevents it going for 4. Well done by Jake Lehman. Keeps him down to 3 rather than 4. And Khawaja has looked much more comfortable in this innings already than he did in the first. He has 9. Queensland no wicket for 16. I get one ground I've always wanted to visit that I haven't is Adelaide Oval, and I can kind of get a tantalising glimpse of it from the hotel, so that's on the list. And if things turn out the right way, I'll try and get to the AFL on Sunday.
Nice.
Here's McAndrew in again. That's guided by Lovell down and into the slip cordon to complete the McAndrew over. 4 overs, none for 10. Lovell on 9, Khawaja on 7. Queensland is no wicket for 16. I'm going to jump out, get myself a nice Thai meal. I'll leave you with Aaron Bryans and Jason Gillespie.
The 2025 Sheffield Shield Final. South Australia versus Queensland.
Beautiful day here in Adelaide. So figure out which headset I'm on. Tricks of the trade through the day. We're getting there. Slow and steady, Dids. It's only day 2.
It is.
Queensland none for 16. Buckingham bowling to Kawaja, 3 slips in a gully in place. He plays it towards mid-off. And quickly fielded. Waiting there by Doggett. So currently, South Australia's lead 160 runs. Good place to be. Plenty of cricket still to play, Diz.
A lot of cricket to play. This will be much tougher for South Australia to impact with the ball in this innings. Can't imagine Queensland having a shocker like they did in the first innings, because that was a stinker.
It was. Again, it's just that leadership up the top order without Matt Renshaw. Kawaja's so pivotal. He's on 7. Thought about sticking the bat out across the leg stump off the delivery from Buckingham and pulled out very late. Carey holds on to it.
I was just talking last over, Buckingham's last over. It just doesn't look quite right to me. Just with his run-up and delivery. I just wonder if he's starting his run-up just a fraction too wide and too much of an angle, and then he's having to realign himself when he gets to the crease, and that's putting him off balance slightly. I just wonder, maybe I'm being a bit critical, but could he start his run-up just a little bit straighter and have better alignment?
Buckingham in from the northern end. Kawaja tucks it backward of square. Chases on. Fielders will converge close to the rope and they'll take 2. Kawaja moves to 9. Queensland none for 18 in their second innings.
The reason I mentioned that, Aaron, is because we saw in the first innings, Buckingham, while he was economical, he probably wasn't quite at his best, was he? He bowled a lot of balls down the leg side to both the left and right-handers. And we've seen that a little bit again today. So we see he's making the change and bowling around the wicket. I wonder if this could help his alignment, possibly. He's coming around the wicket to Kawaja. But yeah, it just seems in his load-up, just something's not quite in sync.
Buckingham into Kawaja. Big shout as he's wrapped on the pad. Umpire unmoved. Caught him with the pace there. Kept low. Tried to defend. Hit in front. Diz, thoughts?
Yeah, looked decent pace. Looked probably height was my first.
Above the knee roll and down
a bit above the knee roll. Probably just sliding, I would have thought, just with the benefit of the replay there, Aaron. I think just sliding down. Well worth a shout. And us quicks, you never die wondering, do you?
Who was on his haunches was shaking his head at Buckingham. It's not worth it.
No, that's right. But I just wonder if this will help his alignment a little bit. Jordan Buckingham coming around the wicket.
If there's one man who knows the answer, it's you, Jason Gillespie.
Just like trying to paint a picture for our listeners. Just when your when your bowling arm, with the ball, when you're holding the ball, if it goes up across your body as a right arm bowler towards your left shoulder under your chin, it probably suggests that then the arm path's going to come down past your hip, and then you have to rebalance and realign yourself, and sometimes that can stop you from having your wrist and fingers behind the ball. You tend to get your fingers to the left-hand side of the ball and push it, and particularly push it down the leg side to the right-handers.
Bit of a check here on Usman Khawaja, who, as I mentioned, dropped down after being hit by that ball, and the trainer's just coming to have a quick chat to him.
I don't think there's much in it.
Yeah, I think he's just getting a drink maybe in the heat.
Yeah, just a bit of mayo on that as well.
It's a bit like a golf swing, Diz, where if you go too high above you, you end up chopping down, and you're kind of thinking, if you cross yourself with the right armour, that's just
right.
Not coming down straight enough.
That's right. So you want all your energy going towards your target. So you don't want to cross your arms over. So just keep things nice and simple. I always think with bowlers, think you're running down a train track, and you want to keep everything inside. You don't think there's sort of walls going up from the thing. So you've got to stay in the walls. You don't want to hit the walls. So you don't want your elbows to go out. So you want to keep everything in a nice straight line, and all your energy going towards the batter.
imagine that wouldn't help your body either if you're throwing momentum around at odd angles. That there's a lot of force going through you. Buckingham to Kawaja on 9. Turns it to square leg. Trots through for a single. He'll move to 10. Queensland none for 19. In their second innings after being dismissed for 95 in the first, a record low in the Sheffield Shield final. Text line 0467 920 222.
Love the text line.
Caroline in Ballarat says, enjoying the call. What great background music as I do my work. Dulcet tones of Jason Gillespie, I reckon maybe that's part of the background music there. Do you think this innings will have any impact on Marnus' selection for the Test Championship?
Well, I'm not sure it will. I think he's a lock. I think he's in the team. No dramas there.
Lover with the high bat raise. Waits Buckingham and beaten through towards Carey. That's the end of the 8th over. Queensland none for 19. Currently trailing by 157 runs in the second innings. It's a tricky one because there isn't a lot of red ball cricket in between now and the World Test Championship, is there? And Cam Green's expected to be healthy, but we haven't seen enough of him, so he can't really bang the door down to come straight in.
I expect Cameron Green will be well and truly in the frame. Because he's playing at Gloucestershire, I think, from memory. He's picked up a short-term county gig, which I think the Australian selectors will see as a bit of a dress rehearsal.
Yeah.
Get him some time in the middle.
From the southern end, Buckingham bowling. This is McAndrew bowling towards Kawaja. Punches it down through the covers to the rope for 4.
They just lent on that. Usman Kawaja didn't overhit it. It was very full from Nathan McAndrew.
None for 23 Queensland. Kawaja moves to 13.
We have the benefit of a replay, and it was very full. Squeezed out through the offside, but such is the outfield, the pace of the outfield.
2 wickets in this match so far for Nathan McAndrew. Bowling to Kawaja. A bit of an edge. Carey launches, as does second slip. Menenti couldn't get there in time, and it trickles its way down fine leg. It will be fielded before the rope, but a little bit of a chance there potentially.
No, it didn't carry, I don't think, Aaron.
Menenti's had a couple like those through the game. But good signs for Nathan McAndrew, who's starting to tease Kawaja a bit. He moves to 15. Queensland none for 25. 4 to come in the 9th. So the Labuschagne numbers is...
Yep.
He's had 3 50s against India, but 7 times he's gone less than 6 over the summer. So at his best, he's glorious, and at his worst, he's consistently frustrating.
He's probably been consistently inconsistent in recent times.
It's a great way of putting it. Just that high risk, high reward of whether it's worth taking the punt. McAndrew to Kawaja, squared up, back to the bowler, no run. None for 25 Queensland, trailing by 151.
The looming shadow behind my left shoulder of Tim Nielsen. The shadow's his nose.
It's a late blow right before you jump off.
Well, I'm probably the last person, Aaron, to talk about the size of noses. I'm the last person.
McAndrew, 3 to come in the 9th, away from the southern end to Kawaja on 15. Whips it through the leg side. It's carrying through mid-wicket comfortably to the rope for 4. Just gliding along the carpet, and Queensland moves to none for 29. Kawaja up to 19. This is the form we were hoping to see in the first innings after he was out for 2.
Yeah, just a bit full, bit straight. Nathan McAndrew. It's been a bit full this over. A player of Usman Kawaja's class simply not going to miss out on an opportunity like that.
Queensland finding some runs now here on day 2, second session on ABC Sport. Aaron Bryans and Jason Gillespie with you. Carl Hooper, part of our coverage. Tim Nielsen's going to jump in shortly. Robin Chipperfield as well. Nathan McAndrew's got 3 slips in place in a gully. Deep square leg for the left-handed Kawaja. Right arm around the wicket. Kawaja defends into the offside. Doggett happy to walk in and collect a cover. None for 29. Quinton Hoa, the ABC Sport correspondent, has sent us a message comparing an old vision of Jason Gillespie to a young Jordan Buckingham.
Wow.
Similar hairstyle and facial hair as well. Can see it.
Oh, wow.
But he doesn't have your nose.
No, he certainly doesn't have the size of my honk. He's going to be a fine young bowler. He's got an opportunity at Yorkshire this season in the county championship, so it would be great for his development.
Andrew to Kawaja. It's full. Bit of a shout as it hits him on the back leg and rattles through square leg. And they'll take 2. Queensland moves to none for 31. Kawaja remains on 19. Lovell on 9. Expert change coming up on ABC Sport. Jason Gillespie making way for his Sheffield Shield winning teammate, former Australian coach Tim Nielsen. And Tim, as expected, the day starting to slow down a little bit in terms of the momentum in Queensland settling in.
Yes, good afternoon, Aaron, and good afternoon all. Diz, you've got the sack. I reckon that's the first radio call session of the game where there hasn't been a wicket taken. Almost.
No.
Well, no, probably when Lehmann and Manenti were batting was probably the other one. But there wouldn't have been many other. The game has certainly slowed down a fraction, but to be fair, it probably couldn't continue at the pace it's been going for the last day and a half, has it, with 20 wickets falling by lunchtime basically on the second day. So
did feel inevitable.
Looks like Brendan Doggett now into the attack, which is nice to see.
Going to see Brendan Doggett into the attack from the northern end, fresh off his 6-for in the record-breaking 95-run exit for Queensland against his old side, shining in the new colours and looking for a 3rd Shield title across multiple states. He'll be bowling to Lovell on 9. In from the northern end, right arm over the wicket, the right hand shoulders arms through to Carey, no run.
Right where we left off in the first innings, wasn't it? Perfect length, just bouncing over the top of off stump. It was a good leave, actually. It wasn't too wide, and he probably let go on length more than anything else in that one, and almost straightened a fraction off the seam also. So Doggett, one of those bowlers. It'd be nice to have Diz here, actually, because he could talk us through it a little bit more with a little bit more knowledge, but he gets up and tall and everything's coming straight down towards the target. The ball's coming out, the seam's up. It's perfectly straight at the moment. He must have a lot of confidence. His technique's working nicely. He'd be feeling good about it.
Doggett to Lovell. To play it through the leg side, darting across from mid-on. It's quickly fielded and they'll take a single. Lovell moves to 10. Queensland none for 32. Almost the polar opposite of what Dizzy was talking about before with the bowling of Jordan Buckingham, who seems to go across his body. Doggett's certainly a bit more straight on.
No doubt. I as obviously a cricket muffy, but don't make any claim to understand fast bowling overly well, but you can see that Jordan does have almost his arm beyond the perpendicular when he releases the ball. It's almost forcing back into the right-hander or across the left-hander, whereas Doggett comes in. He's got a beautiful rhythm, a great athlete, and he comes in and he's just, everything's lined up beautifully. His wrist cocks up perfectly behind the ball and away he goes.
Doggett to Kawaja, plays it into the onside. Thought about a quick single, got halfway down the track, but Lovell wasn't convinced. No run, none for 32. Queensland trailing by 144. Still 4 to come in the 10th over. Phil from Perth says on the text line, just wanted to say thank you for the coverage. It's fantastic to listen to the Shield on the radio, and my team, WA, isn't even in the final. Well, thank you, Phil, and I imagine you've had enough success over the last few years that it might be someone else's turn. I imagine WA's never far from success. Tim?
They've had a good trot, and I'm sure Phil's had a few celebration drinks over the last 3 or 4 years.
Doggett into Kawaja, plays it down a long leg region. Fielder coming in off the rope will collect. Another single there. Kawaja moves to 20, none for 33, Queensland. No run in the end. No, yes.
Leg by.
Leg by, there we go. So none for 33. Lovell on strike on 10 with 2 to come in the 10th over. Also, Oliver from Newcastle enjoying the call. Interested to hear how long you think Usman Khawaja has in his Test career and who you think his replacement may be. It feels like this is the last hurrah, Tim. Maybe on after the World Test Championships of the Ashes is the question. Doggett to Lovell, plays into the offside, no run.
I think that'd be the big hope for Usman, wouldn't it? He would be hoping now, 38 years old, that potentially he can get through the Test Championship against South Africa, get through the West Indies tour, obviously, and play well enough there that he can start the Ashes series, I suspect, with his career in his own hands and his destiny in his own hands, and then I would think that, we're getting to a stage at 38, 39 that whether the player wants to or not, unless they're playing exceptionally well, we have to start looking at who's next. We can't afford to have 4 players walk out at once.
Doggett to Lovell. Plays it back to the bowler and dives to the right. Probably unnecessarily from Doggett as he flung himself across the wicket. Didn't really have much pace as it came back to him, but he's a little bit proppy as well getting up off the ground. Doggett's actually clutching his left wrist. That's a concern for an unnecessary manoeuvre. The players get around him and help him shake it off, and that'll wrap up the 10th over. Queensland none for 33, trailing by 143 in their second innings.
And you've got Smith, who's obviously well above 30, just retired from one-day international cricket, so he's almost flagged. That's getting to the stage where he's thinking about how long he'll continue to go for. Travis Head's no spring chicken anymore, but a well kind of established player in the middle order for Australia. He's over 30 now. Alex Carey's 32.
Anywhere near out of the side Travis Head in this stage.
No, I'm just looking at the age of where they're all at. So the last thing you need is, if you're going to change, it might be a nice time to change soon so that you have that experience and that quality in your team when a young player comes in. It'd be hard. We saw what happened when Lilly, Marsh and Chappell all retired at the same time, about 1984. We saw
Buckingham away from the southern end to Khawaja. Leaves it down the leg side to the dive of Carey, no run. And you had this firsthand as the Australian coach.
To be fair, my first series had seen McGrath, Warren, Langer all retired, and through that next summer or so there was Gilchrist, Damien Martin retired just prior to that. So yeah, it's a difficult stage, and I think for the betterment of Australian cricket, if we possibly can, it would be great to see a drip feed of new players rather than having 2, 3 or 4 of them come at the same time. So that's the challenging decision and discussions the selectors will have to have. And it becomes even more challenging if Usman averages 50 over the next 5 test matches and wants to keep going.
Buckingham bowling to Khawaja on 19. Tucks it down square. Takes another single, moves to 20. Queensland none for 34.
No ball too, I think.
No ball.
I think I saw him.
Yep. Arms been raised.
No ball, leg by.
Leg by as well.
Yeah, he's nearly got giddy then, the umpire, I reckon. He had that many signals to do. All they've been doing is giving him out so far, and all of a sudden he's had to give no ball, leg by in the same delivery.
None for 35, Queensland. We should give it a shout out to Sam Najaski as well, who's joined the ICC elite group of emerging umpires. Today was the announcement, so maybe one for the future to be part of international cricket. Buckingham in from the southern end to Lovell, who leaves through to Carey. Meanwhile, in the world of umpiring, Joel Wilson's got the sack, Tim.
I saw the headline suggesting that Joel was no longer on the ICC panel. Yeah.
Which felt a little bit inevitable when more than 1 in 3 of your decisions are overturned. I think there are a fair few Australians who didn't shed a tear yesterday when the news was announced. He's been involved in a few contentious moments.
Yeah, that seems to, I think people remember it even more than they used to do, doesn't it? When you know that 1 in 3 are being overturned of what you've done. It's not a great strike rate, 33% of them being wrong, so.
Buckingham to Lovell, straight drive, good stop from Buckingham. He drops down and sticks his right arm in. Fingertips take the pace off the ball, no run. None for 35, Queensland. You wonder how many more it would be for the ones that didn't get reviewed. And talk about, Headingley, 2019. How many has he got wrong that we never saw? So,
well, I suppose it's a bit like players, isn't it? If your performance dips a fraction or just dips off the level, then there's a responsibility on people to make that change, and it might have got to that stage with Joel. So new ones come in, get the opportunity, and hopefully they do as well as they possibly can and get most of them right.
Buckingham is about to come in to Lovell. I'm sure if it was the
behind the side screen. I reckon people walking. There's a bit of a walkway behind this southern end side screen.
It's been a problem through the day.
It's probably not quite wide enough that it doesn't block everyone out, so it just catches the batsman's eye.
The match officials are above us in our shipping container, and they have been screaming at the security staff through the day for letting people through.
Yeah.
Just seeing a replay of the no ball as well. Text regarding that in a moment. Buckingham to Lovell. Punches it into the pitch, a couple of bounces to the leg side. On the text line, Peter said, the thought on the umpiring, I'm sitting in line with the Northern Popping Crease, currently at KRO, and a lot of deliveries, including a couple from Swepson, have looked like no balls but have been called. It is time for cricket to adopt a third umpire on the ground to be located in line with the square leg umpire. And the issue with that, Tim, as well, as we've seen on the video replay, is the vision hasn't been great at times. I don't know if it's because the camera's going from Adelaide to Sydney and back, but I've had a couple of instances where they've gone to check a no ball and it's actually been a bit blurry and they can't really tell.
Yeah, I don't think it's actually set up for the no ball. It's more a run-out camera, isn't it?
Yeah.
So whether they're actually firing straight in on a no ball spot.
Buckingham to Lovell on 10, leaves through to Carey.
So, I suppose they can only work on the angles that the cameraman gives them, and the cameraman can only work on the angles that he's able to achieve. So if they're not set up perfectly with the strength, here's me, because I've been a videographer and a producer of all sorts of things. I've got no idea, but I'm just guessing that it's probably not. We get used to, one of the benefits of international cricket and television coverage is we get used to such great, high-quality, high-definition vision. And if it's not quite at that level or we don't have the facilities, it potentially becomes a bit hard.
I mean, look at the IPL right now. The big news heading into this season was that the Hawkeye technology being used to determine wides outside the off-stump. Buckingham to Lovell on 10, pushes it back to the bowler, no run. So they use it for wides outside the off-stump and then over the head of the batter as well. The technology can determine whether it is deemed a no ball or head-high wide. And the reason they do it is because they actually have the heights of the players in the system. So the technology will realise, well, look, the ball's gone above what this player normally stands at.
He's 6'1" and it's gone to 6'2", so it's a no ball.
Which is great technology. I'd love to see that implemented across all the countries, but the IPL's obviously got so much money that it's a great place to trial this new technology.
Good testing ground, isn't it? To see if it does or if it is as accurate as they say and it can work, and if they can get the feedback to the umpires quickly enough so they can actually call it straight away, or whether there's delay. Because the one thing about the third umpire reviews and things is that sometimes the delay is actually more frustrating on whether knowing it's out or not, if you know what I mean. You're just sitting around waiting for a minute or two. It seems like an eternity.
None for 35, Queensland. Doggett continuing to Khawaja, leaves through to Carey. So Queensland currently trailing by 141. The most impressive part about it, Tim, is the technology can actually adjust in terms of the wides outside off stump for how the batter moves.
Yeah.
So it can determine, oh, look, the batters kind of go to the bowler into this, and it's not actually as wide as it should have been.
Yeah, sure.
So it's
the
pretty
old
smart
AI,
tech, yeah.
Very smart stuff, yeah.
But again,
we've got an Archie in our house, our third son.
Yeah.
I tell him his AI is not as good as the real thing. Archie intelligence is not quite at that level.
Doggett to Khawaja on 19. Drops low for a wider delivery. Very full. Just caresses it forward a point. Wants two. Will be fielded well and thrown into the striker's end. They get home. Khawaja moves to 21. Queensland none for 37. Currently trailing by 139.
Yes, as we suspected, the wicket is showing that it has flattened out, hasn't it? And we're already 11. This is the 12th over with this ball. Doggett got a couple of... I was surprised they didn't get Doggett on earlier, I must admit. He swung the ball really nicely in the first innings, and a couple have swung here, but not to the same extent. Now, granted, there's not the same moisture in the surface, I'm sure, and the conditions have flattened out a lot.
Doggett to Khawaja on 21, leans forward and pushes it back with a point. An excellent diving stop, launching across from Sanger, who's sitting in gully, and prevents a run. None for 37.
Yeah, we might have just missed the trick a little bit. You know, when you've got a guy that's taken 6 from the first innings. But having said that, that's how they set the innings up in their training and their plans. Maybe they feel, and maybe Brendan feels, he's a better bowler with the ball being used, you know, as a first change bowler. Maybe he's just more comfortable doing that. Or they want to maximise Buckingham's impact as well, and they feel he's better with a new ball. So there's a fair bit that goes into it, I'm sure. So, but I certainly would have liked to have seen him bowl earlier.
Doggett into Khawaja, who leaves through to Carey. Take us behind the curtain with that then, because in particular your time at Pakistan with Dizzy, where, you know, that was a tumultuous period where he's finding out he's playing 11 on the day. How are you coaching your game structure around who you're expecting to bowl when? Because once the players get out there, it's essentially down to the captain.
That's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
So it's the responsibility, the contribution or the communication with the captain that really sets it up. And I think everyone's smart enough to know, okay, we'd like to have Shaheen bowl at this end, that he might swing it back in. We've got Nizam bowl on this end, you know, that'll tail away as a right-hander, blah, blah, blah.
Doggett to Khawaja again leaves, a low ball across the off-stump. So
but
you're essentially planning scenarios?
We're talking about, okay, well, I think that, you know, Bairstow would prefer to face Lilly. Nielsen would prefer to face Thompson. So we don't want to try and make that work. We want to try and get left arm. We want Stark opening the bowling. We want Cummins bowling first change, usually following him down. That works. But if they get a little partnership going, the opportunity might be to swing Stark off after 2 and try him at the other end. So you're trying to cover all those scenarios off and have a chat. And then, as you mentioned, it's really up to the gut call of the captain to say, OK, this is not working as well as we'd like. Let's try something different and flick it around.
Dog it in. Khawaja again leaves through to Carey to wrap up the 12th. Queensland none for 37, trailing by 139.
I think with the amount of support staff around now, there's usually a bowling coach, there's obviously a head coach, there's different people involved. We actually have the ability to get around the boundary line as well and have a quick chat to the players and maybe get to one of the bowlers and suggest something for the captain. Well, we talked about this, it might be time for spin. Have you thought about moving this fielder here? Remember we said for Khawaja, he tends to hit the ball a lot behind square rather than hitting it back down the ground, so we can maybe lock that area up and ask him to drive fuller ball straighter, see if we can get a nick. So those things, hopefully you're not introducing those ideas on the ground when it's happening. You know, you've gone through that process with the captain, with the team prior to the game to say this is what we think his strengths are, this is how we expect he's going to try and score, this is the fields we might try and, you know, put into place. He tends to cut more than pull, for example, or he tends to cover drive more than off drive. He sits back a little bit in the crease. So you've got those thoughts in your mind, and then the captain again is responsible for making those decisions, reminding players as you go and making the changes as are required.
So how do you and Dizzy then tackle the Pakistan team when you're not entirely sure who's going to be playing for you, but you still can, I guess, scout the opposition and find their weaknesses?
Yeah, I mean, we probably had a good idea if it wasn't this bloke, it was going to be that bloke. There wasn't 12 changes, let's be honest. So yes, you can kind of set up what you're thinking and how you'd like to go about it. And if you might, even in the most stable teams, you could also have someone do a hamstring or pull a side muscle the day before the game, which, you know, creates a need for a late change. So you're preparing your group. It becomes a bit more difficult, and was more difficult in Pakistan, when potentially 4 players came in from outside your squad rather than being involved in the 13 or 14 that were together for the first test. But you just have the time to quickly upskill them. You show them the same information. You make sure the captain's with you when you're doing it, so they've got a chance to discuss as players what they're doing and how they're going about it. And then, hopefully, with that background info, they make the right calls at the right times during the game.
Did they ever give you a justification as to why they run the system that way?
No, that's just life over there, I think. I think they didn't... Whilst they would probably... Well, the players would certainly acknowledge it's quite... what's the word?
Like foreign.
Yeah, it's quite... but also, it's forever changing over there. There's nothing that's stable. It's volatile the whole time. And the players will acknowledge that. And I think they're looking and searching for some time where they feel as though they've got some confidence in the system that one bad day is not going to mean the end for all of them. But all we could talk about was what we thought was right and the ways that we were trying to initiate and instigate that sort of continuity in the playing group and give them faith and trust that the best team had been selected, and so they were going to get an opportunity to perform. And if that's the case, we need to make sure you're aware of how they're going to attack you and how we can attack them, both with bat and ball. And you just went through the process as you normally would. And it's not, a lot of the time, it's not 12 blokes in a room with a big screen. Sometimes it's just sitting in a coffee shop with a computer and how do you think they're going to come at you? How are their spinners going to bowl to you? What sort of field are they going to have to start versus what sort of field might they have once you're in? So how do you change that field quicker to take away the risk of the bat pad or the leg slip or whatever it might have been? So they're just general discussions you're having with individual players as you go.
Drinks have come and gone, and we're continuing. Buckingham from the southern end. Lovell squared up. Back to the bowler, no run. None for 37, Queensland in their second innings. Currently trailing by 139 here at Carmarolton Oval. Second session, day 2. Aaron Bryans and former Australian coach Tim Nielsen with you. The text line 0467 920 222. Dan in the Riverland, picking grapes, says, hey team, do you reckon if the game was played at Adelaide Oval, the crowd numbers would be more?
Good question, Dan.
Buckingham in from the southern end to Lovell, who leaves through to Carey.
It's a hard one to excuse me. It's a hard one to answer. There is a bit more shade there. Whether it's at yesterday's heat, there was 2,500, I think, yesterday, and it was a very similar day. We mentioned a couple of times that stand on the southeastern side there would be pretty hot, staring into the afternoon sun, and that's pretty empty again. So people are squashing in as best they can underneath the shade on that southeastern corner. So Yeah, maybe there'd be a few more. It's probably a little bit closer to the city, isn't it? People might pop down for lunch or after lunch for a while, but I don't think it'd be a significant difference, to be honest.
Buckingham to Lovell on 10. Defends into the pitch, bounces over the head of Buckingham, but Scott floats across to do the fielding, no run. I guess the way of counteracting it is, this isn't a sellout. They're not turning people away right now.
No, that's right,
So
yeah. Yep.
You think you take this crowd and move it there and maybe add a couple more, considering the location and accessibility?
Yeah.
I think everyone felt that the history and the magnitude of what the Adelaide Oval would mean felt like the right call. At the same time, it can be a bit of a coliseum when there's only get 2,000 people in it, and it's not always visually a great spectacle. Buckingham to Lovell on 10. Plays it backward of point. Good guiding shot. Pad high and a straighter delivery. The chase is on from Hunt, who gets there towards the rope. Lovell runs through for a couple, moves to 12. Queensland none for 39. I think the only main difference in terms of crowd numbers, Tim, is if it was at Adelaide Oval, it would have been Monday to Friday rather than the Wednesday to Sunday.
Yeah, and we probably should judge this from tomorrow as a crowd, shouldn't we? Because yesterday was a pretty good crowd. I expected there was going to be a decent crowd yesterday, just with the first Shield final here for 30 years. Today was probably always going to be the more quiet day, given it's Thursday. Tomorrow, a few people might knock off work at lunchtime and come down, and then hopefully South Australia are in front on the weekend, and I think we'll see a big crowd.
Buckingham to Lovell, who leaves through to Carey. The way it's tracking, if it does end tomorrow, it would be kind of later towards the day, which would be great if you're knocking off work and you're racing down to potentially see South Australia lift the trophy.
Well, if it finishes tomorrow afternoon, there's only one winner.
Yes, true.
So it will be South Australia lifting the trophy if it finishes tomorrow afternoon. So that wouldn't be a bad result.
The flip side of that, we asked Carl Hooper this before, and he said 250 in terms of the minimum that Queensland would need to set to be in this game. What are you feeling?
Yeah, I think just let Jordan bowl this ball.
Buckingham right arm over the wicket from the southern ends. Lovell turns it into the leg side, quickly fielded on the bounce by McAndrew. That'll wrap up the 13th.
Yeah, 250 is going to give you enough to think that you've got a real proper chance. There's been a lot of games of cricket that have been won when someone's chasing 250. To get to 250, they're going to have to make basically 450, aren't they? What's that? They're going to have to make 430. So they're a fair way from home there. They need another 400 runs yet. I think anything over 200. I'd still think South Australia are favourites if that's the case, given the nature of the wicket. But if we start to see the wicket play a few tricks over the next day and a half, and anything over 200 could get a bit curly, and anything over 250 will be tough. It's always hard to chase that many runs.
Trailing by 137 at the moment. Doggett to Khawaja, edge and taken. Third slip. Magnificent dive. And McInerney has taken an excellent catch. Usman Khawaja's out for 21. South Australia has the breakthrough. Queensland one down, 1 for 39. And their hopes of breaking the drought continue to rise at Karen Rolton Oval. Brendan Doggett strikes with his 7th of the Sheffield Shield final.
Extra pace, extra bounce. It was short, it pitched in line with middle stump and maybe seamed away. Uzi got caught on the crease, squared up. In the end, fended away from his body, and Conor McInerney moved low to his right to catch it at ankle height. It was a really good catch, sharp catch.
Just like that, Queensland's momentum halted in an instant. It felt like they were settled, the partnership was building, and suddenly they've lost a wicket. 1 for 39 brings Marnus Labuschagne to the crease. A man who knows all about posting big scores in Sheffield Shield finals, Marnus Labuschagne, and they need him to do a massive job here for Queensland to try and save them. It was back in 2021 he posted 192 against New South Wales to win by an innings. They'll need something close to the 100 mark at least if Queensland can try and salvage this. Khawaja out. Queensland in a bit of trouble, Tim Nielsen.
They are, and that's the benefit of the lead we have, or South Australia have, isn't it? You can make a couple of early inroads. That ball really did actually seam from Doggett. It was bashed into the wicket back of a length. It was kind of shoulder height by the time, or maybe between waist and shoulder height by the time Uzi played at it. But it really did deviate across him towards the slips, and he ended up following it, squared up badly, and ended up pushing it almost to the third slip field from Conor McInerney. He took a really good sharp catch. So 1 for 39. It's a great start. It's been quiet, hasn't it? It's kind of come out of nowhere, but maybe it's just the extra pace. We talked about that yesterday. Doggett had the extra pace. It's harder to bat against. If the ball does move, you have less time to adjust. So it's nice to see him in the attack, and it's great to see him having success.
Has been the tale of the game between Vidler's 4 wickets with 140 clicks and Brendan Doggett, who's got 7 for now in this match. Doggett continues from the northern end, tucked by Labuschagne through square. Wants 2, but is sent back after 1. 1 for 40, Queensland.
And that's a really good point as far as players progressing to the next level. The best players, if you're not up around 135, it becomes more and more difficult to deceive them and to push them. You know, that they're good enough to adjust, adapt and work through it. So, you know, a lot of people say, oh, why isn't this? You know, Fergus O'Neill's just been tagged the Sheffield Shield Player of the Year. He's probably at that age and stage where if he can find half a yard, it may give him a more better chance. Not of playing Test cricket. That's usually a reward for excellent Sheffield Shield performance, but having a real positive impact at that level.
Doggett to Lovell now. Lifts up on his toes, slices it to point, and an excellent diving stop. Floating across there from Henry Hunt. And Lovell remains on 12. 1 for 40. Queensland trail by 136. And Khawaja's Sheffield Shield final ends with 23 runs, Tim, after a tumultuous fortnight. It wasn't exactly the response he was after missing the final Shield game to go to the Formula One. He hasn't exactly answered his critics in these 2 innings. Doggett in from the northern end. Lovell steps back, pushes it into the offside. Quickly fielded at cover, no run. We're very early in the piece, Tim. It's midway through day 2. If you're thinking man of the match, it's hard to go past a guy who's taken 7 already.
Doggett's right there, isn't he? So if 10 wickets in a match, he needs 3 more in this innings to promote himself to that level. But if he can get to there, hopefully there's not enough time for a South Australian batsman. Jake Lehmann's the only one that really could lay claim, but I suspect that 10 wickets in a Shield final probably outdoes 100.
Lovell on 12. Doggett in from the hospital northern end. Bowls. Bit of height on that delivery. And Lovell has to kind of scooch back and leave it through to Carey. Queensland 1 for 40, trailing by 136. Ball to come in the 14th. 0467 920 222 if you want to get in touch across the day. Still got Jason Gillespie and Carl Hooper to come. It's part of our coverage. Tim Nielsen here at the moment. And Lovell about to face his 50th delivery to wrap up the 14th over. Doggett charges in, defended straight back to him. A little bit wide and ended up gathered at mid-on. That'll wrap up the 14th over. Queensland 1 for 40. The wicket of Usman Khawaja for 21. The bowling of Brendan Doggett, who has 7 in the match. Queensland currently trailing by 136 runs. Commentary change coming up on ABC Sport. Robin Chipperfield coming in alongside Carl Hooper.
The 2025 Sheffield Shield Final. South Australia versus Queensland. Live from Karen Rolton Oval.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
What a huge breakthrough for South Australia. Just as it seemed everything was calm and settled. Khawaja gone. Brendan Doggett, the man that claimed a wicket. And suddenly there's more pressure back on Queensland again. Lovell has 12. Labuschagne about to face Jordan Buckingham for the first time. Labuschagne on 1 from 1. A lot resting on the shoulders of the Queensland skipper. 3 slips and a gully behind him. There's Buckingham running away from us into Labuschagne, who clips it down the ground. Nice shot. Not sure he got all of it, but he's got enough. He's heading towards the boundary. McAndrew's after it and gathers it a couple of metres inside the boundary rope. Gives it to Liam Scott, who'll complete the formalities. Labuschagne with 3. Carl Hooper, good afternoon. Importance of that wicket.
Yeah, good afternoon, Robin. It's a good breakthrough for South Australia. Doggett managed to find the edge of Usman Khawaja's bat, and a good low catch by Conor McInerney at third slip.
Is Buckingham bounding in into Lovell, who's leaving alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, that bring in Marnus Labuschagne to the crease, and it's been a bit short on runs, so he'll be looking to dig in and, you know, try to get as much runs as he can for Queensland. A lot of speculation about his place in the Australian side. He's through a bit of a lean patch of late. We all know how good a play he is. It's just a matter of time before he gets a significant score. From a South Australian point of view, is hoping not today.
Buckingham into Lovell. That's beautifully clipped off his toes, all along the ground through mid-wicket. And McAndrew won't be able to get to this one in the way that he got to one earlier in the over. And he picks up 4, Angus Lovell.
Yeah. Buckingham trying to bowl that full and link ball. Just as I mentioned before in commentary, it's a very fine line between getting that length full and getting the batsman to come forward and presenting a half volley, which is an easy scoring opportunity. On 2 of the last 3 balls, we've had rank half volleys, one being pushed down the ground and then this one being tipped wide and mid on for 4.
Buckingham again into Lovell, who's forward, bat and pad close together, and defending it up to mid-off. No run. Queensland on a 1 for 47. Having conceded a first innings deficit of 176. You're just joining us for the Sheffield Shield final on day 2 at Karen Rolton Oval. South Australia all out for 271. Jake Lehman 102. Down the order, Ben Menenti a fine 46. And a huge credit to Nathan McAndrew as well with 39. Got South Australia up to that 271. Here's Buckingham in, good ball that finds the edge, and it goes wide of the slips and down to third for 4. McSweeney gives chase, but he can't reel it in. And a moment of fortune for Angus Lovell. He didn't know much about that.
Yeah, even if there was a third slip there, that wouldn't have carried. Ball sort of died as it went past where a 4th slip would have been, and dunked the 3rd man for 4.
Genuine edge from Lovell. It's pierced that gap, hasn't it, between the slips and gully perfectly. Queensland on to 151. Buckingham again into Lovell, who has 20, and then he's on the back foot is Lovell and punching forward a square into the offside. That won't go for 4 either. Henry Huntfields and keeps him down to 2. Runs beginning to flow for Lovell, one way or the other. End of the over, 1 for 53. Lovell 22, and Labuschagne on 4. The deficit 123 now.
Yeah, from a Queensland's perspective, they would have thought that, you know, they can take the first boxes trying to get through the new ball without losing too many. 53 for 1 from 15. Would have thought that is achieved. And now, second aim would be to bat, obviously, the rest of the day without losing too many more. And then we've got a whole of day 3 to bat, and then day 4 to think of setting the game up.
Long, long way to go. You have to keep reminding yourself you're only on day 2.
Only on day 2.
Here's Doggett into Labuschagne, who clips this off his toes down towards backward square. It'll go for 4. He's timed that so well. Just seemed to glide at that, did Labuschagne, but he timed it to perfection, and Clayton, running around to his left-hand side, could not reel it in. And Labuschagne on to 8 from 3 balls.
Yeah, just beautiful conditions now for batting. It's a beautiful day, nice and warm, and the surface quickly becoming batter-friendly, and the outfield lightning quick.
1 for 57. As Doggett is into Labuschagne again. He's leaving this outside the off stump. This ball goes through to Carey. Still 46.5 overs to go today. Assuming we get them all in, which is
not to be taken for granted. Only 90 overs a day in the final of the Sheffield Shield compared to the usual 96.
We've yet to see any spin from South Australia. There was no need for it in the first innings, but one would have thought sometime today we'll see Ben Menenti with his offies.
Here's Doggett in, and Labuschagne is forward and guiding this into the offside to Hunt at point. No run.
Well, on surfaces like these, this role I think would be to just make sure that he holds an end, doesn't allow the game to slip away from McSweeney, and then you rotate the quicks from the other end. So he's got a critical role to play here today and tomorrow.
There's Doggett again into Labuschagne, who defends back to the bowler, and there's no run. 1 for 57. Labuschagne on 8.
There was more to it, but that they never
And
showed. So it just went from 8 to he got used to it.
looking assured so far early on in his innings.
Yeah, there is a bit of that.
There's 3 slips and a gully as he's defending this Labuschagne off Doggett. Back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Well, more sedate pace today. Yesterday the game unfolded at a frenetic pace. Saw some 15 wickets falling yesterday. And today a bit of calmness restored. Good grinding stuff now.
It's felt much more today like I was expecting yesterday, if I'm honest. Astounded yesterday, 16 wickets fell in the day.
And maybe it was a good thing because it opened the game up.
Yeah.
We've got loads of time.
Here's Doggett into Labuschagne, tucking this nicely off his knee roll. Out to Lehman, who's 3/4 of the way back at square leg. And they're through for 1. They'll pick up a single off the last ball of the over. Doggett 1 for 9 off his 4 overs.
And what I like about the way the game is poised at the moment is that, you know, obviously Queensland want to bat and put themselves in a position where they can either declare and have a go at South Australia. They need to give themselves enough time to bowl South Australia out. So at some point in time, they will have to take the game on.
Much of the focus on Labuschagne. He's helped his side to a Sheffield Shield win, of course, before. In 2021 at Allen Border Field. Made 193, Labuschagne, in a win against New South Wales by an innings and 33 runs. 193, what they'd give for something similar here. Change of bowling here for South Australia as Liam Scott comes into the attack to replace Buckingham. And Labuschagne is liking what he's seeing as he clips the ball into mid-wicket. Pushing for a second, but McAndrew will keep them down to 1. 1 for 59.
And Robin, I suppose all the talk now is about, you know, either South Australia winning the game, or it's either that or a draw. Queensland some 176 behind, but cricket is a funny game. And funny things tend to happen on the 5th day. We've never had a 5-day game here before, so you know, you think about somebody like the leggy like Shropshire. Can he come into the game on the 5th day?
Plenty of cricket left to be played. Here's Liam Scott into Lovell, who's leaving alone outside the off stump. Through to Pearson. Now, Queensland don't know they're still in this. I mean, it seems a long way away. They're still 117 behind. But once they do get themselves in front, and I'm sure they will in this innings, then suddenly the game feels as though it's getting away from South Australia, even if it really isn't too much. But once they're ahead, it'll only take one big partnership to put pressure back on South Australia. Here's Scott. That's flicked away down towards fine leg. And is that going to go for 4? It is. 4 runs as well from Lovell. He's played that fine enough to get it down to fine leg. And between Carey and the fielder at a wideish fine leg. And Lovell moves on to 26 and the score on to 63.
Yeah, Scott getting too straight and easy pickings. Lovell taking him off the toes down to the fine leg for a boundary. I mean, here we are talking about the 5th day. We're only in the 2nd day.
Yeah.
It's a long, long, long way away. This could be done by the 4th day for all you know.
Yeah. Could be done tonight.
Could be.
Here's Scott into Lovell, who's on his toes and cracking it through the offside. Out towards the point boundary. It's not slowing up much. But Henry Hunt manages to stop the ball going for 4. Good chase from the opening batter. And keeps them down to 2. They got 2 there.
Yeah, Scott overcorrected and pulling his length back. This time on the other side, on the offside, and too much width, too much length for Lovell to play with, and he punched it in front to the right to cover and picked up a couple.
Scott into Lovell again, who's right behind it. Very straight bat, vertically, as he knocks it back past the bowler to McAndrew. And gathers from close to where the umpire's standing. There's no run.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how long before somebody like Manenti is introduced. There's obviously not much there for the Seamers. But having said that, they must maintain their discipline, stop off stump, be patient.
About 25 minutes before tea, Scott is in and left alone by Lovell outside the off stump. Through to Pearson, and that is the end of the over. 1 for 65, so 111 behind. Carl Hooper's going to step out, and Jason Gillespie will join us here on Grandstand Cricket on what is a beautiful afternoon. And Lovell looking more confident, as indeed Queensland are, than they did in their first innings. Remember, 95 all out. Here they're 1 for 65 on a much flatter surface than it looked yesterday. And this will be hard work over the next day or so for South Australia if they are to get themselves in a position to win that first Shield in 29 years. Labuschagne on 10, and he's facing Brendan Doggett, who's defending out into the offside. A good intent from Labuschagne, who spots the opportunity for a single as McAndrew fields. And he moves on to 11, 1 for 66, 110 behind. Dizzy, good afternoon.
Oh, what a treat to be with you again, Robin. This is brilliant.
The sarcasm is dripping off.
No, genuine. Mate, this is great. How you going?
Yeah, I'm good. What have you made of this so far? It's much harder work, isn't it?
It certainly is from a bowler's perspective. There's no doubt about that. It was a key wicket of Khawaja by Brendan Doggett a few overs ago.
And there's Doggett again. Shorter ball pulled into the onside powerfully by Lovell through mid-wicket for 4. That's a very good shot, right on top of the bounce.
He's a real talent, this kid, Angus Lovell. Watched him a bit over the last couple of years. He's second 11 cricket, he's played some first class. He's dominated grade cricket, premier cricket in Queensland. I sense that in the next few years he'll get an extended opportunity batting in the top 3 for Queensland. I think he'll have a fine career.
Yeah, scored 146 against New South Wales, not out earlier in the season. Doggett is into Lovell, who's defending out into the offside.
Were you working that game?
I was.
Yeah, that was Cricket Central, yeah?
It was. He looked very good.
What was the New South Wales attack with Jackson Bird?
Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it would have, as long as Jackson Bird wasn't injured.
Jack Edwards.
Yeah. Chris Green.
Yeah. Hatcher, maybe?
Yes, it probably was a Hatcher game at Cricket Central. Yeah. But he looked very calm. Here's Doggett bowling to Lovell again, works it out onto the onside.
He's certainly highly rated by Queensland.
He's getting to that stage. You mentioned youngster, but he's 25 now, so he's probably just come out of that youngster category.
Yeah, that's fair. At what age would you say is you're out of the youngster category. 22, 23?
Yeah, it probably depends how many games you've played, right? So if you've
what if you're a child prodigy like Ricky Ponting and makes his debut at 16, 17, and you're 19 and you've had 3 seasons?
Yeah, still a youngster. If your age starts with a 1, you can't be anything other than a youngster.
Very true. But I think you're right. If someone has made their debut at 18, 19, they've played 4 seasons and they're 22 years of age, it's hard to, with 30, 40 games under their belt, it's probably hard to refer to them as a youngster.
You'd been around about that time when Ponting made his debut. Was there much of a buzz around about him as a player?
There really was.
There was.
Yeah,
right.
there really was.
In the same way as, say, a Constas. There's
a huge buzz about Ricky Ponting.
Yeah.
Huge. And rightly so.
Absolutely. Here's Doggett into Lovell, who's ducking out the way of a shorter delivery to end the over. Through it goes to Alex Carey. And there's no run.
I remember, I think he made a 50 on debut against South Australia, actually, Ricky Ponting, as a 16, 17-year-old. I remember I got picked for the South Australian under-19s. It was in Victoria, and we'd come up against Tasmania. And Ricky had a couple of seasons playing for Tassie at the time, but he was playing in this under-19 championship.
That doesn't seem fair.
No, it doesn't seem fair. So I remember bowling to it. I'm thinking, there's no way I'm getting this bloke out. It's just too good. And I was this little medium pacer. So what I did, I instructed the captain. I said, I want everyone on the offside. So I had a 9-0 field. And I just bowled 2 foot outside off stump. And then Ricky has reached one and squirted one to gully, got caught, and smashed his stumps down, walked off, got banned for a game.
The perfect scenario for you.
Perfect scenario, and I had a bit of a giggle. So that was my first interaction with Rick.
Here's Scott into Labuschagne, who's defending down and behind him into the slip cordon. I don't think his temper changed much, did it?
No, but what I can say is I'm very confident that Ricky Ponting at that stage would never in his wildest dreams have thought that little dibbly-dobbler medium pacer for South Australia was going to play cricket with him over the preceding decades.
How many years later would you have played for Australia together?
Oh, would have been, maybe 4 years later.
Yeah, okay.
Three, maybe 3 or 4 years later. Probably shocked him, to be perfectly blunt.
Not this bloke, he said. Here's Scott into Labuschagne, works it into the onside.
I remember that little dibbly-dobbler. He set a 9-0 field for me.
It worked.
Well, it worked, yeah. Very funny.
Genius tactics.
Liam Scott just getting into his work, just his second over. Only he had the 4 overs, I think, in the first innings. So certainly expect him to do a bit more work in this innings, Robin.
Yeah, into Labuschagne here, who's allowing this to go past the off stump. Might have kept a fraction low, that. I expected a bit more bounce in that.
I think we've seen a couple from this Southern or Adelaide High School end just keep a little bit low. We saw one a couple of overs ago with Jordan Buckingham. Got edged through the vacant 3rd, 4th slip. That died very quickly. Didn't really bounce.
And 3 slips awaiting. Staggered formation. Sanger in the gully as well as Scott bounds in. Shorter ball on his hip, and Labuschagne misses out here as he hits it straight to Lehman at square leg, and there's no run.
South Australian bowlers just need a lot of patience here. Just keep running in and just thinking, hit that shoebox, hit a length. We talk about it in cricket. Think of a shoebox on a length. It's going to bounce and hit the top of off stump. Just keep bashing away, hitting that zone over and over and over again.
Scott again into Labuschagne. Hits him on the pads, playing across the line. Huge appeal. Umpire says not out. That must have been close. Just by the way that Labuschagne played it, it looked very close. It certainly wasn't going over, I don't think.
And the reaction of the South Australians. Liam Scott can't believe it.
We'll have a look on the replay.
Oh, it's very tight.
Potentially just going down leg side. But
I reckon it's one of those 50-50 calls, Like, if it was given, you'd go, oh, okay, fair enough. not given. Oh, I can see why it wasn't given.
Yeah.
Real tricky one. See.
I just think that was very tight. I think it's one of those that if they had DRS and you saw it again, I mean, they would definitely have reviewed it, South Australia.
No question. The keeper and slips all went up in unison.
Labuschagne signalled immediately it was going down leg side, which to my mind...
he's always going to do that.
he knew it was close.
That's right.
And it's got again, final ball of the over into Labuschagne, leaving alone outside the off stump. Through to Carey, and there's no run.
It's a bit like when you used to watch the late, great Dean Jones. If he ever nicked behind, he would always scratch his crease and then look up. And if he got away with it, like if the umpire didn't give him out, he'd get away with it. Or if he got hit on the pad, he'd scratch his crease. And you always knew it was close if Dino did that.
Yeah, he thought if he
because he thought he might be in a bit of strife there. What a wonderful player Dean Jones was.
Yeah.
Taken from us too soon.
So many have, haven't they?
Yeah.
In recent years,
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Very sad. So we see a change here, Robin.
Yeah, McAndrew's going to come on from the Port Road end for the first time in the match, I think. Can't remember him bowling from that end in the first innings.
And he's operated from the Adelaide High, and
he's bowled, 5 overs so far, none for 20. Bowling to Lovell. And Lovell's driving down the ground. That's a great shot. That's gone between mid-on and the stumps. And it's going to reach the rope as well.
That's nearly shot of the match.
Your lips.
Yeah, that's nearly shot of the match for me. When you see a batter play straight past, right-hander hitting it past the left-hand side of the stumps at the other end and inside of mid-on, you know their balance is really good. So they're not falling over to the offside, because if they fall over to the offside, they'll tend to hit it squarer. But Angus Lovell has just hit that absolutely beautifully. Head position's fantastic, very balanced on his feet, full face of the bat, absolutely superb. A batting coach's dream.
You were purring. Lovell on to 36. Here's McAndrew into him again. He's forward this time. And defending out into the offside. And this time there's no run. Who would you say is a question without notice? But
you love a question without notice.
A question without notice, which is a phrase I've never used before I entered these shores. I love it. It's just such a great phrase.
Fire away, mate.
Who was the best bat you bowled at? Around the world, because you played international cricket, obviously, a whole heap. Who did you think, really don't want to bowl to him today? Give you time to think. So here's McAndrew. Outside the off stump.
Well, don't really need to think. I think the short answer is Brian Lara, and I'll explain that. I reckon there was a period as well for about a year, 18 months, where I really didn't enjoy bowling to Michael Vaughan. He was in superb nick. You remember the 02-03 Ashes in Australia? He was nearly unbowlable too. He was superb. That I can't remember the numbers offhand, but he must have averaged 60 or 70 for that Test series. He was absolutely superb. But the reason I say Brian Lara, Robin, is I always felt I was fortunate enough to bowl to a lot of wonderful players in that era, the likes of Sangakkara, Dravid, Tendulkar, etc.
McAndrew into Lovell, who's driving into the offside. There's no run.
Callis, Sangakkara, Joe Warden, all these wonderful players. Sehwag, Laxman. But I always just felt with Brian Lara, compared to all those guys, if I bowled my best ball, I felt that they would either let it go or defend it, play it quite orthodox. But depending which gear Brian Lara was in, would dictate where that ball would go.
Right.
So in essence, if he was in the zone and going and moving up the gears, he could literally hit that ball wherever he wanted to, whether it be backward point, back over my head, or square leg.
Lovell gets an outside edge here as he's squared up a little bit. We'll get a single as well as it goes to backward point and Henry Hunt.
So I suppose what I'm trying to say is that he was probably the most likely to be able to put pressure back on you as a bowler.
Even to your best ball.
Yeah, even to your best ball. And Saywag was a player like that, but you always felt you were in a chance with wicket with Saywag because he was so aggressive. I didn't bowl a lot to Kevin Peterson, only the 05 Ashes where I probably wasn't at my best, but I reckon if I'd bowled more to him, he would possibly be in a similar conversation as Lara. I think he could take a game away from the opposition.
But he'd give you a chance as well, wouldn't he?
But he'd give you a chance as well,
Yeah.
particularly early. You always felt you were in the game early with Kevin. But look, I mean, I was fortunate, Robin. I bowled to some of the best players, most wonderful players. I feel very, very privileged and fortunate to have done that.
Final ball of the over from McAndrew. And Labuschagne is forward and defending out in the offside. And there's no run. We're going to have a change up here. I'm going to step out, leave you with Dizzy Gillespie and Aaron Bryans.
The Sheffield Shield Final, SA and Queensland.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
That was a pleasant little break, Dizzy, just sitting out the back listening to you and Chippers and Carl Hooper's in my ear, having a chat about some of the great West Indians. And it's been a good day for cricket and those in attendance as they push towards that 2,000 mark.
How much fun is Carl to chat to about West Indian cricket? It's superb, isn't
How much fun is Carl to chat to about cricket in general? Just loves the game.
Yeah, he really does.
Liam Scott, away from the southern end to Lovell. High bat raise, plays it through point. Diving stop prevents the run. Queensland 1 for 75 in their second innings, and it's a pivotal time for Marnus Labuschagne after the departure of Usman Khawaja.
It's really obvious watching Angus Lovell, Aaron, and I want you to watch him at the point of release for the bowler. He sets up exactly like Marnus.
He's got a little fast feet, doesn't he?
He's obviously modelled himself on Marnus, and why wouldn't you? Obviously, Marnus is great of Australian cricket.
Let's have a look.
Tell me what you think.
Scott away to Lovell, sets himself, high bat raise and leans forward to defend no run. It is quick footwork, premeditated, some would say a little bit, but he's very fast to react.
Well, you're able to react fast if you're judging the length of the ball. So the quicker you can judge length, the quicker you can get into position to play either a defensive shot or a positive shot. So judging length is always key. So whenever batters are learning, kids are growing up learning, I think coaches should encourage them to find ways to explore how they can judge length better, quicker.
Lovell takes a step, bit of a shout heading towards the back leg on leg side and rolls down towards long leg. They'll run through. Queensland 1 for 76. There's different types of batters, isn't there, Dizzy, where those who can plant their feet and shuffle late, but he's very much like Marnus, got that bit of nervous twitch to him where he's kind of always ready yet anticipating anything. And
well, what he does is as he moves his bat, his hands, and he moves his bat, and the bat becomes a little bit more vertical. And the reason you have your bat a bit more vertical at point of release because it's lighter. If you hold the bat out horizontal, it's obviously heavier.
Yeah.
So you want to lighten your bat.
Scott now to Labuschagne, pushes it into the leg side, no run, and fielded at mid-on.
Or unweight the bat. So you get that position. So they raise their hands so the bat is vertical, so it feels lighter. And then you're in a position to be able to either go forward to play the ball, or you can just play cut or pull. So it's a very strong position. It's more a modern way of playing. I mean, almost gone are the days. You don't see many batsmen who actually tap their bat, do you?
No.
Like, they get into the rhythm of tapping. Think of Greg Chappell's in this world back in the day.
As Marnus Labuschagne taps his bat a couple of times, and Scott comes away from the southern end, a swinging ball through to Carey.
I think in the past, a lot of batters would keep their bat down, or they'd tap it right until the bowler released the ball. Then they'd come up as the bowler's releasing the ball. Whereas now, it's maybe a few steps before the bowler gets there. Batters are in a very still position. I reckon one of the batters who started to do that was Mike Hussey. Would be in that more upright position, holding his bat a bit higher.
Well, every little millisecond counts, doesn't it? You're wasting time bringing the bat up to bring it down again. So, yeah, it's already at hip height, and it's quickly lifted above his shoulder. There's a shout, though, as it's hitting him on the back pad one more time. A bit closer towards leg stump, but umpire unmoved. And Liam Scott's starting to trouble Labuschagne a little bit, who stays on 12 at the end of the 21st over. Queensland 1 for 77, now trailing by 99 runs. South Australia 271 in their first innings in response to Queensland's 95. Lovell's on 38, Labuschagne on 12. Masterclass in modern batting from Jason Gillespie as part of ABC Sport. That's what happens when you post a double century. You can claim yourself as the master of all trades, teacher of all. A couple of texts coming through on the text line, as Dizzle loves to hear.
Love a text.
We'll get stuck into it in a moment with McAndrew at the northern end, about to bowl to Marnus Labuschagne. We've got two slips in a gully in. McAndrew bowls Labuschagne forward, plays it to the offside. Meg's in Melbourne. Usman Khawaja won't mind that he's out. He now has more time to book his flights and tickets for the Japanese Grand Prix.
Oh,
Megs.
That's rough. Oh. Jeez, it's obviously hit a nerve with some people. Sounds like some people aren't really buying the story.
I think, did you hear the Grandstand Cricket podcast during the week?
I haven't heard it yet, no.
Brilliant analysis from Corbin Middlemass and Ed Cowan, if you haven't. Available on the ABC Listen app, wherever you get your podcasts. Good little plug there. Shout out to you, Corby.
Give us a little rundown?
I shall. McAndrew in from the northern end to Marnus Labuschagne, who pushes it into the offside, no runs. So Corbin watched the entire press conference of Marnus Labuschagne and said, look, over the years that he's known him, seen him play and everything he's done through his career, you take what he says at face value. And Usman essentially laid out the chapters of what unfolded, and it just sounded like a communication breakdown where basically Usman had told Queensland Cricket originally what he wanted to do. The plan with George Bailey was always to look after his conditioning and miss that game, and he told that to Johan Botha but didn't get a response, and Queensland Cricket never really followed it up. Usman never really double-checked. Ultimately, he didn't play that game. McAndrew bowls to Labuschagne on 12, pushes it into the onside, and it trickles down towards mid-on, no run. And ultimately, we find ourselves at a stalemate where Queensland Cricket felt like he could have played it, but just decided not to. And Usman said this was always the plan. And I went to the Formula One, but I still did all of my rehab and conditioning with a physio there.
So where did the hamstring injury come into it?
So he reckons he came back from Sri Lanka always with an issue, and then the original plan was to miss the last game, played against Tassie and felt a bit of a niggle during that game. So the main consensus that Ed and Corby had, and again, I strongly urge you to listen to it because it is a good breakdown of all the events. McAndrew to Labuschagne on 12, dinks it into point, no run. Was that aside from the communication breakdown was the optics. That was the only part that Usman really got wrong. Was, look, if you didn't have to play that last game, if that was always the plan to rest, because he played so much red ball cricket through the summer, but to go to the Formula One probably was just a bad look when your teammates are playing for your season.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. Is a bad look, but ultimately it does sound like, and does sound like a communication issue. So that's probably a lesson, or some lessons that can be taken out of it from both sides, I would have thought.
McAndrew, continuing the 22nd, Labuschagne tried to play to the leg side, ended up catching the bottom of the bat, rolls back to the bowler, no run. The part that Ed Cowan brought up afterwards is where loyalties currently lie. So you look back at when you won the Shield title, and I think there was clearly a passion to not only play for your state, but you would commit so much time to it, and then if you were good enough, you'd be selected for Australia. Whereas Ed's argument now is that because the Australian team rarely changes, the players that are in it prioritise their schedules around playing for Australia. So they'll pick and choose their Sheffield Shield games to make sure that they're fresh to play for the national team.
Yep.
McAndrew in from the northern end to Labuschagne on 12. Turns it through point, and a misfield from Lehman will free him up to run for 2. So trickles its way to Scott. Labuschagne will move to 14. Queensland 1 for 78. 13 in the end. They just took to the single.
So it's a bit like state players with club cricket as well. So, clubs just assume that if they're not playing for their state, they play for their clubs. What a lot of the clubs have got to understand as well is that players don't necessarily want to play club cricket on a Saturday. So if they've played all week, it's their career, they play all week, and they get a rare weekend off. They want the weekend off. And
well, you had this issue when you were coaching South Australia.
Bit,
the clubs were getting stuck into you for not releasing players.
Yeah, and I did everything I could to release players. But if I felt they needed a break Because a lot of the time, and I'm happy to say this now, a lot of the time it was the players who want to come up and say, look, I really feel I could do with a break.
Scott bowling to Lovell, 2 slips and a gully, beaten through to Carey, no run.
I really feel I need a break. But sometimes, and it's only the odd coach, I have to preface this by saying that most of the club coaches were excellent and very understanding. It's just a couple that were a bit niggly about it and would complain about why their players aren't playing.
So I guess where is the line then if you're going from club cricketers getting frustrated that state players won't go down, and then state clubs like South Australia or Queensland in this instance getting
right.
frustrated that Australian players won't come down?
Yeah.
Scott from the southern end to Lovell on 38, who leaves through to Carey.
I think the difference is that playing state cricket, you are a professional cricketer, whereas club cricket is not professional.
Yeah.
So that's where I would say the difference is. I'm all for managing I'm all for managing test players, managing down. If they need a break, they need a break, and I think it's a case by case basis. You know, more likely batters are more likely to be available than bowlers, but ultimately it comes down to that word, communication.
Scott bowling to Lovell on 38, squared up, no run. I guess the main argument for this is Nathan Lyon. How much cricket has he played outside of Australia in the last 2 summers?
Oh, mate. I mean, but it's happened all the way through. I mean, Glenn McGrath played over 100 test matches for Australia, but he would have played about 20 for New South Wales.
Yeah.
Shield games. So it's not as if it's a new issue.
It's probably just the lack of rotation maybe in the Australian side, which is just purely from success at the end of the day. They've been so good
and
for so long.
they've been so successful.
Scott away from the southern end, Lovell on 38. Queensland starting to settle a bit here as he works it into the onside. 1 for 79. Queensland at the moment trailing by 97.
Look, I actually think the state that has the greatest challenges, or has had the greatest challenges over the journey, is probably New South Wales, because they have so many players that are on Cricket Australia contract.
Gives you plenty of opportunity for those
it
coming
gives
through.
Opportunities for others, absolutely. But you could, if all the Australian players are available for one round, you could have a completely different team.
Yes. Be a lot of players shafted their spot. Scott to Lovell, leaves through to Carey over the top of the off stump, a straight delivery with very little movement. Ed was saying in the podcast that, you know, back in the day, Australian players used to get the letter in the mail, and that was how you were selected, and now it's almost an expectation. You know, your Kawajas, your Steve Smiths, they're ready to play, and they're scheduling their structure around the fact that they'll be there at the World Test Championship, and there isn't another world where they wouldn't. It is a little bit of a different life as a cricketer at the elite level now. I must admit,
I've never quite liked it when I've heard players say, oh, no, I'm resting here, I'm putting this because I'm going to play this game, which is 6 months away, 5 months away.
3 slips in a gully. Scott bowls, Lovell defends, trickling to cover. And that was the tricky one with Kawaja at the end of last year, and David Warner in particular, when Warner says, look, I'm retiring at the end of next summer, and Kawaja says, oh, look, I might retire after the Ashes. That assumes you're playing the Ashes.
That's right, and I've always disliked that. Players coming out and saying it. It's almost putting pressure on the selectors to pick them.
Couple of texts on the follow-up. So Stewart's... Oh, we're at tea. There you go. I was so distracted by the conversation. Yes, I forgot about the cricket. 1 for 79, Queensland in the tea break. We'll read your text in a moment, Stuart. But Queensland are currently trailing at the moment by 97 runs in their second innings. Labuschagne's on 14. Lovell's on 38. It's always good to have you as part of the broadcast. You're just
great fun.
You're just too good of a chat.
Oh, don't be silly.
I'll run through the call of the card in a moment while I build it all up to you. Can you tell us how you're feeling at the end of the second session on day 2?
I think, you know, Queensland are batting very well here. 1 for 79 after 23 overs. They're getting through this tough period, the first 30 overs, so they're doing that quite well. They've still got a little bit of work to do. But it's certainly shown that the surface has settled down. I think the nerves of both teams have settled down a little bit, and this is going to be we're going to see a lot of runs scored and not many wickets taken over the next couple of days.
If you have just joined us, so day started with South Australia in action in their first innings at 6 for 158. Jake Lehmann made his 50 off 78 and then his century off 135. South Australia getting all the way to lunch, finally out for 271 with a lead of 176. Jake Lehman out for 102 off 151 there. And Queensland just rolling through this second session. So Usman Khawaja, the only wicket to fall for 21. Queensland were 1 for 39 at that stage. Connor McInerney with an excellent catch at third slip off the bowling of Brendan Doggett, who has 7 for in this matchup. Otherwise, they continue to motor on, Queensland, with Marnus Labuschagne and Angus Lovell, who's closing in on his half-century. Khawaja out for 21 from 34, as I touched on. The best of the bowlers, again, if you're just joining us, I'll run through the Queenslanders. So Nisa had 1 for 44. Vidler 4 for 64, Steketee 1 for 51, Wildermuth 3 for 39, Labuschagne wicketless for 20, 1 for 42 for Mitch Sepson, and Angus Lovell none for 4 from his 1 over. And for the South Australian quicks in that session, Nathan McAndrew none for 27, 1 maiden from 7 overs, Jordan Buckingham none for 24, 1 maiden from his 7, Brendan Doggett 1 for 14 from his 5, no maidens in there, and Liam Scott none for 9 with 2 maidens of his 4 overs. Stuart's text on the text line 0467 920 222 was, if Usman is going to Japan, tell him I can give him a few tips for restaurants. Just got back into the commentary streaming in Hiroshima, hoping for a few wickets this session. That might be Stuart, Tim's brother, I reckon, getting back in touch with us. He's been listening throughout the last couple of days.
Nice.
Another listener says, a big day from Slim and the lads, currently listening in Bangkok. Jeez, everyone's abroad this afternoon.
Absolutely brilliant.
Spending a couple of weeks on a golf trip in Thailand. Oh, my goodness. Slim, if I weren't here enjoying the cricket, I would rather be... that's the next place I'd rather be.
Doesn't that just reinforce the point that Sheffield Shield cricket is popular and well supported?
You're on holiday on a golf trip and you still want to listen.
still want to listen in.
I love
Absolutely brilliant.
Best of luck, Slim. I hope you beat your mates in your golf trip. That sounds magnificent. I can't imagine what the photos would be like over there. And Pete and Adelaide's loving the banter between Dizzy and Tim. They're both outstanding coaches, but definitely would settle into a second career in broadcasting very nicely. We are loving having them as part of the crew. Carl Hooper's here as well throughout the day. It is tea on day 2. Queensland currently motoring on in their second innings after losing Usman Khawaja for 21. They are 1 for 79 and trailing by 97 runs. Tea here at Karen Rolton Oval. We'll be back in a moment's time on ABC Sport, but for now we can get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
This is ABC News. Good afternoon, I'm Sam Wilkinson. The federal government says unannounced compliance checks of childcare providers will help improve the quality of the sector. The proposed spot checks are part of the government's response to the ABC's Four Corners program, uncovering claims of misconduct, serious injury and incidents in the sector. Early Childhood Education Minister Anne Arley says the government will investigate making $20 billion worth of subsidies contingent on better compliance.
We'll give authorised officers more powers to be able to do their job by allowing them to perform spot checks and unannounced visits to detect fraud and non-compliance.
Some economists are viewing the federal opposition's plan to temporarily cut the fuel excise as a direct pitch to voters in outer suburban seats. Liberal leader Peter Dutton will use tonight's budget reply to promise to halve the excise to 25 cents for 12 months if his party wins the election. He will argue it will save a one-car family $14 a week. Economist Saul Eslake says it's a policy designed for parts of Australia where vehicle usage is more frequent.
Those who drive, and in particular who drive a considerable amount, and they are of course concentrated in the outer suburbs of Australia's big cities and in rural and regional areas, which are the areas that the coalition is targeting.
Former South Australian opposition leader David Spears has pleaded guilty to 2 drug supply charges. The 40-year-old appeared in the Adelaide Magistrates Court where an agreement was reached between the prosecution and defence for the matter to be dealt with by a magistrate. It's been listed for sentencing submissions in April. Outside of court, Mr Spears has told the media he's focused on bringing the matter to a conclusion as soon as possible.
That's the best thing for me at a personal level, and that's why I'm taking this approach. So I'm not going to make any further statement today.
The editor of The Atlantic magazine, Jeffrey Goldberg, says it was US National Security Advisor Mike Waltz who added him to a group chat discussing military strikes on Houthi targets in Yemen. Mr. Waltz has taken responsibility for the mistake, while US President Donald Trump has suggested the Signal messaging platform may be defective. The Atlantic magazine has published the full details of the chat, including a specific timeline on how the Pentagon would carry out the strikes. Speaking to the BBC, Mr. Goldberg has explained what happened.
I received a message request from Michael Waltz, and then I accepted the request, period. Sorry to be so boring about it. Wish there was a Le Carré kind of quality here. He asked me to talk, and so I said yes. And then the next thing I know, I'm in this very strange chat group with the national security leadership of the United States.
US President Donald Trump has announced plans to impose tariffs of up to 25% on car imports to America. The tariffs will go into effect on the 2nd of April, the same day Mr. Trump is expected to unveil a wide range of so-called reciprocal tariffs that would match those charged by other nations. He says the latest tariffs will spur growth in the US car industry.
This is very exciting. So we're signing a executive order today that's going to lead to tremendous growth in the automobile industry.
Members of Tasmania's Aboriginal community have welcomed the return of remains belonging to a 19th century ancestor, Lachlan Ford reports.
The skull of a young Aboriginal man shot in central Tasmania has been held at Scotland's University of Aberdeen for 170 years. After years of negotiations, it finally arrived home today, cheers erupting throughout Hobart Airport. A shell necklace was also returned after being kept by the University of Glasgow for more than a century. Elder Jeanette James, a delegate on the trip to bring the items back to Tasmania, is optimistic about recovering more items.
Negotiations and discussions have been very open this trip, and it's been very heartwarming.
The delegates say the young man's remains will be returned to his country and people.
And hundreds of Australian authors have expressed their anger over allegations Facebook and Instagram's parent company Meta used their work without permission to train its AI. Authors in the US have launched legal action alleging Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg was warned a large data set of books they were using had been pirated. Meta is defending the lawsuit. Australian Society of Authors CEO Lucy Hayward says taking legal action in Australia would be difficult and the government needs to step in.
Unfortunately, because the scraping occurred offshore, we understand that there are complications for bringing infringement claims in Australia. So in our view, the best recourse for Australian authors and illustrators, the best remedy is government intervention.
And you're up to date with the latest from ABC News.
Hi, I'm Corbin Middlemass.
And I'm Ed Cowan.
He played Test cricket for Australia.
And Ed Cowan gets his first Test match century.
And he commentates the cricket.
Stark tries again. He runs in straight through him. Together, we're giving you your weekly cricket conversation.
We're pulling apart the biggest stories in the sport and delivering them to you each and every week.
It's called the Grandstand Cricket Podcast. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
The Sheffield Shield Final, SA and Queensland.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
And here at Karen Rolton Oval, Queensland is 1 for 79 in its second innings. Angus Lovell unbeaten on 38 and Marnus Labuschagne on 14. The 1 wicket for that of Usman Khawaja for 21. Incidentally, much discussed on the Grandstand Cricket Podcast this week with Corbin and Ed, so don't miss that and download that from your usual podcast places. All of that with Queensland 1 for 79 in their second innings means they trail South Australia at tea by 97 runs with 9 second innings wickets in hand. Earlier, South Australia all out for 271. Jake Lehmann making 102, his 14th first-class century. Ben Menenti 46, Nathan McAndrew a useful 39. Brendan Doggett went for a duck, and that left Jordan Buckingham not out on naught. The wickets shed around a bit for Queensland. Callum Vidler 4 for 64. Jack Wildermuth 3 for 39. One apiece for Michael Neser, who continues to take wickets in virtually every innings he bowls in. 1 for 44. Mark Steketee 1 for 51. And Mitch Swepson 1 for 42. I'm Robin Chipperfield. Tim Nielsen, the former Australian coach, former Shield winner with South Australia, is alongside me as well. We should reflect, Tim, a bit more on Jake Lehmann and the century he made.
And, you know, a lot of talking coming into this match about the international players, about Alex Carey, about Labuschagne or Khawaja. But how satisfying will it be for South Australia and the South Australian public that someone like Jake Lehmann, who's obviously steeped in South Australian cricket history, has made a huge impact on the final?
And I think probably not just the final, Robin, his last 2 or 3 games. I think he might have made 3 consecutive hundreds now.
Yeah.
Not sure if there was a score in between those, but in 3 successive games. You mentioned the history of the family in Australian cricket and obviously in South Australian cricket. His dad's a proud member of the winning team of the last winning team in 95, 96, and he obviously made a significant contribution throughout that season and in that win. So, yes, the Lehmann family continues to grow and grow in South Australian cricket, and I think probably as much as anything for Jake, one to go in when the score was 3 for 41, maybe, I reckon it was, something along those lines, 3 for 40, and to be able to be the last man out with a score, having scored 102, and not just scored 102, but he did it at a strike rate of 60-odd, so he's done it at a reasonable clip without taking undue risks. So it was a fine innings. He was able to create some partnerships with especially lower order players, Ben Manenti, Nathan McAndrew. Both of them were probably the first 2 significant partnerships in the game. I think we talked yesterday about the fact that no partnership had lasted longer than 10 overs.
Yeah.
That was more conditional, there's no doubt about that. The wicket made it difficult. There was a couple of weird shots and a couple of lucky dismissals maybe, but for both teams. So Jake's, it's a real fight now. If Doggett gets 3 more wickets and Jake gets 40 not out in the second innings, who's your man of the match?
Yeah.
That's the challenge, isn't it? You know, and if Doggett gets 3 more wickets, you know, in this innings, you'd go as far to suggest that South Australia will be in the pole position to try and take this game, and then it might mean that Brendan just pips him because Jake hopefully doesn't have enough opportunity to make a big score in the second innings, batting where he does in the middle order. But it's a significant contribution, and I think we mentioned when he got his 100, it's not just the fact that he's got 100, it's he's got 100 in a team that's going well and put them in a really strong position, which makes that 100 even more special for him and for his teammates.
Yeah, it's worth saying he batted at a difficult time, but then obviously today the pitch, and yesterday evening as well, I think we got the first signs of it maybe in the final hour yesterday about how it's flattened out. But the way it's changed the pitch is remarkable in a comparatively short time.
Yeah, I think we probably didn't get a chance to see what the wicket might be like as an innings went on with Queensland, because they only batted for 36 overs, so the ball still would have been brand new almost.
Yeah.
Most of the time when they hit it, they nicked it. So it wasn't getting smacked to the fence a whole lot at a time. When you make 95, you're not making a whole lot of impact on the condition of the ball. But we mentioned this morning again that it was 45 overs when the players had started their innings today. The ball looked, even last night, like it had lost a little bit of its air. It wasn't bounced quite as much. It certainly wasn't seaming or swinging quite as much. There was still a little bit there on offer. But I just thought today, Jake played really sensibly. He created a really good partnership with Ben Manenti. And then maybe, just maybe, Queensland went searching a little bit too hard. They went to Vidler to try and bowl short stuff on a wicket that wasn't really quick, and a ball that was flat. So it was hard for him. The ball was kind of almost drooping over the top of the batsman's head, under the knees of the wicketkeeper, Jimmy Pearson.
2 batters who play the short ball really well as well.
Well, they were happy to continue taking it on, weren't they? Because they could judge it was a true wicket. It just wasn't a quick wicket. And it wasn't like the ball was steepling off a back of a length through throat high, which is when the short ball becomes really difficult to score off or defend. So I thought there was a couple of instances where South Australia, where the game was probably right in the balling pot, and probably South Australia won those moments yesterday and again this morning, which is why they've got a lead like they have. And now, as you mentioned, South Australia now have bowled, let me have a quick look at it. What have they bowled? How many overs now? About 20 or 23. So we're probably at that same stage as yesterday when we thought the wickets started to flatten out. Queensland, by this stage, were already 5 or 6 down. So it was hard to tell, whereas now they're only 1 down and they've got batsmen both in and in the sheds. So if they're, I suppose, worth their salt, this is a great opportunity for them to put some big partnerships together and try and get some sort of lead that's going to challenge South Australian, both technically as a team to play that way, but probably just as importantly in a final mentally to make them think, are we a chance of not getting these? Or Queensland, are we a chance of actually winning this, after feeling probably at stages in that first innings that the game was getting away from them pretty quickly.
Tim, if you were, let me put you in the dressing room of both camps. At the close of play today, if you're South Australia, how many wickets would you be comfortable having taken? And also, if you're Queensland, how many's the most you feel you could lose by the close and still be within, reach of posting a competitive total?
Yeah, I'm probably not thinking like in numbers. I'm probably suggesting to our group, if I'm in the South Australian rooms, we made 271 versus their 95. Our target, if we can work hard together and block it right down and make them force the issue, is to try and bowl them out for 271 or less. That'll give us 100 to chase in the second innings. If it gets beyond that, we really do need to fight hard, work hard to ensure that they're not getting away from us, and every run they score takes time and is hard work for them. They're bowling a good length. I mentioned I thought Queensland might have missed the trick. I thought they went to the short ball too quickly. They took the stumps out of play, so LBW and bowled weren't really an issue or an option for them to get South Australian batsmen out. And it wasn't until Jack Wildermuth came back in the later in the innings and actually pitched the ball up. He got a couple of nicks. He got McAndrew caught a first slip. I think Doggett 2 balls later nicked a second slip. And funnily enough, when the stumps are under pressure, all of a sudden you've got to play, and it creates if the ball moves a little bit, it does create some chances for you. So that would be the template for South Australia. There's so much time left in this game. We don't need to rush this. Let's just be calm, bowl as many of our best balls as we possibly can, set fields that help you defend, bowl at the stumps so that LBW and Bold are in play, and if they make an error, we're either getting a nick or we're getting a chance to knock them over. And if you're Queensland, it's like we need to make partnerships. We need to get Menenti bowling. We want to see how these blokes go in their third spells, their fourth spells, maybe even their fifth spells when the ball's old and we've got some real runs on the board. And if we can do that, we might actually be able to turn this game around to being pretty even. And silly enough, if they can do that and get bowlers into their fourth and fifth spells, they might even get to a stage where they feel as though they've got the upper hand.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see what happens in this session and the early stages of tomorrow. The South Australian fielders are gathering on the edge of the boundary in a little huddle. Queensland's coaches out there as well. Just keeping the players keen, if you like. I'm sure they're keen anyway, but making sure they're at 100% before they return. Our 2 umpires are on their way. Sam Nagaiski and Donovan Koch. Nagaiski originally from Hobart, Koch originally from South Africa. And both on their way out to the middle, followed by the South Australian fielders, who might have just had a bit of a reflective chat perhaps about that session. They realise things aren't going to happen in a hurry, I don't think, for them in this session. Batting has got a lot easier today for both sides, given what we've seen and the runs that have been scored as well by the likes of Lehman and McAndrew, Menenti. And Khawaja, the only wicket to fall for Queensland so far for 21. And to be truthful, Tim, it was a bit of a surprise when he did fall. He seemed pretty comfortable.
Yeah, he'd been playing well, hadn't he? Yeah. The ball, it's interesting. The replay's worth a look if you can get it on your phone or on the highlights. It kind of pitched in line with the stumps. Usman was going back, and then it actually seemed quite significantly away from him, which he ended up being almost chest on to Doggett as the bowler and pushed square of his body. And when it did bounce like that, he couldn't catch up with it, and that's where the nick came from. So Doggett's critical for this team today because the extra airspeed. You've got McAndrew, who's similar to Buckingham, who's similar to Scott, and then Doggett's the outlier. He's the one, a bit like Vidler. He's the outlier for Queensland as well. You've got Steckety, who's a bit taller, but probably not much quicker than where Nessa is at his best. And then you've got you've got Wildermuth, who's in the same boat, and then Vidler, who's the outlier with the airspeed. And funnily enough, the 2 guys that have got the airspeed on a pretty good wicket have been the ones that have had the most impact. So I'd expect today, look, it looks like Doggett's going to start over here from the southern end again. He's successful end-all game. I'd expect that their challenge will be they'll want him to bowl, but not bowl him into the ground or bowl him in too long a spell so that he starts to lose that significant benefit of the airspeed that he has and maybe extract some sort of movement either in the air or out of the wicket, given things are flattening out now.
Yeah. I've also got to think a bit about tomorrow as well. You don't want him too tired. So.
There's no tomorrow.
Well, all right.
There's no tomorrow. Right. No, bowl now and bowl well, mate. You can sleep for 6 months after this. Okay.
First ball after tea. Doggett into Labuschagne, and he's cutting away over the slips down to third man for 4. Aggressive start from Labuschagne immediately after the interval. It was there for the shot, but he played it up and over slips and gully and down to the rope for 4.
Funny old shot, wasn't it? He didn't really move his feet. It was almost through his hands at a wide short one. and there was no control of the shot. And he was lucky enough that he hit it almost directly on the line between Connor McInerney at gully and Henry Hunt at point. So not in control, but 4 runs is the result.
He'd have been furious if he got out like that. 1 for 83. Here's Doggett into Labuschagne, who's defending this time out into the offside more conventionally, and there's no run.
That swung a little bit, just watching it on the screen then, as after with a little bit of delay from the live cricket to the screen, and that just tailed away a fraction from the right-hand batsman, so that's got to be Doggett's spot there. Crank it up now if he can, get his pace up around 140 and try and pitch it up. If you can get it to tail away, that's going to make sure that if there are any errors of judgment from the batsman, that there's a good chance there'll be some sort of opportunity for the South Australian team.
Doggett again on the runway into Labuschagne, who's right behind this one and defending. So we've got 38 overs after this, due to be bowled by South Australia. We can go right through to 6:05 local time, which is what, 2 hours and 25 minutes or so from now. And we'll have drinks breaks at 4:25 and 5:15 as well. So 1 for 83. Labuschagne on 18, Lovell on 38. Doggett into Labuschagne, who's forward again. And defending back towards the bowler, and there's no run.
Pretty conventional field now, isn't it? They've kind of almost, not necessarily decided it's time to lock down, but you get a fairly good indication from the field. 2 slips in a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward square and 5 legs. So there's nothing more than pretty normal plans in place, I think, for the South Australians. And it's still the first over after tea, so let's not jump to too many conclusions. Let Doggett warm up and get back into his work.
Tram rolls down the road behind him as Labuschagne plays off the inside edge into his pad. He's got no idea where the ball's gone. It's a couple of metres away from him, out onto the offside. No run. 1 for 83. What's your formula for working out deficits and leads now? You had it off pat earlier.
How many were in front, Willie?
176. So it's 1780. That's not easy now.
It gets a bit hard. 83,
93.
76.
Is it?
What are we? We're 83, 17 from 100, 186. Add 17 on. 17's a hard number.
Yes, Labuschagne into the onside. They're still behind anyway.
Yeah,
they go through for a single. On to 84. 1 for 84.
I'm out. Thank you.
Oh, you've been pulled. There's no point having you if you can't do the maths. Lovell on 38, Labuschagne on 19. And we've had 24 overs of the Queensland second innings. Doggett 6 overs, 1 for 19. Now Liam Scott's going to continue 4 overs, none for 9. Bowled pretty well just before tea. Might have had Labuschagne LBW. Jason Gillespie has stepped in as the mathematician. I know that's not happening, dude.
Hello, Robert. Hello to our listeners.
92 is the deficit.
92 is the deficit.
Got the thumbs up from Aaron Bryans next to me, which is not exactly filling me with confidence given his record so far, but I'll take it. Scott will have to wait here because Labuschagne has got some tape to go around the bottom of the bat. Applying it very studiously as Labuschagne. And I think he's happy to go. Alex Carey's in Labuschagne's ear because he's going to stand up by the look of it.
Yeah, he's got the helmet on, so as is per regulations these days for all wicket keepers standing up to the stumps.
Trying to put Labuschagne off a bit. Here's Scott running away from us, and that's defended by Labuschagne. Any keeper ever dare to stand up to you, does he?
Yes. So, very quick story. So, Graham Manu, it was towards the end of my career, playing for South Australia. We were playing a Shield game at Adelaide Oval, and Graham comes up to me, and he told me later that he was very nervous about coming up to me and asking if he could stand up to the stumps. And I'm sort of, my first thought was a bit put out, but I said, yeah, go for it, mate, go for it. And
here's Scott in his run. Labuschagne waits, and that's found the outside edge, and it was played there by Labuschagne. Fielded in the gully, there's no run.
So I said, yeah, no problem. And I'm walking back to my mark, seething at this stage. So I proceeded to run in, because I was obviously getting towards the end of my career, and my pace had been dropping off. And so I thought I'll put an effort ball in, and I'm going to bounce him. I'm going to bounce the batter, and Graham's going to be up to the stumps, and no helmet or anything, just up to the stumps back in those days. And I bowled it fastest I could. Graham just grabbed it, caught it, threw it to slip.
Here's Scott. Worked into the onside. They're going to go through for runs here. Lehman's after it.
He took it as easy as you like. And I thought, oh,
time to retire.
Yeah, I'm done. That's probably the first moment I started to think that maybe it was time for me to start winding down. Yeah, so that was the first incident. But what for our listeners in professional game, the wicket keepers have their batting helmet, and they also have a wicket keeping helmet. So the wicket keeping helmet is slightly different. It's a bit lighter to allow them. So they have to take extra kit with them when they travel. But it is a slightly different helmet. It's a bit lighter. It doesn't have as much of the bells and whistles on it. But it's still obviously very safe.
Here's Scott again. Into Lovell, hits him on the pad. They're confident. They're right to be confident. Given LBW. Lovell falls for 38. I don't think he's overly enamoured with the decision, but he falls, and Liam Scott is bowling a testing spell here. And Queensland 2 for 85.
Well bowled by Liam Scott, pitching it up, nice and straight. And that was very, very close. See why Donovan Kosh, the umpire, gave it out. Hit the inside part of Angus Lovell's pad, front pad. So it was around knee roll height, so it certainly wasn't going over. Angus Lovell drops his head back in exasperation, I think just disappointment more than anything, although he did hold his bat up to indicate that maybe he felt he hit it.
I certainly didn't pick that up on the replay, did you? There was an inside edge?
No, there was no inside edge. Just disappointment, I think. As Jack Clayton makes his way out.
Clayton. It was our first ball run out in the first innings. Comes to the wicket to join Marnus Labuschagne. And this is just the start to the final session that South Australia will have wanted.
Absolutely.
Partnership realised 46. And they still trail by 91. Clayton on strike. Has Carey gone back? Yes.
Yeah, he has.
So I think that was just a thing for the moment. He did it to both batters.
Maybe just to keep them in their crease. I just wonder if Carey observed that both Marnus Labuschagne and Angus Lovell were batting well outside their crease. So a lot of the time will be a tactic from the keeper to get them back into their crease by keeping up with the stumps.
Scott into the left-handed Clayton. He's forward and defending. Back to the bowler, and there's no run. In which case, we have to give a bit of an assist to Alex Carey. If he's kept him in his crease, and then he's LBW.
Yeah. Could well do.
And he's immediately gone back.
Had he been batting well out of his crease and then going forward, there potentially was a bit of doubt.
Yeah.
In terms of if he's far down the wicket. Because umpires communicate with each other. Square leg would let the umpire know.
Scott in, it's hitting the pad. There's a massive appeal for LBW again. This time it's not out. Not playing a shot was Clayton as the ball trailed back in from outside off. Called him high, not playing a shot.
Was missing another set.
He survives. Let's have a look at the replay.
Well,
yeah, it's not coming back enough.
Not even a little bit.
End of the over. 25 have been bowled. It's 2 for 85. Joining Jason Gillespie will be Aaron Bryans in a moment.
The Sheffield Shield Final, SA and Queensland.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
It's all happening now at Karen Rolton Oval. Queensland a little wobbly. Doggett charging in from the northern end. Labuschagne on 20. Cover drive. Glorious take on the bounce. Diving forward. Excellent pick up there from Jason Sanger. Queensland 2 for 85. They're still trailing by 91 runs. 8 wickets in hand.
It's all happening in the commentary box here too, ladies and gentlemen. Aaron Bryans trying to
that was a jigsaw
get the
puzzle.
Headphones on.
We've got 4 chargers, 3 headsets, and they're all tangled. Chippers and I making way and moving in, and yeah, a bit of chaos we got there. Didn't miss the delivery. Doggett to Labuschagne, pulls, it's in the air, backward square leg, diving forward, taken! Liam Scott with a tremendous catch. The Superman dive forward as he plucks it close to the turf. Queensland are 3 down. Labuschagne's out for 20, and South Australia have 1 arm on the Sheffield Shield trophy at Karen Rolton Oval.
That is an absolutely superb catch. We see the umpires are confirming, I think, soft signal out. Wow, what an effort. It was right in front of us here in our commentary position. And to the naked eye, it looked out, looked well taken. But the umpires just want to have a bit of a look upstairs just to make sure. What an effort from Liam Scott.
Oh. And Brendan Doggett is about to have 8 for in a Sheffield Shield final. The senior figures of Queensland tumbling in consecutive overs if this is deemed a clean catch. Scott was very confident. He actually waited a bit, so he came off the rope, positioned himself, and then launched forward. It wasn't a desperate late lunge. It might be a no ball here.
It's a no ball. It's a no ball.
Oh, no.
You've got to have some part of your foot behind the line. That looks, to my eyesight.
His heel is right on it.
Oh.
But when it's planted, it's definitely not. When his toes are in the air, Diz, it looks okay. Line ball decision that could decide Queensland's fate in the Sheffield Shield final.
That's a real tricky one for the third. I think when he lands, we've got the benefit of the replay here. There's clearly nothing, none of his foot is behind the line.
Waiting for the decision from Sam Nagaiski and Donovan Kosh. Phil Gillespie, the third umpire. No relation to the great Jason Gillespie, of course. And it is a no ball. Marnus Labuschagne will survive on 20, and Liam Scott's heroic catch will be dismissed due to a no ball from Brendan Doggett. He remains on 7 wickets rather, for the Shield final, and Queensland get a very much needed lifeline.
Oh, what a superb effort. And yeah, the confirmation there from the umpire was a no ball, but what an unbelievable effort from Liam Scott. It was absolutely superb.
Could go one of 2 ways here, and Liam Scott's got the standing ovation and actually had a bit of a gesture towards Diz about, he thought that was all right.
Yeah, he was just shaking his head. I think you heard me giving him a rap. So we are very
We
close,
are right
aren't
on
we?
top of the action.
Yeah.
We're basically down at fine leg at the moment as the right-handed Labuschagne awaits at the southern end. Fuller delivery from Doggett that's pushed towards extra cover, no run.
Wonder how important a moment is going to be in this game, Aaron.
And it's also how South Australia respond.
Yeah, absolutely.
They would have felt after that wicket they were home and hosed. And you can take it one of 2 ways, that we're on top here and we were so close and just keep going. Or it brings you down a little bit that we could have wrapped it up and suddenly it's game on again. Look at the elation from Scott as well.
Superb effort.
Doggett into Labuschagne, pops up on his toes and defends into the offside, no run. 2 for 86. Queensland trailing by a flat 90. Labuschagne's on 20 from 39.
Sorry, Aaron, I wonder if it wasn't a no ball. I wonder if it would have been given out as a catch, because they would have had to look at the replay.
We never got that far, did we?
No, we didn't get that far. It was very interesting, because it looked a very clean catch from our perspective, from live.
Doggett with 3 to come in the 26th. He's had 7 wickets in the Shield final against his old side where he won 2 titles. In from the Northern Hospital ends, high bat raise from Labuschagne, who almost a pull leave as he thought about playing a shot and was happily moving the bat underneath it as it goes through towards Carey.
He could have just left it.
Yes. An awkward leave, wasn't it?
Well, he's quite a flamboyant lever, isn't he? He's kind of copied Steve Smith a little bit over the years, hasn't he? It's almost like they battle each other to see who can be the most extravagant levers of the ball.
Doggett awaiting at the northern end, gearing up for his penultimate ball of the 26th over. A couple of texts coming through, which we'll happily roll through. Some of those for Tim Nielsen. We'll keep a hold of those until he comes back on. Shorter ball, stuck under by Marnus Labuschagne to getting his lifeline on 20. David says, what's happened to Corbin Middlemass, the voice of autumn?
the voice of autumn?
We're doing our best to live up to his standards, David. He is the voice of footy now.
Yes.
He's got he's calling tonight. For Essendon, Port Adelaide. Yep,
wow.
You can hear it on the ABC Listen app through the AFL button. He's got a lot on his plate this time of year, Corby, but you'll be able to hear him as part of the Grandstand Cricket Podcast every Monday. Doggett to wrap up the 26th. Bowls to Labuschagne very short. Didn't even need to duck Marnus as it goes through to Carey, and that wraps up the over. 2 for 86. Queensland trailing by 90 runs. Marnus Labuschagne with a lifeline after pulling to backward square leg. Diving catch from Liam Scott forward. We think reeled it in. He certainly felt so, but it was deemed a no ball, and as a result, Queensland survived with 8 wickets in hand and down 90 runs. Bit of a momentum set of it. In that space of a moment, Diz, you go from, we could get through all the way to maybe early Saturday to it's done.
Yeah,
it's
right.
done today. So it's just these little moments. You do hope we can get to Friday. I just have this feeling of a late third session Friday, everyone coming from work to watch a big moment. Liam Scott continuing from the southern end, bowls to Clayton, who leaves across the off stump. Full and no movement there on the bounce.
I suspect it'll go a little bit longer than that.
You still think Saturday?
Yeah, I do. I just feel this surface is just settled right down. It's not really offering too much for the seamers. We haven't seen it, any real turn.
Got a great scene setter here from Rowan, who's in Rosebud in Victoria. Read that out in a moment.
Hello, Rowan, from Rosebud.
Scott to Clayton, steps forward trying to take on the bowler and then tucks it straight to mid-wicket. Bit of a fumble, but never a chance of a single. Rowan says, I'm off work due to an injured shoulder. Currently, I'm sitting on the beach in my bathers with the ABC Listen app, listening to the Shield final. Not a cloud in the sky. My daughter is playing happily, and I'm having a beer. Genuinely loving the commentary. Hope South Australia bring home the chocolates, and really enjoying Diz's commentary.
Oh, thanks, Rowan. That's very kind of you. And, geez, that sounds like one of the greatest days of your life.
If your shoulder wasn't injured, it'd be perfect.
Well, yeah, that's true, yeah. Besides your shoulder, buddy. But, no, mate, enjoy that precious time with your daughter.
As long as it's not your beer-holding shoulder, that's the main thing. Scott away from the southern end. Clayton leaves a low delivery next to a wide of the off-stump. Through to Pearson, who's right up to the stumps now. Up here's Carey. It's been a long day. Nice mixing up my wicket keepers. Liam Scott, just the 1 wicket so far in the Shield final, but it was an important one of Angus Lovell for 38 earlier.
Oh, very important wicket. Angus Lovell had played very well, absorbed some very good bowling from the South Australians.
Scott continuing the 27th to Clayton. 6th ball of the innings, another leave wide near the tram tracks across the off stump. Clayton yet to get off the mark from 6 deliveries. So a couple of questions for Tim. One from Tony, so I'll hold on to that one for you, Tony. Tom from Hervey Bay says, Dizzy, it's known after a win at the SCG, the boys tap the bat on the ground and let into the cellar to celebrate with a few beverages.
That is very true.
Is there any other celebratory traditions around Australia? Scott Away from the southern end to Clayton. High bat raise. Shoulders, arms again through to Carey.
Yeah, sorry, who was the... who?
That was from Tom.
Tom, yeah, so Tom, there's obviously the SCG, you're absolutely right. You'd bang the bat 3 times, and then you'd hear 3 taps back, and that was the signal to be able to come down to the wine cellar and maybe get a beverage and take it back to the
Spend the
change
night.
Yeah, in Adelaide, I mean, I remember back in the day before the redevelopment, there used to be the bowling club within the precinct, and we'd go and do some barefoot bowls and cook a barbecue and have a few beers, and that was a lot of fun.
Scott to Clayton, defends back to the bowler, no run on a good length.
And test matches, everyone would want to go out the back into the chapel bar or into the back area to celebrate.
Maiden over for Liam Scott, 2 for 86, Queensland trailing by 90 runs in this third session on day 2. It's happening again, Diz.
Brisbane at the Gabba tended to be to go to an establishment somewhere to go and have a meal and a few drinks, you know, somewhere like a Story Bridge Hotel or the Brecky Creek.
Now, we're about to start another over, but I reckon we might swap you out for Carl Hooper here because I know you have other commitments, Diz. Good chatting to you. We'll get you back in later today.
Thank you.
West Indian captain Carl Hooper about to come in as Doggett from the northern end bowls to Labuschagne, leaves delivery through to Carey. Queensland 2 for 86, trailing by 90. The text line, if you do want to get in touch, 0467 920 222. We're here for however long this Sheffield Shield final goes. There's a beautiful breeze coming in towards this southern end, which we did not experience yesterday. So much so that Carl Hooper was so worried about the warmth that we had yesterday repeating that he's brought his own portable fan. I haven't seen him without it through the day. But you might not need it now, Carl. It's a nice breeze coming in.
Yeah, we've got a nice breeze going. Lots of excitement outside.
Doggett to Labuschagne, drops slow and slides it through point. Chases on from Henry Hunt, and they take a single. Labuschagne moves to 21. And Queensland 2 for 87.
Yeah, really good little spell there for South Australia. First removing Lovell by the LBW route, and then Labuschagne getting a short ball and firing a hook at Doggett. Scott at fine leg running in and throwing himself full-blooded dive forward and catching it a few inches off the ground, only for the umpire to signal no ball.
Did you feel like it was a legal catch?
It looked good from where I was, and that happened just in front of us.
Yes, as close as you could be. Doggett bowling down the leg side. Carey's quick. Clayton still yet to get off the mark. 2 for 87. The only downside was Scott had his back to us, so we couldn't really see where it hit the deck. But
yeah, it was just in the angle so I can see. Made good ground to it.
He absolutely loved it as well. Jack Clayton. He had only 1 run against South Australia last week, where everybody else feasted. Nearly 1,000 runs across 3 innings, or over 1,000 runs across 3 innings. Doggett to Clayton, defends to the leg side. Queensland trailing by... Oh, pardon, you go, Carl. Apologies, my mouse.
Yeah, in the first innings, you know, Clayton should remember was undone by some good work from Buckingham, trying to get off the mark and being run out.
89 runs the deficit for Queensland. Nearly lost Marnus Labuschagne earlier. Would have been 3 down midway through the final session. Instead, play will continue as the wicket continues to harden. Doggett, right arm around the wicket to Clayton. Pops it into the leg side. Henry Hunt's waiting there at mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, just waiting to make a contribution to this game. As I said, in the first innings, we were unfortunate to run out for naught. Still on naught.
You want him to start attacking, Carl?
No, he wants to get off the mark.
Jack Clayton just assessing the field. He's got 2 slips in a gully to deal with. There's a backward square leg closer towards leg gully. Doggett bowls, pulling as Clayton catches it on the bounce and rockets towards the rope for 4 backward square. That was a bullet. And Clayton off the mark with an impressive shot to wrap up the 28th over. 2 for 91, Queensland. Clayton's on 4, Labuschagne's on 21.
Yeah, nicely executed. Doggett banging this one in, and Clayton getting on top of it and hit it down. And the man at fine leg had no chance trying to run to his right. Quick outfield. Spread across the turf for 4. So he's off the mark. Fourth his name. Queensland now 91 for 2, slowly but surely grinding down.
85.
Trying to erase that deficit and then post something that they can defend or challenge South Australia with.
Liam Scott will continue from the southern end. Jonathan on the text line says, I've been sitting all day at Karen Rolton Oval on the West Terrace side. Sacca have done an amazing job. Great game. Come on, SA, let's get the job done. Full delivery from Scott. Labuschagne works it into the leg side. Quickly picked up by Jordan Buckingham. 2 for 91, 85 run deficit for Queensland. Joe in Roma in Queensland says, hey team, at work slaving away with the headphones on, eagerly listening in. Question for you. Granted a no ball, but Marnus waiting on the replay on what sounded like a clean catch was a little bit on the nose. Captain in the final, you take the fielder's word. Marnus has had a few words towards the officials through this contest. Liam Scott to Marnus Labuschagne. Right arm over the wicket. Thick edge as he was squared up, trickles towards the fielder at gully. No run on offer. There was a wicket yesterday that could have been deemed a no ball. I reckon it was off Brendan Doggett. And the vision actually glitched as his foot landed on the line. And Labuschagne was pretty mouthy, I think, about it in the fallout. Which, again, technology frustrating, but...
Yeah, I suppose you can't blame him. That's why you've got the umpires, you've got the technology. If you're not sure, you stand your ground and you...
Scott bowling to Labuschagne on 21. Cuts past the fielder at gully. Heads down third. And it's the rope for 4. Labuschagne moves to 25. Queensland 2 for 95. And that deficit down to 81 runs.
Yeah, you let the technology work itself out. They can consult. You've got the third umpire, you can have a look. I think it was close enough, the catch was close enough to stand your ground and just inquire. And the standing umpire quite rightly consulted with the square leg and then wanted to have a look at it.
Craig in South Australia says, I'm enjoying the coverage from Canberra. The listen app makes it so much easier to know what's happening compared to 1996. Scott bowls to Labuschagne. Turns it through square leg. Back of a length delivery and takes to the single. Labuschagne moves to 26. Clayton on strike on 4. Queensland 2 for 96. Trailing by a flat 80 runs now. Waddy on the text line says, Carl, which Australian team was the hardest to play? Early Allan Border team or the latter Aussies under Tubby?
I would say under Tubby. Had such great players. You think of attack with McGrath and Warren, and you had a young Jason Gillespie coming to the fore. You had the 2 Walls, Mark and Steve Waugh.
Scott to Clayton leaves across the off stump.
Ian Healy, very good keeper, didn't miss much. So I thought the team under Mark Taylor was better than the one under Ian Border. And having said that, probably said that because we had a stronger team that came onto these shores earlier when we were playing against Allan Border's captain.
That bowling unit feels like you just wouldn't get a break. One damaging quick to the other.
Good fast bowlers.
Scott from the southern end, speaking of damaging quicks, bowls to Clayton. And again leaves to Carey close to the stumps. End of the 29th over. Queensland 2 for 96, trailing by 80 runs. Weakest to fall in this third session. Usman Khawaja for 21 and Angus Lovell for 38. Marnus Labuschagne nearly joined them on 20. An excellent diving catch from Liam Scott at almost long leg of a hook shot. Shorter delivery from Brendan Doggett that was later deemed a no ball and a lifeline for Queensland, who could have been collapsing towards a Sheffield Shield final defeat. Crowd again pushing over 2,000, or at least close towards it. There's unofficial because it is free entry, so they can't really give out a flat crowd figure, but let's just say we've gotten around 4 to 5 across the first 2 days, which is a great result, Carl, for a Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah, hopefully tomorrow there's going to be a bigger crowd. Friday, people coming in maybe after lunch or so. Take a half day off from work.
Doggett in from the northern end. Labuschagne on 26 short. He ducks underneath through to Carey.
I mean, the game today has played at a different pace, but it's been very, very engaging. Yesterday we saw a flurry of wickets and everything was happening at a frenetic pace, but today it's been slow, grinding cricket. And the stage we're at right now, you just can sense that if South Australia can get a breakthrough before the tea break, ideally to remove Labuschagne, they'll be in the driver's seat. Queensland, on the other hand, if they can go to tea with these two at their crease, a little bit close to wiping off that deficit.
Doggett to Labuschagne, shoulders, arms through to Carey. I have bad news for you, Carl. Tea's already happened.
Tea's already happened?
Yeah, we're in the third session at the moment. It is.
4-8. Well, let's look at the close of play then.
You were getting a little comfortable at the back of the box, I reckon.
Yeah.
But I understand your point.
Yeah,
if they lose a wicket before the end of the day...
South Australia, we think we're in the driving seat here. I think they had obviously a good opportunity just now to get Marnus out. Unfortunate, no ball. Game of inches. Keep your foot behind the line.
Doggett to Labuschagne on 26 in from the northern end. Edge that trickles its way towards gully. Skidded along the grass here at Carlton Oval. 2 for 96. Labuschagne still on 26. I guess the question then is, Carl, at what point, if you're working tomorrow, do you pack your bags and head on down? When does it get close enough that you feel like it's
done,
nearing the end? Four down.
I think you'll know this evening. If you've still got 32 overs remaining, don't know if you're going to get those in, but
no, we're going to be extending play again.
Yeah, you would have thought that.
Doggett from the northern end, Yorker. Labuschagne forward to meet it. Defends back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, but lead at 176. You would have thought that the score would be somewhere around. I don't know how many overs you're going to get in before close of play, but they'll be close to wiping off that deficit. But it depends on how many wickets they lose. If they lose one more or none, then tomorrow is still a long day. And I still think the game, while it's in SA's favour, Queensland is not yet out of it by a long way.
Doggett bowling. Nicely timed from Labuschagne, who on 1 foot wheels with the pull shot down towards Liam Scott at backwards square and ends up taking the single. He'll move to 27. Queensland 2 for 97, now trailing by 79 runs. Clayton's on 4 as well, alongside him with a ball to come in the 30th.
Yeah, we know that Marnus can bat for long periods of time. He's got huge appetite for big scores. It's a flat deck. Ball is 30 overs old. We see how easy it was this morning when Manenti and Lehman resumed the innings.
Doggett to wrap up the over. Bouncing ball that seams across leg stump and through to Carey. Clayton's happy to leave it. 2 for 97. Queensland trailing by 79 as we're midway through the final session here at Carlton Oval. I guess that is the handy part of the space of this game. You'd feel like Queensland should at least get or remove the deficit. And then if you are working here in Adelaide and you're wondering when you're heading on down, wait for that innings break, and probably gives you enough time to race over and catch the end, depending on how much South Australia need to win.
I still think we'll have a lot of cricket on the full day. Queensland can bat well for the rest of the day, and then tomorrow got a whole day to bat. No reason why they shouldn't bat at least 2 sessions tomorrow.
Scott to Labuschagne. Squats low, bit of a shout. Caught on the back pad. It was floating across his off stump. He tried to turn it towards square leg. It was a faint shout from Carey, but no one else really went up.
Yeah, kept it a bit low. I mean, just imagine having to chase 175 on the 4th or 5th day. The invariable bounce.
He's actually got back to that one. Minus Labuschagne, which is why Carey was the only one who rose. He's on 27 at the moment after a lifeline on 20. A no ball that saved him from being caught at long leg. The bowling of Brendan Doggett, who's That's 7 instead of 8 now. Scott bowls, tucked by Labuschagne towards leg gully. It's a great stop from Sanger, diving across to his left. It's McInerney now, he's moved to that position.
Yeah, the minute he has a little bit of width, especially width and length, he's looking to run the ball long past the second slip. There's nobody down a third man. So he'll pick up runs, but the trade-off is you want to make sure that you execute it properly.
The only deep fielders at backward square for the right-handed Labuschagne. Carries right up to the stumps. There's 2 slips in a gully. Leaning forward, he defends back to the bowler for straight delivery from Scott. On the text line, Pete says, such a great atmosphere at Karen Rolton Oval. If you're in the city, get down here and prepare for tomorrow. If you know, you know.
I think tomorrow's going to be the best day. We've had 2 fantastic days so far, but I think tomorrow is going to be the deciding day.
And Anthony says, good afternoon, may I ask a few questions of Carl Hooper? Always, Anthony. Was it Anthony? I think I've added a H in there. Sorry, Anthony. Scott from the southern ends to Labuschagne. Pushes it to cover, no run. Given the West Indies' memorable victory at the Gabba in 2024, how are they shaping up for the June-July tour by Australia? Are there any new faces? Anyone that we should know about? And is Chanderpaul likely to be selected in the future?
Tejan Chanderpaul?
Yep.
Answer to that probably is no. They've introduced a new opener called Mikel Louis, who has had a couple of series. I think they'll stick with him.
Scott from the southern end to Labuschagne on 27 on his toes, defends to cover.
The team would probably be quite different to the one that probably toured here a couple of seasons ago. I think everyone knows the heroics of Shamar Joseph.
How's he been tracking since then?
Since then, obviously, hasn't scaled those heights. The bar is set really, really high. He's done well, but obviously his returns have not been as extravagant as they were when he toured here. Seals, who toured here, Jaden Seals has come on nicely.
Scott bowling straight, back of a length and cut through point. Down to the ropes for 4. Queensland 2 for 101. They raise the bat as Marnus Labuschagne motors along to 31. Clayton's on 4. Marnus making the most of his lifeline at the end of the 31st over. Queensland staying in the hunt, trailing by 75 runs. Commentary change coming up on ABC Sport. I'm going to make way for Robin Chipperfield alongside Carl Hooper.
The Sheffield Shield Final, SA and Queensland.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Two for 101. Queensland. How costly might that Labuschagne life turn out to be that Aaron was referring to? And I see a change of bowling. The Port Road end of the ground. Nathan McAndrew to come back into the attack. And the bowl to Jack Clayton. Carl Hooper alongside me. Continue to go through that West Indian squad, if you like, over this over. 2 slips in place. McAndrew into Clayton, who allows it to go through to Alex Carey, no run.
Yes, Robin, somebody wanted to know about how the West Indies team was shaping up for the upcoming tour by Australia to the Caribbean. Yes, we've got Jaden Seals, he toured here in the last tour, but I think he got injured in one of the test matches. Could have been in Perth. But he's now the lead of the pack. He's come on leaps and bounds, and he's bowling well. He's getting wickets. So he will frontline. He'll be the lead of the attack. Shamar Joseph should be in there. Kemar Roach should be in there too. Everybody knows Kemar Roach.
Here's McAndrew. And to Clayton, who defends out in the offside, no run.
And then there's another guy called Jamel Warrican, who has forced his way into the team. He had a good tour to Pakistan, Warrican. I think he picked up, I don't know if it's 12 or 13 wickets in a test match that West Indies won, the second test match to draw the series. So he might have forced his way into the side ahead of a guy called multi. A lot of left-arm spinner called multi. So there'll be a few changes, but I wouldn't have thought too many. But definitely you'll see some new faces.
McAndrew in again. Played very stoutly by Clayton as he comes forward, right off the middle of the bat. What's the expectation, Hoops, for West Indies in that series?
Oh, well, 3 test matches. I think the first one is in Barbados, and then one in Grenada, and then there's one in Jamaica. West Indies is always very competitive at home, so you'd expect them to put up a good showing against Australia. But still, you'd have thought that Australia would start as the favourites. But it should be a good series.
Yep, great places to tour. As McAndrew is in to Clayton, who's not quite as solidly forward this time, a bit more hesitant. And because of that, the ball comes off the inside edge into his pad and dribbles out on the onside, and there's no run. 2 for 101. They're still 75 behind. Queensland, 30 overs scheduled in the rest of the day.
What's the scheduled to finish at 5:30?
Yeah, 5:35. So an hour and 15 away.
Yep, we're going to go past 5:35.
Yeah, we'll finish at 6:05, Carl. That's what always happens.
Okay. So you can.
Oh, good ball that finds the outside edge of Clayton's bat, I think, and then just tumbles in front of Carey, or maybe it just clipped the thigh pad as it went through. Whatever happened, Clayton survives.
Yeah, good length. Beautiful length. And again, I mean, Clayton not getting a stride at the ball, sort of trapped in the crease and feeling for the ball. Just didn't carry to McSweeney at first slip. Credit to Carey, tried to dive across. Since it was going to carry to McSweeney, tried to dive across and catch it, but just fell short.
Final ball of the over. Clayton defends back towards McAndrew. And there is no run. It's a maiden from Nathan McAndrew. 8 overs, 2 maidens. No wicket for 27. Carl Hooper's going to make way for Tim Nielsen to come in. Changing of the guard here. And the deficit is 75 at the end of that over. Clayton has 4 from 21. Labuschagne 31 from 59. Tim, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Beginning to wonder how expensive
well done with
that
the deficit.
Oh,
the deficit too. The maths is not easy at the moment. I was just trying to work it out a minute ago and sitting outside with Chad Sayers, and he was trying to tell me it was 70-odd, and I was trying to tell him it was 90-odd. So he won.
Once we get past 100, it's much easier, and we have.
Yes.
Oh, Jordan Buckingham's coming back into the attack here. I think the whole ground is beginning to wonder how expensive that drop for... Not the drop, the no ball that...
Yes, no ball,
Marnus Labuschagne survived with. If you are just joining us, pulled it round on the onside. Liam Scott took a fabulous catch low down in front of him. And it was a very marginal no ball from Doggett. Labuschagne survived. Here's Buckingham in, and it's defended by the aforementioned Labuschagne back down the pitch. What I noticed is when the no ball was confirmed by the umpires, I saw Labuschagne punch his own hand, right hand thumped into the left hand, as if to say, now don't do that again. Do not give another chance, make them pay. It had that kind of body language feel about it. Since then, he was on 20, he's now on 31. And there's Buckingham in again to Labuschagne, who's cutting this one away wide of the field of Lehman, I think. And away for 4 through point. Nicely done by Labuschagne. Not the greatest of deliveries from Buckingham, but still had to be put away. And a player of the quality of Labuschagne was able to find the rope.
A bit short and a bit wide, wasn't it? Unfortunately, Jordan Buckingham getting back into his spell. That one was a legitimate cut shot, waist high, enough width for him to free his arms up, and he hit it hard. bounced. A despairing dive by Henry Hunt at point, but wasn't able to get his right hand to the ball. Just looking at no balls, and that's another one. That's a big one. I don't know whether they called it, but it's a massive one on the replay.
Buckingham again. Bowls to Labuschagne, who flicks into the onside. Nicely done again. That may not go for 4 as Doggett is after it. Doggett at full stretch would just about keep it from crossing the rope. And they're through for 3. That previous delivery, just seen on the replay, must have been, it was nearly a foot over the line.
Did they call the no ball?
No.
No, it was... Which is where it's a bit of a challenge, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because the only time they really take notice is when it's a dismissal.
Yes.
So if they were to actually let the bowlers know, listen, you're bowling no balls by a significant amount. And we can understand the umpires probably putting most of their attention into the batsman's end rather now than the bowler's end, knowing they have the support of the television with the dismissal.
Yeah.
But it doesn't help the bowler much.
No.
Although, to be fair, I reckon last time we checked, no one's moved that white line for quite a few years. So they've had a bit of time to get organised about where it is and then try and mark out their run-ups for that. So probably better to move back by 6 inches rather than try and creep right up to the precipice.
Buckingham to Clayton this time, and Clayton is working this into the onside. Immediately the call is 2 as it's worked to deep square leg, and they'll get through for that 2 as well, and Clayton moves on to 6. And it doesn't benefit the batting side either, because these are extra runs and they should be picking up as well. Obviously at the highest level of the game it's kind of regulated, isn't it? So the standing umpire doesn't have to look down.
Sure, yeah.
And it will be automatically called a
no ball.
It's Buckingham into Clayton again. That's defended out into the offside. And there's no run again. We're kind of in a halfway house situation, aren't we? Because clearly we see with the Labuschagne, inverted commas, dismissal, which was overturned as it was a no ball. We kind of got that side of it looked at, but not the more regulation.
Yeah.
No ball.
Yeah, you're probably half married, aren't we?
Yes.
We're kind of not quite there, but...
We're half pregnant,
That's
aren't we?
right, yeah. You need to work it out. That's probably what I was looking for, half pregnant, yes. But it's kind of only when the dismissal takes place that they properly check it, which is, as you say, costing runs and not giving the feedback to the bowler as well.
Buckingham to Clayton, who's well forward again, right off the middle of the bat, out to cover where Jason Sanger fields, and there's no run.
Clayton seemed to have settled in a bit better this innings. He's now faced 24 balls. That exact delivery was almost the replica of his run out in the first innings, wasn't it? Pushed it to cover in his first ball and took off like a startled hare, and never looked like getting back to make his ground with Liam Scott hitting the stumps with a direct hit. So that kind of 24, 25, 30 ball mark that a lot of batsmen talk about, he's approaching that or in the middle of that, and probably starting to feel like he has the pace of the pitch and the feeling of what the bowlers are trying to do.
Buckingham to Clayton. He's defending this to Liam Scott at mid-on. And that is the end of the over. Queensland 2 for 111. So they trail now by 65 runs. And they're going to take a break for a drink. A well-earned drink as well. It's 31 degrees at the moment in Adelaide. A bit more of a breeze this afternoon, just fluttering into the commentary box and sitting outside. It's very nice to sit in the shade and soak up the ambience of the Karen Rolton Oval. Beautiful afternoon.
Picture skew, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Very nice.
Perfect setup. It's going to be interesting to see now where South Australia go. They haven't bowled Manenti or any spin at all so far in either innings. Wasn't required in the first innings, bowling Queensland out in 35 overs basically, but this partnership is chugging along a little bit now, if not so it's not so for many runs, but you would have thought that Labuschagne would have faced a similar amount of balls as what Clayton has, so they're at about 50 balls for the partnership. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but...
Been in for 8 overs together now.
Yeah, so 48, 50 balls, so it's getting to a stage now where firstly, South Australia need to lock in and understand they're still ahead of the game. So we were a bit critical, I certainly was, of Queensland searching too hard in the first inning to try and generate a wicket when maybe it just required a couple of hours or a couple of spells of good, solid bowling. A bit like Liam Scott was able to do. Kept the umps in play Lovell played across one or missed one, and all of a sudden LBW was in play. And maybe now they can throw the ball to Ben Manenti. Suspected it would want to be at this end. The breeze seems to be coming from almost like the east this time, so he'd get the assistance with the drift away from the right-handers into the lefties, and maybe see if a couple will grip and spin or bounce a little bit for him, and also just change the rhythm of the game a little bit. It's very much fast bowlers, 130. When Doggett's not bowling with that extra airspeed, they're all pretty similar. So it's one of the challenges when you get onto a second, third day wicket and there's not a lot on offer, that you need to be able to be very disciplined and also have that variation to try and change things up a bit, which may create an error from a batsman and maybe prize you that little wicket that you're looking for.
Also, I guess the fact that Liam Scott has bowled so well has probably delayed the introduction of Manenti a bit as well, because let's say in comparative terms Scott had gone round the park a bit, bowled 4 or 5 overs for 25 or something. He might have gone
to Manenti
sure,
next. Yeah.
But Scott has bowled well, and he's enabled the other fast bowlers to have a bit of a rest.
And it shows the benefit, isn't it? He's a tall man, Scotty. You get next to him on the boundary line there, he's fielding at fine leg down here, and he just reminds you, he's 6'4", he's a big kid, and just a little bit of extra bounce every now and again. It's hard to get forward to him when he hits a good length. So he's bowled an important role, and that wicket at Lovell was a great example of, with Carey, and being an ex-wicky, Carey being willing to stand up over the stumps and keep the batsman back in his crease and not being able to advance down the track to him. Just gives him an extra little bit of length to play with as well, and in the end that partnership between them was enough to create that wicket.
So McAndrew to continue. Bowls to Labuschagne, who clips this past Sanger in the mid-wicket area, heading off to the boundary, but he won't reach it. They'll come back for 2. That'll take the score on to 2 for 113, and Labuschagne into the 40s. He's doubled his score since that life he was given. We just fancy the overs scheduled today, just short of 29 overs scheduled to be bowled. I don't think we'll get them all in. And tomorrow's going to be hard work here. Labuschagne again forward. The inside edge this time to pick out Sanger at mid-wicket. And again, there's no run. So 2 for 113. 63 behind still.
Pretty standard field too, isn't it? Now they've got a mid-wicket in, but forward square, mid-wicket, mid-on the leg side with fine leg, a couple of slips of gully, extra cover and mid-off. So they're aiming to bowl at the stumps, I think, and see if Labuschagne's willing to play across it squarer to get some runs.
McAndrew bowls here, and forward comes Labuschagne on about off stump, just outside, and pushes it into the offside for no run. I mentioned that good record he has in Shield finals, 190 odd against New South Wales a few years ago. This sort of player that kind of relishes this occasion as well.
Yes,
I get the impression, and backs against the wall. Might be difficult to dislodge. There's McAndrew into Labuschagne again. He's defending back past the bowler. And there's no run again. 33 overs and 4 balls. South Australia, so the new ball is a long way away yet.
And we're at that stage when Queensland were bowling in their first innings, it seemed to flatten out quite significantly around this time when the ball got to this age, didn't it? So it's going to be tough work for the South Australians over the next 20, 30 or 40 overs. They need to lock in and just do their jobs well.
McAndrew into Labuschagne, who tries to drive down the ground. Well fielded by McAndrew off his own bowling, and has a little shy at the stumps. Labuschagne scampering back. The ball didn't hit the stumps anyway. Labuschagne remains on 40.
That ball's getting a real good polish as it goes around the field as well. I think the South Australians are recognising there's not a lot on offer at the moment, and they're trying to get one side of the ball as shiny and as smooth as they possibly can to see if they maybe might be able to start to get it reversing a little bit. But one of the challenges of the drop-in wickets is the grass doesn't tend to, there's no rough patches too much. It tends to be there the whole time. So
McAndrew into Labuschagne, flicked into the onside, straight to Sanger. And there's no run. Over is called by Sam Nagayski. 2 for 113. And the deficit is still 63. Clayton has 6, Labuschagne on 40.
And just as much as you want one side to be really shiny and smooth, you need the opposite side of that to be ideally quite rough and be a bit chewed up. So the square, unfortunately, in this instance, looks perfect. There's hardly a mark on it. So they can't even really throw the ball back from the outfield and try and hit the couple of bald spots on the square that might chew the ball up a little bit.
When do you think it might, we're only like towards the end of day 2, when might it start to deteriorate, do you think?
It's a good question. They don't tend to. They tend to hold together really well.
Buckingham into Clayton. There's a gap in the onside. And off the back foot, he's just bunted it into that gap. He's heading towards the boundary. Liam Scott's had a busy day in the field. And he's managed to keep them to 3 rather than 4. And Clayton moves on to 9.
Nice shot. Back of a length and jumped onto the back foot and worked it through mid-wicket off his hip. It wasn't overly leg side. It was probably middle stump line, but he timed it really nicely and got 3 runs for his hard work.
So 2 for 116. Carey's coming up to the stumps again to Labuschagne. He's trying to keep Labuschagne in his ground. Is he here?
That'd be the Labuschagne may have been batting out of his crease, trying to give an indication to, one, the umpires, he's a long way down if he does happen to get hit on the pads, but also, 2, to force Buckingham to bowl a bit shorter so he's not bowling half volleys, which he may well move himself forward and back a little bit.
Buckingham is in and Labuschagne forward, defending solidly.
And that's exactly what they're hoping for. They want to bowl stump to stump here. Hope Labuschagne gets caught on the crease. Maybe looking to force across the line, or one just zips back in a little bit.
Question from Jonathan on SMS 0467 920 222. Queensland keep all remaining wickets today. Have they won the day's play? Interesting question. As Buckingham is into Labuschagne again. Flicked off leg stump down towards fine leg for a single.
Depending on their score,
in the morning.
Yeah, depending on their score, I think. If they don't lose any more wickets and keep scoring at a reasonable rate, they're going to be in front, you'd think, tonight, wouldn't they? So they'll be back. So whether they've won the day, I agree. I think Jake Lehmann's effort in the first session with Ben Menenti and then Nathan McAndrew probably meant that South Australia won the first session, even though they lost 4 wickets. Yeah, it'd be a pretty even day, and Queensland, I think, if they were able to get away at the end of the day 2 down, they'd be thinking this is game on now. They're right back in the contest, as important as it is.
Buckingham into Clayton. Work to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Keeping that gap in the mid-wicket area between Scott at mid-on and Lehmann at square leg. I guess trying to tempt Clayton to try and step across the line and work the ball into that area.
Yeah, I don't think it looks like it's going reverse at all. It doesn't look like it's getting too... Every now and again, one grips the grass on the surface and maybe seams a little bit, but I think that's probably the plan. Bowl nice and straight.
Buckingham again. Short, helped on its way. Down towards the square leg boundary for 4. Another fine shot from Jack Clayton, who's beginning to go through the gears a bit here. He's moved on to 13. And it's 2 for 121. It was just too short from Buckingham.
I must admit, I haven't seen a lot of Clayton bat. I've seen dispatches, but not a huge amount. But that pull shot, sort of hip high, he got off the mark today with one, I reckon, off Doggett that went down from the other end that went down for 4. And then that he jumped all over that ball. It wasn't really short. It was probably only waist high, but he jumped all over it and pulled it behind square for 4 runs really aggressively.
Buckingham into Clayton, left alone this time outside the off stump. Bounced a little bit more. And that'll complete the over. 35 have been bowled. Queensland 2 for 121 in their second innings. They trail by 55.
"27 overs remaining in the day." So if we talk about who's won the day, if they were to saw it, say, 3 and over, what's the going rate? Probably about that, is it? 35, 70, right, it's 3.5 and over.
Yeah.
So if they were to go at 3.5 and over for another 27 overs, they're getting 85, maybe 80 runs.
I don't think
she'll take them to 200. No, it'll take them to 200, say. So that means they'll be 25 or so in front. So that's, I think you'd still rather be in South Australian shoes, because you know if you get a couple of quick wickets tomorrow morning or any stage in the innings and go bang bang, you're right back on top. But it certainly is a lot better picture for Queensland than it was a couple of hours ago.
Yeah. We've got, what, an hour and 25 minutes to go, so...
Yeah, so hour and a half, we're going to get probably 15, 14 plus, 22. Yeah, 22. If they, maybe if Ben Menenti bowls a couple, they'll might sneak 23 in.
McAndrew bowls to Labuschagne, who's edging low, down through a gap in the slips, down to third man. And it's given up in the end by McSweeney. He can't gather it. It was quite well played by Labuschagne. Didn't try and overhit it, and just steered it into a gap and picked up 4. 2 for 125.
Just the last couple of overs, 2 or 3 boundaries. That wasn't totally controlled or totally where he wanted to hit it, but the result was good for him. The pull shot from Clayton, a couple of works through the onside, so they're obviously gaining some confidence and starting to feel like they have the conditions or an understanding of the conditions. And this is a pretty critical little time here in this game. If South Australia can just claw things back and stop them scoring, they'll want to score. That might be the time to create a chance. But in the same breath, if South Australia can't do that and they continue on at 4 and over, all of a sudden the day could turn out to be theirs with a maybe even a bigger lead than what we're talking about.
McAndrew bowls and Labuschagne drives back to the bowler, and there's no run. Carey's up to the stumps again. Interesting field. Menenti's in a first slip, almost isolated now. Then it's difficult to tell from our angles, but it looks like almost 2 gullies. Certainly a 5th slip and a gully. And then extra cover who's quite deep. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and square leg. And a fine leg just away to our left-hand side as well. McAndrew into Labuschagne, dabs it down in the offside. McSweeney picks up a point. And they get through for a single. So very much a ring field, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks to me, and you know, this is often the time when they, especially as you talked about with Carey up over the stumps to the medium pace of McAndrew, they're just thinking about, let's try and put some pressure on the batting group by stopping them scoring. We'll protect ourselves with almost a ring field, as you say. The 2 gullies stop Labuschagne sort of laying back and playing almost a late cut or opening the face of the bat and using the pace of the ball to move it. And they're just trying to block things up for a while. It's a real indication they don't think there's a lot on offer from the surface, that's for sure. It's pretty flat, and the ball's lost a bit of its air, as we say.
McAndrew into Clayton, who's defending out into the offside, and there's no run. Beginning to think Menenti might not be far away.
Yeah, he's doing a couple of stretches in the slips there, isn't he? And it looks to me, I know it's difficult. McAndrew's in his 10th over now. Couple of maidens, none for 34. His pace seems to be flattening out a little bit as well. And this game has been the time when the pressure's been on the batsmen is when either Vidler or Doggett have had the ball in their hands and they've been bowling quicker. So these guys who are bowling medium pace need to be really, really consistent, really disciplined, and try and block the scoring up.
McAndrew into Clayton, who's driving down the ground, and there's no run. Slips have tightened up, so back to 2 conventional slips for Clayton. Sweeney at first, Menenti at second. McInerney in the gully, Henry Hunt at point. And there's that square leg Lehman dropping back to the fence. Not tried anything too short.
South Australia so far. Queensland did earlier today. Or was that yesterday?
Today, yeah.
Today.
Yeah.
Yes. McAndrew around the wicket, left alone by Clayton. And through it goes to Carey. There's no run. End of the over. We're going to have a double change here. On grandstand cricket, Jason Gillespie and Aaron Bryans stepping in.
The Sheffield Shield Final, SA and Queensland.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Still 26 overs remaining on the day. I feel like we're not going to get there, Jason Gillespie, so play expect to be extended, and we'll find ourselves here at 6:05 local time.
Yeah, shock horror. Overs not getting bowled in the allotted time.
We had extra time as well because lunch was extended.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. Queensland 2 for 126. Buckingham has the ball at the southern
But it
end.
shouldn't be is what it is.
I can't remember the last time I was part of a cricket broadcast that we didn't take the extra 30 minutes. Buckingham to Labuschagne on 46, right on over the wicket. He turns it through square leg straight to the fielder, no run.
Clearly the strategy to Marnus Labuschagne is, from the South Australians, is to bowl straight. Employed for the last few overs. 4 fielders on the leg side. With a fine leg, square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. Carey up to the stumps to Buckingham. He'd be pretty grumpy with that, I would have thought. The young tearaway fast bowler. It is a bit of an ego, a dent to the ego.
Buckingham to Labuschagne on 46, pushes it through point. Fielder cuts across from backward and ensures there's no run.
I remember at a one-day international, Adam Gilchrist came up the stumps to Glenn McGrath.
I've seen this vision.
Yeah. He would have said it on the telecast.
He was ropeable.
He didn't want it to be credited as stumped Gilchrist by McGrath. He was spewing.
Oh, my goodness.
He was so spewing about it.
Did that happen to you?
No. No, but I was explaining to Robin last stint.
Buckingham away to Labuschagne. Forward pushing to cover again, quickly fielded. Henry Hunt floats across, no run.
I mentioned on last stint that Graham Manu came up the stumps to me at a Shield game. He asked me, he was actually nervous about asking me to come up. He came up the stumps. I said, yeah, no worries, mate. I walked back to my mark, seething. I came in, bowled the fastest bouncer I could, and he just caught it nonchalant, just passed it to first leg. I was like, oh, jeez, I am slowing down.
It's almost a sign, isn't it, when you're towards the back end of... Queensland currently trailing by 50 runs. Buckingham bowling to Labuschagne on 46. Cuts through the gap at point, heading towards the rope. 2 on offer. Good slide from Henry Hunt. Will keep it to the double. Labuschagne moves to 48 from 77 deliveries. Queensland 2 for 128, trailing by 48.
Aaron, I do remember when I first started to think that my career was winding down, coming to an end, and I'll never forget it. We were playing the Vicks at Junction Oval, and I was in the middle of a spell, and I was down at fine leg, and all I was thinking about, so I was in the middle of a bowling spell, and all I was thinking about where I was going to go for a beer and a pub meal that night, and I was bouncing all these ideas around in my head, which pub to go to. And I realised maybe my mind wasn't switched on as it should be.
Buckingham to Labuschagne, same spot through point, this time it'll race to the rope for 4. And Marnus Labuschagne reaches his 60th first-class 50. He is holding the line for Queensland right now in a difficult Sheffield Shield final. Marnus Labuschagne, 50 off 78 deliveries. Queensland moves to 2 for 132.
He's been impressive, Marnus Labuschagne. His movement, I was observing earlier, his movements have been really sharp, really crisp. And what I mean by that is he's getting his footwork just right, the timing right, and then the timing of his footwork and then his hands. It's looking really good.
Buckingham to Labuschagne on 52, defends just wide of the bowl and trickling down towards mid-on. And he understands the task, Marnus Labuschagne. There wasn't a big celebration in the middle of the pitch. No. Just back to work. Plenty still to go here at Karen Rolton Oval. Queensland trailing by 44 runs. As we close in on the conclusion of play, that being said, we are waiting for the official word for play to be extended with 25 overs left in the day, it is.
I think it's pretty safe to assume that play's going to be extended.
$1.01, I reckon.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right.
Jason Gillespie is part of ABC Sport. Carl Hooper, Tim Nielsen, Aaron Bryans, Robert Chipperfield with you as well. Of course, our coverage of the AFL and NRL tonight available on the Listen app through their respective buttons. It's the home of every sport. As we continue to motor it along into the new world, Viz. Great technology available to you.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
Nathan McAndrew back into the attack from the northern end. Jack Clayton on 13 awaits him. So the 2 wickets so far in this final for McAndrew. Bowls back of the length. Keeps low though, and he leans forward and defends. No run, Jack Clayton. A couple of slips in place and a gully.
He's looked solid, Jack Clayton. After his first innings, brain fade. He's looked very organised. He's a quality player.
Nathan McAndrew receives the ball at the northern end. Start to see the Port Road fill up more and more. Everybody making their way home after a long day. Nice early finish. That stand next to the light pole, which is more of the north kind of eastern end, has once again emptied.
Yeah, it's right in the sun there now, isn't it?
McAndrew motoring in, left wide across the off stump through to Carey, no run. Queensland trailing by 44 runs. It's been a good day, Diz.
It really has.
Good for batters in particular, but 7 wickets compared to 16 yesterday. Could have been 8 had Marnus Labuschagne not survived off that no ball delivery. But I'm interested to see how you arrive tomorrow, because day one you had that nervous energy.
Yeah.
Today you came in so hard that the whole shipping container was bouncing.
I'll give it a rest.
Tomorrow,
mate, I'm just excited to
you
be
are.
here.
Every right to be.
Yeah.
McAndrew to Clayton, forward, drive straight past the bowler towards long on. And fielders coming together in the deep as the ball will just pull up a bit short, not a lot of pace towards the boundary.
Liam Scott did a very good job there. Good slide. That's a partnership. 50 runs between Marnus Labuschagne and Jack Clayton.
He ran 3. He's up to 16, and Queensland moved to 2 for 135. A much-needed partnership.
Most certainly. Wonder how important that moment is going to turn out to be. That no ball.
Should mention as well, Matt Renshaw posted on Instagram today that he and his wife Josie officially have their second child, young Edward Arthur Renshaw. So it was the right decision at the end of the day to miss the Sheffield Shield final.
Absolutely the right decision. Family always comes first, Aaron.
Queensland down 41. McAndrew bowls and pushed in by Labuschagne on 52, back to the bowler.
So congratulations to the Renshaws. Wonderful time for their family.
Apparently Charlotte thinks that Edward is a doll. Unsure why it's not moving the way that she wants it to. Young siblings, right?
Yeah, how cool's that? So lovely. Congratulations to Matt and Josie.
Just on that, do you get many questions about umpire Phil Gillespie?
No.
It's a rare kind of last name.
Well, it's not that rare.
McAndrew in from the northern end. Labuschagne plays it through the onside. Good diving stop at mid-wicket. Floating across from Sanger.
But in answer, no. Not to my knowledge. There's no
relation.
No relation connection, no.
I think Sanger's been great in the field as well through these opening couple of days, and maybe that is a little bit of a reward again for someone who's wasn't in the first playing 11 in New South Wales, and Ryan Harris and yourself take a punt on him. And
I remember meeting him last season at Cricket Central. Like, obviously, he wasn't in the New South Wales side, so I thought I'd go and meet him for a beer. And
McAndrew to Labuschagne, squared up defence, no run. End of the 38th. Queensland 2 for 135, trailing by 41 runs. What was your first impressions when you met him?
I was impressed with him as a person. He just very personable, lovely guys. We just sat and just it was a general chat. It was just about, you know, where are you going with your career? He was going to be out of contract and wasn't sure what he wanted to do, whether he was going to stay in New South Wales or look to go elsewhere. And I said, would South Australia be somewhere you'd be, or would the state be someone you'd be interested in having a discussion about your career going forward? And he said, yeah, I'd be happy. I'd be open to a conversation. So the Saka went through the appropriate channels and reached out to New South Wales to ask for permission to have a conversation. And then obviously I'd then, at the end of that season, then moved on and got offered the Pakistan role. So it was obviously left with Saka to then go through that process. And I was delighted when I saw that he'd agreed to come to South Australia, because I genuinely felt that he could have fulfilled a really important role for South Australia. So I was really pleased to see that the Saka had found a way to get him across.
Doggett back into the attack. 7 in the Shield final so far, nearly at 8. Minus Labuschagne's wicket. He's bowling to Clayton now on 16. Plays it straight to square leg. Quickly fielded, no run. The only one that is probably an L in terms of the list management, because he had so many great recruits, Dizzy, is maybe Jake Weatherald. I think the move he's really flourished heading down to Tasmania, and maybe he needed that change of scenery, but it's been a tremendous move for him.
Well, make no mistake, that was instigated by him. That wasn't instigated by the Saka.
So he needed the move?
The Saka he was a required player. He was contracted player.
Doggett to Clayton, high bat raise and ducks underneath a straight delivery that's short.
So to clear anything up at any of the South Australian cricket fans, that was driven by Jake's desire to explore his options elsewhere.
Was it frustrating that he wanted to go?
Yeah, I can say it now. Yeah, it was. But obviously, when someone doesn't necessarily want to be here, you then find a solution, don't you?
When you're trying to build a culture.
That's right.
Doggett bowls to Clayton, another shorter delivery. This one's got plenty of bounce. Loops over the top of the stumps and through to Carey. Queensland 2 for 135, trailing by 41. Clayton's on 16, Labuschagne on 52. Because there was a period of time with Weatherald, particularly through his first class in Big Bash cricket, that he was given personal leave to deal with his own matters behind closed doors, and the Saka certainly supported him through that. So I guess there would have been a little bit of disappointment that you looked after him and then he decided to go.
Yep.
Great season for Tasmania, though, for Jake Weatherald. Doggett away from the southern ends and left wide across the off stump. Great to have your company on ABC Sport. Zero 467 920 222 is the text line. Craig in Canberra's got in touch as well. Read out in a moment. Doggett's got 2 to come in the 39th. Clayton's on 16. Up on his toes, he turns it through square leg and it trickles its way towards the fielder, no run. Craig says, I just noticed the SA batting lineup in the 96 final had 2 Darrens, 2 Jamies and 2 Tims. Someone called Jason messed up the order in the second innings.
He certainly did. Oh, that's a quirky little stat. Oh, well done.
We reflected a lot on the 96 final. We haven't actually spoken about the last time these two sides met in a final, which was 95.
94-5, yeah.
Yeah, when Queensland got over the top.
I remember it distinctly. That was my 3rd Sheffield Shield game. First-class game.
Doggett to Clayton. Pushes in on the bounce. Great little reach there from Doggett. Tried to do a little bit of backyard cricket magic as he full stretch looked to reel it in and then take it behind the back. Maiden over for Brendan Doggett. He continues his terrific form in this Sheffield Shield final. And Queensland 2 for 135, currently trailing by 41 runs. It's the 3rd game, Diz.
Yes.
Much like young Cal Vidler?
Yeah, I was 19 as well, so I think Callum's 19 as well. Yeah, so yeah, I certainly wasn't bowling as fast as Callum Vidler. I can give you the strong tip.
No 140s?
No, definitely not. No, I was probably operating May of nudge 130.
That was a big result in the end. So Queensland over 600 runs, didn't have to bat twice.
Oh, we got absolutely pantsed, basically.
But then you turned it around the next year. So
we certainly did.
Sometimes you got to have a bit of failure to enjoy success.
That's right.
That's how I always sell it when you... whenever someone asks me if they want to pick a new team in whatever code, don't go for the current premiers. Go for someone who's battling a little bit but could rise, because there's no point in enjoying glory if you don't go through the heartbreak first. And, we're looking ahead here, but South Australia snap a 29-year drought. There's a reason why this has dominated the headlines over the last few weeks, whereas other Sheffield Shield finals have fallen under the radar. McAndrew bowls, Labuschagne to cut and beats the fielder backward a point, sliding it down third to the rope for 4. Labuschagne, he's motoring here at Karen Rolton Oval up to 60. 56 rather, I've given him too many runs here. It's 56, Queensland 2 for 139.
Yeah, and just on your point there, Aaron, I think everyone loves an underdog, don't they? And
where's the joy in continually winning? WA.
Yeah. No, everyone loves an underdog, and I think it's captured the imagination of the South Australian public, because South Australia have underachieved, it has to be said, for a long time. But I think they've seen over the last few years it's been building. And
37-run deficit. McAndrew in from the northern end to Labuschagne. Pushes it through point. A couple of bounces quickly taken, no run.
It's interesting that Alex Carey's up to the stumps to Nathan McAndrew here with his helmet on, and Ben Menente's at first slip, and he's also wearing a helmet. Because they've obviously identified that the surface, it's got getting lower, getting slower. The ball's a bit older. It's nearly 40 overs old. It's just not quite the carry. So Ben Menente doesn't want the ball. If Nathan McAndrew gets an edge, doesn't want it to land in front of him. So he's just gone for safety first. Put a helmet on. Smart play.
McAndrew to Labuschagne. Pulling. A good length, gets it through mid-wicket, and again, fast outfield, although it was a powerful shot. Down towards the rope in front of the pavilion for 4. Now Marnus Labuschagne's up to 60 off 85 deliveries, and Queensland 2 for 143, trailing by 33 runs.
It's a beautiful shot from Marnus Labuschagne. It wasn't actually that short from Nathan McAndrew. So, yeah, it was above his hip, so... yeah, it was probably short enough to hit, but he hasn't timed it particularly well. Nathan McAndrew was filthy with himself as well.
It's been quieter out for 21 earlier. Marnus Labuschagne, the last of the more senior players in terms of Australian experience. McAndrew bowls, similar shot. This time it's bounced straight towards Jake Lehman waiting at mid-wicket. It was shorter towards the infield and will now push back towards the rope after that delivery.
What's the deficit here at the moment?
33.
33. So this has probably gone as well as Queensland would have expected. You know, say this partnership continues to flourish. They draw level with South Australia, only 2 down. This is game on.
Yeah. There's plenty of time to go. Sliding doors moments. Nathan McAndrew to Labuschagne on 60. Whips it off him high down towards long leg. Doggett's waiting on the rope. They'll get through for a run. Labuschagne moves to 61. Clayton now on strike on 16 with the ball to come in the 40th. Queensland 2 for 144, trailing by 32. And yeah, that Marnus Labuschagne no ball off Brenton Doggett out for 20. At that point, you felt like it could have been game over, and suddenly we're edging closer to maybe being level.
Well, you certainly called it as game over.
I was ready. I was all in. 3 down. Yeah, it felt at that stage the batting depth would have been tested and South Australia were closing in. Marnus is just holding the line. Clayton's on 16 and happy to leave across the off stump.
Interesting, we haven't seen... That is the over. Queensland 2 for 144. It's interesting, Aaron, we haven't seen Ben Menente as yet into the attack.
Whilst Mitch Webster's had a fair bit of it across the day.
Yeah. Ben didn't even bowl in the first innings either, did he?
No. So, specialist batter.
Specialist number 8.
which did work. He had a pretty good innings.
He played very well.
47 in the end. But yes, if you're Lloyd Pope sitting on the sidelines, you'd hope that Ben would actually bowl a little bit. So didn't feature in the first innings, and yeah, we haven't seen him so far in the second. In fact, we've only had the 4 bowlers so far in the second, similar to the first. 3 quicks in McAndrew, Buckington, Doggett, and then Scott again rounding that out, but not delivering as many balls as the other 3. So those 4 quicks have essentially carried the load for South Australia across the 2 Queensland innings. Deficit sitting at 32 at the moment. Aaron Bryans and Jason Gillespie with you on ABC Sport. 22 overs remaining in the day. Still no official word on if we're getting extended, but as we've touched on a few times, it is going to happen. It's all likelihood. Brendan Doggett gearing up to go again at the southern ends. Fairly deep field here for Marnus Labuschagne on 61. Only really a close cover and mid-wickets. He's caught a top edge, looking to pull low, sweeping it, scooped up in the air and taken at backward square leg. Labuschagne's out for 61. Great hands there from Jason Sanger. And Queensland are 3 down, 3 for 144. Marnus Labuschagne's stand for Queensland comes to an end. Jason Sanger with the catch-off. Brendan Doggett, who now has 8 wickets. Second time is the charm against Marnus.
I just sense that's a huge, huge moment in the game. Marnus is waiting. I wonder, are they waiting for a no-ball call?
After last time, you should probably check. So Brendan Doggett had him out on 20, and it was deemed a no-ball. Here is the vision. Doggett coming in, and it looks pretty good, Diz.
Oh, it's tight. I think Marnus is thinking it's not.
Again, as he lands, it looks okay, and then when the foot's fully planted, it gets line ball.
I wonder if that's a no ball again. This is going to be a tight one for the third umpire.
They've given it.
Out.
Marnus Labuschagne out for 61. A massive moment in the Sheffield Shield final. Queensland 3 for 144, and Brendan Doggett officially has 8 for. Some relief after some pain earlier in the innings.
That is a legal delivery by the fairest of margins. One senses that is one huge moment of the game. Bit of a nothing shot from Marnus Labuschagne. He'll be bitterly, bitterly disappointed with that. Fair play, Brendan Doggett.
Labuschagne gets some applause from those in the pavilion. 61 from 88 deliveries. You do wonder from here how this game will play out. Queensland still trailing by 32 runs, have 7 wickets in hand. We've still got 3 days to go. Does bring Ben McDermott to the crease. Jimmy Pearson and Michael Neese are good with the bat as well, and then the bowling unit gets underway. So you've still got 3 guys who can deliver with the runs, Tizzy. It's just about what kind of lead could Queensland build.
Well, you got Jack Wildermuth who got 100 off 90 balls as well last week for Queensland. So, and Steckity has got first class 50s. So got a lot of batting to go. But that is a real blow for Queensland. There's no doubt about that.
Still down 32. 7 wickets in hand. Nathan McSweeney has a chat with Brendan Doggett about how they want to approach this next delivery. They had a pretty deep field as Labuschagne looked to sweep off that earlier delivery and top edging. Sanger coming in off the rope at backward square. And it looks like they might stick with it, except the cover has been pushed back as well. So the infield is open on the offside. Carey's deep. We've got a short leg in place under the helmet and a gully. Doggett bowls. McDermott defends back to Doggett. At least he tried to. It nipped up and hit him on the ribs. Queensland down 32 at 3 for 144. Aaron Bryans and Jason Gillespie with you.
You just sense this is a huge innings for Ben McDermott. He's got a lot of starts this year for Queensland. averaging 30. He's got a couple of 50s this year, so he's got a lot of starts. He hasn't necessarily gone on with it. His state needs him now, though.
Doggett away from the southern end. It kept low, and McDermott, quick reflexes as he originally planned to duck down underneath it, and then had to swing his head away as the ball rocketed over the top of middle stump. So you're right, Dizzy. It's not getting quite the bounce that we've seen in the past. Keeping low, keeping hard and quick. Dermot yet to get off the mark. Rick Finlay's got in touch. A great statistician in Tasmania. Couple for you. So Usman Khawaja out for 21 today, officially passed 15,000 first-class runs.
It's a great achievement.
Doggett with 3 to come in the over, bowling to McDermott. Right arm over the wicket, short again, ducked under cleanly by McDermott, no run. Also says that Jason Gillespie's wickets in all cricket, I imagine this is relating to our earlier chat about wicket keepers coming close to the stumps. Dizzy bowled 162, caught 536, LBW 168, hit the wicket twice, stumped 0.
I knew it. And thanks, Rick, for confirming it. I knew it. Thank God for that.
The relief. 2 to come in the 41st. Queensland down 32. Doggett bowling to McDermott. Full toss. Catches it as it drops down to the pads. Played through square leg, but it's an excellent stop at short leg by Henry Hunt under the helmet. Speaking of fast reflexes, he ducked down to his right. You ever had to put the lid on close to a batter, Diz?
No, never. Would have said no as well. You do not put your fast bowlers
anywhere in danger.
Correct.
Doggett to McDermott, still yet to get off the mark. Short and low once again. He squatted right down. Bodybuilding form there from Ben McDermott, who's yet to get off the mark. Wicket maiden for Brendan Doggett. Queensland still trailing by 32 runs. And Doggett with 8 for in the Sheffield Shield final after picking up Marnus Labuschagne's wicket for 61. Double change coming up on ABC Sport. Robin Chipperfield and Carl Hooper coming in.
The Sheffield Shield final, SA and Queensland.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Another big moment in the match, the dismissal of Marnus Labuschagne for 61. Agonisingly tight to a no ball again. I don't think Dizzy would have coped had that been given as a no ball. Good catch from Sanger as well. And still behind Queensland by 32. McAndrew continues into Clayton. That's a nice drive into the offside for no runs. Up to mid-off. And Carl Hooper has stepped in, complete with fan again. Does it ever run out of battery?
No, this will last all day. You've got it on a very slow speed. 3 speeds. You've got slow, medium, and fast. I've been on slow all day. It's been a nice day. But if you can find a bit of shade out back, I've been sitting in the shade and there's a nice breeze, but
not in here.
In here it's a bit warm here.
Yeah. 2 slips in place for McAndrew as Clayton leaves a tight one outside the off stump. As the ball ducks back on the angle and through to Carey.
Yeah, and good plans for Marnus Labuschagne. See Doggett resorting to the short ball barrage with 3 men back. And Labuschagne finally succumbing to the plan, top edging. Try to hit it down, but just top edged it. And I think it was Sanger coming off the bounce, just took an easy catch. Handy wicket for South Australia.
Yep, just hit the pot. They just loved Labuschagne out before the close. We've got another just under an hour to go. As McAndrew is into Clayton again, he's leaving outside the off stump. A bit wider this time. And through to Carey, there's no run. Clayton on 16, McDermott yet to get off the mark. Lovely evening, people scattering for shade as the sun makes its way up the bank on the far side of the field. The amount of shade diminishes. People are making their way backwards and backwards and backwards to find the shade. Here's McAndrew in again to Clayton, who slashes outside the off stump, doesn't make contact. Goes through to Carey.
Short and wide, and the ball just dying in the surface. He played over the top of it, completely missed it. Just thought you might have seen a little bit of a Ben Menenti with his off spin, but so far we haven't.
I wonder had Labuschagne not got out, whether we might have seen him in the last couple of overs, but South Australia would love another wicket from a seamer here. Menenti's under a helmet at the moment at second slip. As McAndrew is into Clayton, who's defending off the back foot, back towards the bowler, and there's no run. So McSweeney at first slip alongside Carey, and Menenti in the helmet at second. There's Gully as well, McInerney. Point cover, mid-off, mid-on. There's a deep square leg right out on the fence for the surprise short ball. And a fine leg as well on the rope. McAndrew. That's a nice shot from Clayton into the offside. It won't pierce the offside field, though. It's well fielded at mid-off by Liam Scott. And just quietly looks a very good fielder. Affected the run out of Clayton in the first innings. Claimed a very good catch in inverted commas off Labuschagne. Good piece of fielding there.
Yeah, he's been involved in the game. Just mentioned a really good run out in the first innings. Running out Clayton before he had got off the mark, and then missed out with a bat, but bowled well in this innings. Got level out to LBW.
Getting some repair work done again to the pitch here at Karen Rolton Oval. Hear the banging in the background, perhaps, of the hammer right next to the stumps.
Yeah, just trying to flatten the footholds for the quicks, make sure that the area in which they're landing in is nice and firm. Just a steady pounding running through the crease. You sometimes get these little craters that develop. You can easily twist an ankle.
Doggett with ball in hand. He's going to bowl around the wicket here. To Clayton. Short ball to start. Ducks underneath it. Lets it through to Carey. Queensland 3 for 145 second innings. Trailing by 31.
Yeah, well, this is a ploy I've seen used on numerous occasions at this ground because of the placidness of the wicket. I think it gets the seam and the ball even softer because you're smashing it into the middle of the wicket. Just makes it a bit easier as the game progresses.
Doggett in again, short ball, pulled away, wide of McSweeney. That'll go out to the rope where Lehman is fielding. With his protection out at deep mid-wicket. And keeps him down to 1 and brings McDermott back onto strike. McDermott made 4 in the first innings. Look to score, need to score plenty more for Queensland. Trail by 30 runs. 7 second innings wickets remaining. With a short leg in place, Henry Hunt, as Doggett comes in to bowl to McDermott. It's another short one. Ducks underneath it and through it goes to Carey again.
Yeah, I think the thing about it is that the position the game is at the moment, it's important to keep the scoreboard ticking. I mean, it's still a lot of time. There's all day tomorrow, which is just the 3rd day, and then the 4th and the 5th day. You don't want to just keep ducking at short balls. You know, if you can play the hook or the pull shot, you can get a single, if not a boundary.
Doggett in again it's short, this time outside the off stump, through to Carey.
But at the same time, you've got to weigh up the pros and cons. I mean, if you're playing a shot that is got some degree of risk, You know, you can top edge it, as we've seen happen on a few occasions to some of the batters here. You can bottom edge it into the stump, and the trade-off is if you hit it well, you know, you've got to be three guys on the boundary.
Yeah.
So is it worth playing it or letting it go?
Doggett short again. McDermott underneath it again. Yeah, Carl Hooper mentions there are 3 men out on the boundary at deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg and fine leg. There's also Menenti at square leg, who's kind of 2/3 of the way back to the boundary. And there's Henry Hunt under the helmet at short leg as well.
Yeah, I think if you can play it, if you're good at it, you play it. Don't second guess yourself, you play it. But just be aware of the fact that they're 3 back and you want to hit it down. Get your hands high and hit and top the ball, if you can.
Doggett short again, underneath it, McDermott. Through it goes to Carey, and there is no run. So McDermott yet to get off the mark, but he's barely had one in his own half to hit yet.
Yeah, he's choosing at this point in time to duck it.
Yeah.
You know, get under it. He's only just come to the crease. He's not even off the mark. He's faced 9 balls. He's still on 0. So
I think it's fair enough to duck it for a while, don't you?
Well, until you get your eyes in.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think there's no hurry just yet. Still got a lot of time in this game, and you know, it's not an easy thing to do for the quicks to run and just bang it halfway. It takes a lot of effort, especially on a wicket that is this placid.
We saw 16 wickets fall yesterday. So far today, we've had 7. South Australia losing their last 4 wickets at lunch. Bowled out for 271 to lead by 176 on first innings. Players are having a drink, incidentally, at the moment, which is why there's no action. And so far, Queensland has lost 3 wickets in its second innings. Khawaja first to go for 21, caught by McInerney well, low down at slip off the bowling of Brendan Doggett. Angus Lovell was LBW to Liam Scott for 38. And Marnus Labuschagne in the end fell for 61 just a few moments ago. Off the bowling of Doggett, top edging an attempted pull shot down to Jason Sanger out at deep backward square leg. He fell for 61. He had a life on 20 when he was caught in a kind of similar way to the way he got out in the end. Caught well by Liam Scott low down at fine leg off Doggett. It looked to be a fair catch, but on replay they discovered that Doggett had got nothing behind the line, so it was given as a no ball, and Labuschagne survived at that point on 20. He went on to make 61 from 88 deliveries. The wicket takers, Doggett 2 for 27 from 12, and Liam Scott 1 for 19 from 8. Jordan Buckingham no wicket for 48 from 10, and perhaps surprisingly Nathan McAndrew wicketless, none for 47 from his 13 overs. We have 19 overs scheduled to be bowled in the rest of the day. In theory, they should bowl those in the next 15 minutes. They're given an extra. It's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen, no.
It's not going to happen with the extra half hour either.
No, I think we'll be well short today. I think because we haven't seen any spin.
Yeah.
It's been a warm day, and you know, the lads are now coming back from a drinks break. The quicks have been in operation from both sides for the duration of the day. We got 6 overs from Shrepson this morning, but apart from that, we haven't seen any spin. And we're yet to see Menenti from South Australia come down with his off spin.
And we're not going to see him here either.
No, we're not.
Liam
Looks like
Scott.
it's Scotty, yeah.
Yeah, he's going to come on at the Port Road end. Big hospital behind him.
For sure you get a couple overs of spin tonight from Menenti?
I would have thought so.
Yes, he's got a left hand in Clayton there.
And we saw Swepson last night, didn't we? Last over or 2. Caused an issue or 2 as well. But Swepson would turn the ball much more than Menenti. So Scott has picked up the wicket of Lovell. Bowled well, actually, either side of lunch. And he has McSweeney at slip, Menenti under the helmet at second slip, a gully. There's a deep point out on the boundary, cover mid-off, mid-on, couple out on the leg side as Scott is in to bowl to Clayton. Hits it up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Time of the day when you're thinking what you're going to have for dinner tonight.
What's on the Hooper menu tonight?
I don't know. I was thinking about maybe a vegetarian burger.
Okay.
I just fancy a nice burger tonight, but not meat.
You a big foodie?
I like my food. Yeah, I like my food.
There's Scott again into Clayton outside the off stump.
I like good food though. It's got to be good.
You get good food in Adelaide, no?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Good spot for a meal.
Some good spots around here, yeah. I don't know, you'll get the wife to prepare something maybe?
Are you not a damn hand in the kitchen yourself?
No, I only come there when it's time to eat. There's certain parts of the house don't see me at all. The kitchen, when I come to the kitchen, it's to eat, that's all.
Here's Scott into Clayton forward playing defensively. Back down the pitch to the bowler. And no run.
Yeah, it's been a good day of cricket. It's been very engaging. It's a different day to yesterday. And these are the days that I enjoy. I mean, I like to see the flurry of wickets and runs being scored, but I like gripping stuff, you know. The game is on a knife edge. You know, you lose a wicket or two here tonight, South Australia will go to bed in the driver's seat. If these two could come today, you know, I mean, it's a great loss, having lost Labuschagne.
She's defended by Clayton, no run.
But if these two can bring it, you know, bat the remaining of the day and come out and bat well the first hour tomorrow, it just sets up the game nicely for the final 2 days.
Yeah. Extraordinary. This is only day 2.
Yeah. But that's because of the first day that we had some 15 or 16 wickets falling. It moved along quickly.
Certainly did. Here's Scott again. To Clayton. It's working this into the onside, but picks out the fielder at mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Yeah, it's just a patient game. Right now, Scott bowling a fuller length, looking to challenge the stump. Straight field's been set. Short mid-wicket catch in mid-on. Ring field offside. A couple of slips in the gully. And just probing away.
Nielsen, the sub-fielder at mid-wicket. There's Scott. And again to Clayton, who again is forward and defending. He's made 18 from 56 deliveries. That's the end of the over. Another maiden for Scott. He's bowled 4 of those out of his 9 overs. 1 for 19. And South Australia keeping it tight. I get the impression, Carl Hooper, that they're trying Queensland to do what you suggested and just find a way to the close tonight, and that'll do them. It doesn't matter how many runs they score almost in the next half an hour.
Well, they're only 30 behind, so I think ideally they would have liked to have Labuschagne there this evening, but Doggett got the better of him. But it's important that they don't lose anymore tonight. Don't want to go into your shell just yet and think about the close. You still got another, it's only 5:30, well, 5:26, about half an hour or so of play to go.
Doggett into McDermott, who'll get off the mark here with a single down to fine leg. Doggett has tried that short pitch stuff. Oh, well, he's not actually played a shot. Must have come off his thigh, McDermott, so he's going to have to go back. I've given him a run, he didn't deserve it. Umpire signalling dead ball.
Yeah, even though they've got 3 guys in the deep on the onside, it's interesting they've still got the bat pad, so if it gets right and you want to defend, you've got to defend well, or else you can pop a catch easily there to the man at short leg.
This time a repeat of the shot, though it comes off the bat, I'm pretty sure this time. McDermott works it through square leg, and he is off and running. He has 1 to his name. Queensland 3 for 147. 29 behind.
Also, I can say I can't remember. I mean, I've seen it so many times when you've got three guys back on the onside and somebody's bowling short into the body. You look into it, maybe just get inside and like glance it, and you glove it to the keeper. That happens heaps of times, you know. As I say, it's a strangle down the leg side. So you've got to make sure that whatever you're going to do, whatever your decision-making process is very clear and concise.
Doggett with a short ball that Clayton ducks underneath. Through to the keeper, there's no run.
I'd actually like to see a little bit of spin, maybe Manenti, just for a couple.
Yeah.
If there's anything there, maybe a slip and a bat pad offside or onside, especially if, you know, with Clayton there, the left-hander.
Doggett into Clayton again, who defends back past the bowler, but Doggett gets close enough to it to put the batters off running. So Clayton will remain on strike on 18. We're watching a battle, really, for control of the match. Queensland 29 behind, with 7 second innings wickets in hand. Here's Doggett, short up and played away into the offside by Clayton. Forward to square on the offside. There's a big gap there as well, which will enable Clayton to get back for 2.
Yeah, I think both teams know the importance of this final half an hour or so towards the end of today's play. Let's say pushing, trying to get one more this evening. Queensland, on the other hand, thinking be good to go 3 down this evening.
Doggett into Clayton, who turns it around the corner, down towards deep backward square leg. He's fielded by Jason Sanger, and they're through for 1. So the 150 up for Queensland at the end of the 45th over. Jack Clayton on 21, Ben McDermott on 1. And they trail by 26. A slow afternoon here, with people taking their time to get from one end to the other, give their caps to umpires and things like that. It's settled into a fairly slow pattern at the moment. Much to admire in the way Queenslanders battle, and also the way South Australia has kept at it, knowing that it's going to be difficult to wheedle batters out here on a very good pitch in warm conditions. Here's Liam Scott with the ball again. In the bowl to Clayton, who plays at this and then decides not to. And it comes off the inside edge and just evades that leg stump. Sharp intakes of breath all around.
Yes, you want to be very clear with what you're going to do. He was shaping to play, and then at the very last minute, try to pull his bat away, a cheeky inside edge, and the ball just missing the off stump.
Might be a lesson for Clayton.
Just don't want to shut up shop because it's half an hour to go. If it's there to hit it, you got to do it.
This one he does hit into the offside, but won't pick up a run as the ball finds its way to Nathan McAndrew at a wide-ish mid-off. So 3 for 150, 26 behind.
I think it's important for both batters, look to score. Then if it's not there, then you defend. The last thing you want to do is go into the shell too early and start thinking about the close of play. Then your decision processes become scrambled.
Scott pitches this one up outside the off stump, and he's tempted his Clayton to drive at it, but it makes no contact. Well gathered by Carey behind the stumps. And there's no run. 3 for 150 remains the score. Sun baking down. Still 30 degrees in Adelaide. And Scott in again. This one he's edged to second slip on the bounce. Manenti fields well. He's pretty close in there, hence the reason he's wearing the helmet. Managed to parry the ball. And they didn't get through for a run.
Yeah, Clayton just looks a bit scrambled at the moment. Not sure whether to defend or to attack. He's cognizant of the fact it's just gone 5:30.
Yeah, so
one eye on the clock.
Half an hour to go. A little bit more. It's going to bowl to Clayton, who drives into the offside. That's nicely done, but again, it's McAndrew at mid-off that prevents them getting through for a single. And perhaps the dive of Sanger at cover as well deterred them from setting off immediately.
I think Scott from the far end has done some good work today. Very economical in this. This is his 10th over. He's gone 1 for 19. Helping the captain to keep a tight grip on the game.
I don't know about Ben Manenti wearing a helmet. A second slip. We need one in here. It's falling off the wall as Scott comes in to bowl to Clayton. Defended back down the pitch, and there's no run there. That is the end of the over. Queensland 3 for 150. A maiden, another one from Liam Scott. Half of his 10 overs have been maidens. He has figures of 1 for 19. And I wonder how far Manenti is away. Not for the time being. Doggett's going to continue. We're going to have a change here. Tim Nielsen stepping in to replace Carl Hooper. Tim, good afternoon. We were standing together outside with the dismissal of Labuschagne. It felt a key wicket.
Good afternoon, mate. It certainly did, didn't it? We haven't. It feels like we've had a very slow day as far as wickets are concerned compared to yesterday. There's still been 7, I reckon, hasn't there, taken today? So it's been relatively calm, but in the same breath, in a normal day's cricket, if you were 7 for something at the end of the day's play, you'd be reasonably happy probably. So that was a big wicket though, wasn't it?
Doggett into McDermott, flicks away into the onside, and it's fielded out at deep square leg. Nice Sanger, and they get through for 1, so McDermott doubles his score. Queensland 3 for 151, just 25 behind. Running repairs are being carried out in the box. Bits and pieces falling off the wall.
Bit of high-tech cabling work being done. The gaffer tape's being used to stick it up.
Here's Doggett again. Around the wicket to Clayton, who pulls into the onside. Pretty firmly, but straight to McSweeney. And there's no run. I think they're batting for the close here, Queensland.
That was a nice shot, though, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that's his go-to, I reckon. I think he sweats on anything short. So it's interesting that South Australia are going with this almost bouncer attack with, what's that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the leg side with a short leg, and really trying to have a crack at him here. So
Doggett in. Again, a short one down the leg side, which is watched really by Clayton as it whistles past at nose height. Tough, isn't it, if you're Clayton and that's your shot, a shot that you really like playing. You feel like I should have the confidence to play it because it's the one I play so well.
Yeah. I suppose it's a bit the same as being a good cover driver and having 3 slips.
Yeah.
You've just got to back yourself to play it well and not nick one. And if he's going to play his pull shot, he needs to be able to pick the right ball to be able to control the shot.
Doggett around the wicket. Short again. And Clayton rather underneath it. He'd hate to just top edge it in the air and get out half an hour before the close of play.
Yeah, he needs, I think Carl made the point, he looks a little bit between whether he's playing for the end of the day or still trying to be aggressive, and he has to be careful. A bit like Labuschagne was almost a half-hearted kind of lap around the corner, wasn't it? That bounced a bit more than he guessed, and it just took the top edge and ballooned down to fine leg, so he needs to be committed to the shot if he's going to play it.
Doggett in, that is short, and that is pulled away. Fielded out by Lehman out at deep mid-wicket, but firmly struck.
It's a lovely shot.
By Clayton. He moves on to 22.
Do we know how many overs Doggett's bowled in this spell? Because he's basically bowled the short stuff. It's been probably 3 or 4, is it? might be his last one here. He's got one ball left in his 14th over, and he's looking a little bit tired. It's hard work when the ball's a bit older, 46, 47 overs old now, and he's expected to run into a pretty flat wicket and try and make it bounce over these blokes' head at good pace. So, got the prize wicket, though, which is what it's all about.
Dog it into McDermott, short again. Way over the head. Yeah, it's given us a wide this time by the umpire. I think rightly so. That looks a bit... Although it got quite high, it looked a tired one, I have to say.
Yeah, it might have been both. It was almost leg side, I think, as well. So it might have been leg side wide and as well as high wide, because it was pretty wayward, and that's usually a pretty good sign. Although it looks like Nathan McSweeney's decided enough's enough. He's pulled in all the deep fielders. The deep points coming in. The third man's coming up. The deep backward squares come up to mid-on. He's got his short legs gone back to square leg. Got a couple of catches in it, slipped, first and second slip in a gully, so that's a much more normal, and you'd expect now Doggett's going to try and keep the stumps in play a little bit more.
Doggett into McDermott. This one he's pitched up, but he's on the back foot. He's McDermott turning it into a shorter delivery and cracking it through the offside for 4. That's a fine shot off the final ball of the over.
He's a powerful player, isn't he? We've seen... I was just talking to Dizzy at the back, and we were talking about Ben McDermott. He said, I reckon he's averaged 30-odd this year, but he's only made a couple of 50s. He's probably got 20 to 30 pretty well every game, rather than going on and getting big scores. So it's an opportunity for him here on a good wicket, obviously in a very important situation for him to try and get to that 20 and 30 mark and then turn it into a significant score for his team.
He's got 551 runs at 37.
Yep.
With 5 50s.
5 50s. Okay.
And a high score of 87.
So he's snuck over 50, a bit more than Diz thought. Yeah, I'll hold him to account after we finish here. If you give me a bum steer.
But it shows he's consistent pretty much. He gets scores a lot of the time. Clayton's on strike to Scott. That's a nice drive into the offside for no run.
And what we do know about Ben McDermott, is that he's got such a powerful game. We've seen it when he's played international cricket for Australia, one-day white ball cricket for Australia. We've certainly seen it in the Big Bash at times. I reckon he made consecutive hundreds in a couple of games a couple of years ago. And if he can get in when the ball's a bit old and the bowlers are a bit tired, he is one that can really make you pay if you don't hit your line and length. He scores really freely on both back foot and front foot on both sides of the wicket. So, big moment for him.
Scott into Clayton, slightly slower perhaps, but played beautifully into the offside, all along the ground by Clayton. This time it will beat the dive of McAndrew at wide mid-off, and it'll go for 4. 3 for 161. The deficit is below 20, it's 16. That's a lovely shot.
He's had
a few times,
he's had 3 or 4 goes, hasn't he? That's what they're obviously doing. They've got Ben Menente, who's quite tight at second slip, so they're probably hoping that they keep throwing it out there. He might nick one, even if it goes low, it might carry. And they've got McAndrew at wide mid-off and Sanger at pretty straight cover. And he had 3 or 4 goes and wasn't able to get that gap, but that one he hit really crisply straight through the middle between the two of them.
Scott in, bowls just wide off stump. Gathered by Carey. There's no run. They need to recover well, the South Australian bowlers tonight, given the work they've got through on a hot afternoon.
They're going to have to find some overs, aren't they, from Menente?
Surely.
Sooner rather than later, I think, even tonight, maybe to try and give these quicks a rest. I don't know whether, even if Doggett's got one more left in him, looking at fine leg over there, he's got his hands on his knees, his head's down, he's pretty tired. I think he's worked hard over these last couple of days.
Scott in again, left alone outside the off stump. There's no run. They didn't get much of a rest either, did they?
I was about to say, that's one of the biggest challenges when you bowl a team out for 95. You only bowl 15 overs each, maybe. But when your team gets bowled out in 80 overs, basically, it's not even a day's rest. So you're back on track and back on the tools pretty quickly, aren't you? So yeah, they'll be feeling it tonight. The physios and the massage therapists will have a bit of work to do tonight, earn their dollars, I would have thought, and try and get them back on the track tomorrow morning, fresh and firing.
2 slips in the gully as the impressive Scott comes into bowl to Clayton, works this into the onside, and there's no run.
Fair to say the recovery of the bowlers tonight will probably be a little bit different to the recovery of the bowlers in the last Sheffield Shield final. that we won in Adelaide. I think if they'd had a big day in the sun, they probably had 3 or 4 beers and sat in the change rooms till 8 o'clock. I'm not sure there'll be too many beers drunk in the change rooms tonight. They'll be saving them up for bigger moments.
Potentially Saturday night.
Yes.
Looks the most likely at the moment for one of these two teams. It's worked into the onside, defended by Clayton, and there's no run. 3 for 161, 15 behind Queensland. I tell you what, we had a pretty gripping day yesterday, but I think there's some tension to come over the next couple of 3 days.
Doggett has done his work. It looks like they're going back to Buckingham rather than the spin. I think Carl, just heard as I wandered in to swap over with Carl, made a really good point about Liam Scott, didn't he? He's let his captain Nathan McSweeney by bowling so tightly, 11 overs, and he went for 4 in that over. So prior to that, he had 11 overs, but basically for 20, gone for 23 now. But they've just had control at that end, so they can keep rotating the other quicks at this end.
Yeah.
And it's probably time now to, I would think, maybe the right time to give him an empty 2 or 3 overs prior to the end of today's play, especially when there's a left-hander in play. Nessa, Pearson, Wildermuth, all in the next 3 are all right-handers, so it might be a chance just to see if you can get one to grip and spin a little bit and maybe catch the outside edge if Clayton's not overly positive trying to survive the evening.
That's a nice drive into the offside off Buckingham from McDermott, but McAndrew's getting through some work at mid-off. The other option, of course, is McSweeney. He's not bowled a lot this season. 13 overs, 1 for 33. But not the worst with the ball.
No.
But you would imagine Manenti first.
That was no run then, but Ben McDermott's one of those players that when he hits it properly, it's just hit hard. That went so quickly to mid-off, didn't it? There's only 2 yards to McAndrew's left.
Buckingham in and defending this time. They're going to go through for a quick single here as it's kicked at the stumps, and Henry Hunt's left foot encourages the ball well beyond the stumps, and they think about coming back for a second. In the end, they turn it down and get through for a rather frenetic single to McDermott. He moves on to 7, and it's 3 for 162. So 20 minutes or so left in the day's play. And then you can turn your attention to all the footy over tonight and tomorrow night and into the weekend as well. Who's your team, Tim?
I'm a Carlton man.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Saying to my wife last night, actually a good week this week, Carlton playing Friday, so our weekend of footy won't be finished by 9 o'clock on Thursday night. It's been a bit rough so far.
Buckingham in outside the off stump and left alone by Clayton. Was that a family thing, the Carlton thing? Was
Not really, no. No, my dad's a North Melbourne supporter. We grew up in the Northern Territory. And the only footy we saw on the telly was really the winners show on ABC telly. We only had ABC telly, which was a 1-hour highlights package of the VFL in those days. That was about 1978 through 83, and Carlton won 3 premierships in that time, so it was an easy get as a 10 or 11-year-old.
That'll do for me.
Yeah, that's right.
Buckingham in. That's worked into the onside, straight to Lehman.
And then, to be fair, we came back to Adelaide came back to South Australia once I was in high school, and the likes of Kernahan, Motley, Bradley, there was a whole lot of South Australians that went over and actually played for Carlton, so that link probably flirted with the Crows for a couple of weeks when they first came into the competition with the South Australian base, but in the end, my heart wasn't in it. I was still with my Blues, and probably should have changed because they had a pretty good couple of years in 97, 98, and we're still waiting to have one. So, although it was only 95, but Carlton won their last one, I think. So,
here's Buckingham into Clayton, who's driving into the offside. Lovely shot. No bother chasing it. Brendan Doggett, save your legs. That was a beautiful shot. He's played a few of those, Clayton, through the offside. They've not all pierced the gap, but that one sailed serenely to the boundary. Clayton on to 30, 3 for 166. Only 10 behind.
Yeah, he's got 2 go-tos, hasn't he? That kind of cover drive that he hits between cover and mid-off to mid-off's right hand, or past his right hand, and then that pull shot that he so confidently climbs into if they get their length wrong. So it's a pretty good mix. He looks like he's got a good defence, and he's made some runs this year. He looks like a young player with some talent.
Left-handed cover drive is always one of the best shots in the book to watch. This time he's leaving alone outside the off-stump. And that is the end of the over. 49 have been bowled. Queensland 3 for 166. And we're going to have a change up here. Aaron Bryans is going to step in alongside Tim Nielsen.
The 2025 Sheffield Shield Final, live from Karen Rolton Oval. South Australia versus Queensland.
Closing in on the conclusion today too, it's been great to have your company for the Sheffield Shield Final on ABC Sport, and Queensland starting to settle a bit. It certainly isn't game over at the moment. Only trailing by 10 runs and still 7 wickets in hand. Khawaja out for 21, Lovell for 38 and Labuschagne for 61. But you feel, Tim Nielsen, if a wicket falls before stumps here, South Australia would be bullish about their prospects on day 3.
Very much so. Yeah, it's an important little... What have we got left? 15 minutes or so, is it? Just without having a clock in front of me.
Yeah, through 6:05 local time, so
it's an
about
important
17.
Little 15 to 20 minute period here. I see Ben Menente's having his first bowl for the game. Queensland will be absolutely desperate not to lose another wicket, and if South Australia could weasel one of these two out, they would feel like they're well into their batting order.
Menente now bowling, leaning forward. McDermott turns it to the leg side. So Menente in for the first time this final. We've seen a fair bit of Mitch Swepson, and South Australia finally pulling the trigger on their spinner. Menente quickly again from the northern end, bowls to McDermott on the back foot, guides it through square leg. Chase was on from Buckingham, but he's happy to leave it as Doggett comes off the rope, and they'll take a single. McDermott moves to 8. Queensland 3 for 167, down 9 runs. Clayton on strike on 30. How have you felt so far about the Menente over Pope decision, Tim?
Oh, I think given they obviously planned to bowl first, you can understand it was very much about having some extra batting depth, which Ben contributed 47 in that partnership with Jake, so that's a big tick for them. If this too, the real challenge will be in a 5-day game or a longer form game. If
Menente bowls, leaning forward, Clayton works it to mid-wicket, no run.
If they happen to get a big partnership going and Ben can't break that partnership, that's where the leg spin is always a nice option. They tend to get a bit more turn and a bit more bounce.
Tight slip and gully. Menente bowls, leaning forward, a little straight swat. He whips off 1 foot. Clayton back to the bowler. Clean take for Menente. No run. Still 9 down, Queensland, with 7 wickets in hand.
I think if we looked historically, spin hasn't played a huge part here at Karen Rolton Oval.
Menente bowls to Clayton, squares up on the back foot, no run.
Neither Menente or Pope's figures here are startling. They've found it hard. The ground's a fast outfielder and the wicket holds together well, so there's not a lot of spin on offer. So I think they would have thought the batting and the catching of Menente is probably the bonus they can take into this game.
Menente bowls, leaning forward. Clayton defends, no run, still on 30. Ball to come in the 50th. Oh, no, that is the end of the 50th over. So McDermott on 8, Clayton on 30, 3 for 167. Still down 9 runs, Queensland. Great to have your company on ABC Sport. The text line 0467 920 222. It is a frustration for Queensland spinners. I know we're seeing a South Australian aspect at the moment, but I mean, Matt Kuhneman was searching for options, considering that they don't really turn a lot there either up north. You've got to kind of chase the conditions that work for you if you want to show what you can do.
Yeah, they're not really playing 2 spinners at the Gabba too often, are they? They're probably playing 1 at most, and Swepson seems to have that spot.
Buckingham now, bringing back the pace from the southern end. It's left by McDermott across the off stump. Through to Carey, no run.
South Australia's actually played 2 spinners a few times this year with good success, and that's where Menente's batting allows that to happen. They've batted their keeper usually at 6 in that instance, and they've had Menente batting at 7. They could still fit in 3 quicks plus Pope, so they've had to change their balance a little bit, but they found a way. But I think in the final they probably were more concerned about having the firepower in the front half of the game, and to be fair, that's probably worked for them.
Buckingham bowling to McDermott on 8. Again, happy to leave a wider delivery across the off stump. Great credit to Ben Menente as well. He just continues to find ways to improve himself since moving over from New South Wales. another kind of expat in South Australia and enjoying some form and getting some international cricket through Italy as well. But yeah, particularly shining at South Australia, an MVP in the One Day Cup, Neil Dancy medal as well at one point.
Yeah, he's been a good contributor, hasn't he, since he got here? He's found ways to contribute in all aspects of the game. He catches beautifully at slip, he makes handy runs, and he obviously takes some wickets as an off-spinner.
Buckingham right arm over the wicket, guided to cover. Hunt sticks an arm out and gets a fingertip to it to take some of the pace off as it rolls down towards cover and fielded in the deep. And a couple of runs on offer. McDermott rather takes the singles, so it moves to 9. 3 for 168. 3 to come still in this 51st over. 11 runs remaining in the day. Just not going to get there, Tim.
No, we talked earlier, didn't we, about who may have won this day's play. I think if South Australia get one more wicket, I'll probably see them inching ahead on this day. But if it stays like it is, it's a pretty even day, isn't it? You know, like the scores are basically even. Queensland are fighting back hard after having a very ordinary first innings after they won the toss and being bowled out for 95. So they've been behind the game right from the outset. But they fought hard today, and if they can get a partnership, or these two can survive until stumps today, and then these two could put together some sort of partnership of significance tomorrow morning in the first couple of hours, they're right back in the game.
They need 2 of their next 4, you'd think, to post some significant scores. Yeah. Clayton, McDermott, Pearson, Wildermuth. Buckingham bowls, Clayton awaits and leaves across the off stump.
And you mentioned those 4, and they all bat deep. They all bat well, don't they? They certainly have first-class centuries to their names. They've all made handy runs under pressure at different times. So they're fighting their way through it. And I think Marnus would be desperately disappointed himself. I didn't think it was a great shot. He was playing so nicely. He had a bit of luck with that no ball when he was on 20, I reckon, and it was called a no ball after he was caught it by a great catch by Liam Scott at fine leg. And it was almost a bit of a nothing shot, wasn't it? He tried to just paddle around the corner and top edge it straight to fine leg.
Buckingham bowls. Clayton plays it back to the bowler, no run.
Because I suggest these are the sort of conditions that Marnus would just basically lock in on and say, righto, I'm going to bat for 3 days here until we decide we're going to finish and set you a target. I'm going to be there. And he looked desperately disappointed with himself when he was dismissed and had that glimmer of hope, I think, because the umpire said, hang on a second, it might be a no-y again. But unfortunately for him, fortunately for South Australia, it wasn't the case. And he trudged off, and you could see that he was desperately, as I say, very disappointed in the way that he was dismissed.
An absolute photo finish there. I think you could make an argument for either way, but went South Australia's favour. Buckingham bowls to Clayton, who leaves a lower delivery, skipping wide of the off stump. Certainly straight on the angle, but no real movement here as we wrap up the 51st over. Queensland 3 for 168, trailing by 8 runs in their second innings. McDermott's on 9, Clayton's on 30. Manenti will look to continue from the northern end. Alex Carey gearing up to continue. So he'll be right up at the stumps. We'll see Nathan McSweeney in that slip region. He's decided against the helmet now. Be a backward square mid-wicket. Long on, mid-on as well for the length, and McDermott's happy to work it down towards long leg. Darting across, quickly fielded by Buckingham, just a single. McDermott moves to 10, Clayton now on strike on 30. That onside. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and deep fielder at backward square. Sun setting on the pavilion. Full delivery on the toes and leaning forward. Clayton plays it straight to mid-on, no run. Aaron Bryans and Tim Nielsen with you, the former Australian coach, as we wrap up day 2 here at Karen Walton Oval. Not as prolific and highlight filled as the first day, but certainly some big moments. Manenti bowls to Clayton on 30, pushes it down towards mid-off. No run there.
A little bit of drift, but not a lot of spin, is there? I think the wristy in Swepson got a lot more turn out of the wicket. He didn't bowl his best today, and Manenti bowling quite tightly here.
Manenti to Clayton. Happy to wait and see if it does move. and then leaves through to Carey. Did get a
little spun a bit, maybe a bit of a footmark there for the right-hand quicks, wasn't it? But it was pretty wide. Clayton shaped a cut, but in the end pulled out, which might not have been a bad decision, because he might just have, with the extra bit of spin and bouncer, he could have nicked it.
Nenty goes again to Clayton, leans forward into the ball drop and defends towards cover, no run. 3 for 169 Queensland, trailing by 7 runs. Clayton on 30, McDermott on 10. Of course, if you want to jump over the other codes tonight, the AFL and NRL button is your home on the ABC Listen app. We'll be here tomorrow morning from 10:15 SA to continue our coverage. Menenti in from the Northern Hospital ends. Clayton with the cover drive. And a good stop, darting across by Henry Hunt. He's played a multitude of roles today. He's been under the helmet at short leg at times. Had to move himself towards the rope and at time using his flexibility in the infield across the day.
He's a good fielder, isn't he? Yeah, he covers the ground quickly. He's got a pretty good set of hands. He's fast across the outfield when he's got to chase to the fence, and I reckon he would be one of the captain's go-tos. So if he put in the pads on now, he's going to have to go and jump in a short leg for the quicks. He's just raced off the edge to get the protective pads on. Chuck the helmet away though. Oh, there's 1 out for 9 hours carry out there, so he's going to use that one.
And that was the McSweeney helmet.
That was the Formula One pit stop, yes. Trying to do as quickly as you can to get an extra over in. There's only 7 minutes to go, so they should get 2 more overs in at least.
The rush almost stumbled him in a way, just looking for the strapping. McDermott's on 10. We start this 53rd over. From the southern end, Jordan Buckingham to continue. He's just got the 1 wicket in this final so far. Bowls full of a length. Check drive back to him. No run. Still 7 down. Queensland here. 3 for 169. McDermott on 10, Clayton on 30. Crowd starting to peter out a little bit as they realise the day's play is coming to an end.
Yeah, probably getting to the train or getting home for the footy. Port Power playing tonight, so a lot of the locals will be following their power on the footy tonight.
Tom Cochrane making his debut for them. Sava Radaglia is back as well, but the Bombers get Jordan Ridley. Buckingham bowling to McDermott. Good length, but a bit of movement as it... Well, actually, it wasn't in the end. It looked like it was heading more across the off stump, and it's actually kind of deviated in slightly, and he's happy to leave it.
Started pretty wide, didn't it? Yeah. Yeah, they're very much in get to stumps mode now. He might have played a cut shot at that if it was tomorrow morning or an hour ago, but...
Nothing silly.
They're pretty much locked in now, trying to survive for the next, well, probably 10 balls, I would have thought. 6 o'clock, they've got 4 balls in this over and another over to get through. So, yeah, I think there'll be 10 balls we'll see the day out.
Buckingham right on over the wicket to McDermott. Well, squared up defends. No run. It's a straight line swinging in. Across the middle stump. Good play by McDermott, who remains on 10. I know you love your cricket, Tim. Is there any other codes that you follow around it?
I love my footy. And love watching the footy. I love my golf. They're probably the 2 things that I spend my time watching and listening to and reading about most of the time.
Support?
No, I'm a Carlton man.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, you wouldn't be loving your footy right now then.
No, it's tough, but we'll stick tough. Yeah.
Buckingham to McDermott on 10. Defends to the leg side, no run as it trickles down to mid-on. What about golf courses? What do you play?
Yeah, I'm a member at Royal Adelaide, which is just luxury. Absolute, yes, luxury. It's a great golf course and I enjoy it so much. Got some good mates out there, which is fantastic. And that's one of the benefits of being involved in cricket as well. We get a little bit of travel, so we've played around the place in different places, both in Australia and around the world, which has been great. It's a good game as you get a bit older as well. You don't have to run too far, and gives you a nice little walk around the golf course.
Buckingham to McDermott, drops down. Nice drive through the covers. There's a fielder waiting a point who's having to dart across and won't get there. Hits the rope for 4. Ben McDermott with a late boundary as Jake Lehman, the desperate dive, tries to reel it in. He moves to 14. Queensland 3 for 173 and only trailing by 3 runs. So we head towards the close of play. Still got 3 minutes to go. Is it the 9th or 8th hole at North Adelaide, Tim, that overlooks the city? You get that beautiful kind of downhill drop.
The par 4, yeah. It'll be interesting to see what happens with Live Golf now. They're talking about redeveloping that golf course as well, aren't they? So it'll be...
You might find yourself pausing membership for a couple of years. Looking to drive, McDermott gets a leading edge that trickles towards mid-wicket. Fielded by McAndrew. No run to wrap up the 53rd over. Queensland 3 for 173, trailing by 3 runs. Clayton on 30, McDermott on 14. And we are going to get another over here at Karen Rolton Oval.
It's been a good learning curve for Jordan Buckingham today, hasn't it? They came out full of energy. Geordie's bowled 13 overs and he's gone at 4.5 an over, none for 58, and probably that over was a good example. He bowled 2 or 3 good balls that we thought, that might induce him to play a shot at, or he might if it bounces a bit. But then he bowled a cover drive and a cut shot that probably weren't his best balls. So he's probably not quite at his best. He too is looking a bit tired. It's been pretty hot out there. I think we probably underestimate, sitting here in the shade, how draining it has been today. The boys are feeling it. It's been a long summer, so 30, 31 degrees and not a lot of breeze. They're feeling the heat. They'll enjoy a rest tonight.
Consecutive days of 30 plus. No rest for the weary. Menenti bowling from the northern end. Clayton's on strike on 30. There's a silly point in place. Flips it off his pads down towards mid-wicket. Quickly fielded.
Just pitching kind of middle and leg. I'd like to see that more from Menenti. Look to play against the spin then, Clayton. And just needs one to grip and turn a bit, and that brings a whole lot of different things into play.
Menenti bowls full. Clayton guides it off his toes through square leg. Takes the single and moves to 31.
That one just drifted down leg side a little bit more, so pitched outside leg and was keeping going. But if he can find his range, find that line, float it up in the air, or not float it, but spin it up in the air with some work on it, it can actually drift into the left-hander, and then we just need one to hold and straighten a bit, and who knows what might happen.
2 runs to go for Queensland, and Menenti wants to get a motor on. But unfortunately for him, McDermott's in no hurry to get in his stance. As the clock ticks away, 40 seconds to go. Menenti's got 4 balls. Bowls a loopy, well-flighted delivery to McDermott. Plays it down towards long on. Takes the single.
It's almost the give the batter the one, I reckon. He's probably suggesting he'd like to bowl to the left-hander rather than the right-hander with only 3 balls left. I'll give him one to mid-on. It's almost a full toss, I think, and got his chance to bowl to the lefty and spin one away from him if you can.
McDermott moves to 15. 1 to go for Queensland as Clayton leans forward and defends on 31. So South Australia still in the lead. Queensland in their second innings with 7 wickets in hand. 1 run away from levelling the score. Menenti bowls. Clayton, it was a slower delivery, high bat raise, and then happy to thrust it off his pads through the onside and races through for a single. He moves to 32, and scores are level at Karen Rolton Oval. In Queensland's second innings, 3 for 176. Clayton moves to 32. McDermott now on strike on 15 with a ball to come in the 54th.
Game on.
Menenti in from the northern end. McDermott turns it through square leg and opts for a run to take the lead as we close in here at day 2, Karen Rolton Oval. And it will be stumps at Karen Rolton Oval. Queensland take a very minor lead heading into day 3. They're up by a run in their second innings, 3 for 177. McDermott moves to 16. Clayton on 32. Menenti finishes none for 6 from his 3, and Buckingham none for 58 from his 13. A day highlighted for batters after we saw 16 wickets tumble, and in the end, just the 7 today. Marnus Labuschagne looked like he was able to hold firm for Queensland after the losses of Usman Khawaja for 21 and Angus Lovell for 38. He had a lifeline on 20 and would depart for 61 shortly after from the bowling of Brendan Doggett. So Queensland leads South Australia by a run. Stumps on day 2. Tim Nielsen, what did you make of the day?
It was a pretty even day, I suggest. We talked a couple of times during the call about if this were to happen or if that were to happen, who do we think's won the day? Well, at different times, Queensland, as you mentioned, with Labuschagne getting 61. He had a nice little partnership there with Jack Clayton, and when he was going, you probably felt like Queensland might have a bit more of a lead than 1 run at the end of the day's play. a really important wicket and a really pivotal spell from Brendan Doggett this afternoon when he came in and his captain asked him to bowl some short stuff and really try and ruffle the feathers of the Queenslanders. He did that and he got that wicket of Marnus, the big wicket of Marnus. So I think both teams would probably be sitting there tonight thinking, okay, we're in a pretty decent position. I think if you had really Queensland are 3 for 1, so they'd probably like to have a few more runs in the bank, but given they were bowled out for 95, they probably can't complain too much, can they? So I think it's pretty even, and we said it last night. I really do think the first half an hour to 45 minutes tomorrow morning, funnily enough, is probably going to see how important or who's played the best tonight, which team can consolidate on their results tonight. We'll see the benefit tomorrow morning.
Thoughts of Tim Nielsen on ABC Sport. Call the card at the conclusion of day 2. After South Australia started the day 6 for 158 with Lehmann on 52 and Manenti on 36. Jake Lehmann would reach his half-century off 78 deliveries before Manenti would depart for 47. The bowling of Mark Steckety, called by Ben McDermott. At that point, South Australia 7 for 184. Jake Lehmann would motor on, though, his 14th first-class century coming off 135 deliveries. Around him, though, the wickets would tumble. Nathan McAndrew out for 39 off the bowling of Jake Wildermuth, and that was shortly followed by Brendan Doggett out for a 2-ball duck from the same bowler. Jake Lehmann then departing for 102 off 151 to wrap up South Australia's innings at 271 and a lead of 176. Bowlers for Queensland, Nisa had 1 for 44, Callum Vidler 4 for 64, Mark Steckety 1 for 51, Jack Wildermuth 3 for 39, none for 20 for Marnus Labuschagne, 1 for 42 for Mitch Swepson, and none for 4 for Angus Lovell. He'd then pick up the bat, had 38 from 80 deliveries, but it was Usman Khawaja who departed first, caught by Connor McInerney at third slip off the bowling of Brendan Doggett, who just continues to deliver in the Sheffield Shield final. So Khawaja out for 21, Queensland 1 for 39 at that stage to start their second innings. Lovell would then depart afterwards for 38. The bowling of Liam Scott caught LBW, 2 for 85 at that stage. Queensland, Marnus Labuschagne getting a life on 20, a no ball from Brendan Doggett after a tremendous catch from Liam Scott at long leg, diving forward off an attempted hook shot that didn't quite have the carry. Labuschagne would continue on, reaching his 50 off 78 deliveries, his 60th in first-class cricket, and then ultimately out for 61 off a poorly timed sweep paddle shot that lifted up to square leg and was comfortably taken by Jason Sanger coming in off the rope. So Brendan Doggett picked up his 8th for the match. In the innings, he has 2 for 38. And around him, McAndrew none for 47 rather, Buckingham none for 58, Liam Scott 1 for 23, and Manenti finally bowling late in the day, none for 6 off his 3 overs. Queensland with a 1-run lead at 3 for 177. Jason Gillespie is joining us as well to wrap up the day. Diz, how do you feel it's placed?
I think the new ball's going to play a big role tomorrow. I don't necessarily think the first hour. We saw this morning that it was quite comfortable batting, wasn't it, with the South Australians, with Ben Manenti and Jake Lehmann. And I just have a feeling that with Clayton and McDermott in, a ball at similar age, I think we're going to see something quite similar. I think when the new ball becomes available at 80 overs, I think South Australia will take it straight away. So I just wonder how much of an impact they'll bowl Ben Manenti a bit. They'll save. I think maybe McAndrew may have one spell, Doggett may have one spell, but they'll look to have those guys fresh for the new ball.
It's a good point, Diz. They've got 26 overs, I reckon, to the new ball. McAndrew's already bowled 22 overs. I think Buckingham's up to 21 or 22. Doggett's the most at 25 or 26. So they're going to have to manage those boys to ensure when they get that new red pallet that they're ready to go and they can actually go a million mile an hour. So there's a bit of work to do for the captain and probably the spinner and Liam Scott at times to try and get him, as you talk about, get him through that tough period. I suppose the point I was thinking was this morning Jake Lehmann and Ben Manenti scored quite freely, and South Australia won't want Queensland to do that. Even if they don't take a wicket prior to the new ball, if they can just hold it around 2 or 3 and over, at least they maintain some control of the innings.
That's what I think Ben Manenti could play a really important role in that space, and I think you're right. I think Liam Scott, he could expect to bowl at least eight overs leading up to that availability. I expect him to bowl quite a bit.
So 7 wickets in hand and a lead of 1 run, Queensland. What do they need to reach to make this a game?
They'll aim to bat the day. And they'll back themselves in. They'll see that only 7 wickets fell today, Aaron. So they'll say, you know what, we've got the two guys in at the moment in Clayton and McDermott. We've got Jimmy Pearson to come. We've got Michael Neser to come. We've got Jack Wildermuth, who scored 100 off 95 balls here last week. Steckity can hold a bat, as does Mitch Swepson. So I think they'll back themselves in. They'll know that they've got 26 overs before the availability of the new ball to have an impact and possibly get 100 runs in front. And then we'll see what happens. It could all turn pear-shaped for them then. But let's see what happens.
Yeah, even today, though, it was more difficult batting against the new ball, as it probably always is, more often than not, especially in Australian conditions. But it certainly wasn't the same as yesterday, was it?
No.
It wasn't moving around off the seam anywhere near as much. It didn't swing anywhere near as much. So it's a great point. If they can find their way to that 80 over mark, when you'd expect South Australia to get a hard new ball, and there's still only three's going to be ideal, obviously, if they were only 4 down, with the likes of Pearson, Neser and Wildermuth somewhere around the mark, who've all made first-class hundreds. They've got a real chance to put some runs on the board and make this a proper game. And, it's the Quicks have bowled a few overs now, and I don't know if you want to be chasing 250 to 280 to 300 in the last innings of the game. So South Australia will be desperate to try and keep them below that 200-run mark if they possibly can. Lead.
Tip from here, Diz? I know you've been very bullish for the first few days, but how are you feeling?
I still think South Australia... I know people are saying honours are quite even. I still think South Australia ahead of this game, and I think they're in the box seat.
Tim?
Yeah, honours are even today. South Australia's day yesterday, I think, and the first bit of this morning means they're in front. Let's not forget, ultimately, if we just had a 7-over period and Queensland were 3 for 1, we'd think South Australia's right on top. Queensland have 1 run in front and they're 3 wickets down. So I'd rather be South Australia than Queensland at the moment. We've seen the wicket flatten out a little bit. The ball's a bit older, so they'll have an opportunity if they can play really well to post a score. But I agree with this. I still think if you offered it up in the air, I'm taking South Australia at the moment.
Great to see you both again. We're here nice and early tomorrow morning.
Look forward to it.
10:15 here in South Australia, 10:45 Eastern Daylight Time as we continue our coverage of the Sheffield Shield final. Queensland 3 wickets down and a lead of just 1 run at 3 for 177. Usman Khawaja out for 21, Angus Lovell for 38, and Marnus Labuschagne for 61. Sees Jack Clayton unbeaten on 32, Ben McDermott on 16. Brendan Doggett, the best of the bowlers through the campaign so far, so 8 wickets for South Australia in the Sheffield Shield final. Still a lot to play out. Cricket's the most unpredictable game there is, and there's a lot to go. 3 days in hand. Queensland with a 1-run lead. Join us tomorrow. Carl Hooper, Tim Nielsen, Jason Gillespie, Aaron Bryans and Robin Chipperfield with you on the ABC Listen app for Day 3 of the Sheffield Shield final between South Australia and Queensland. If you're an AFL or you're an NRL man, jump on the ABC Listen app and hit the button for your code. It's a big night of footy coming your way on ABC Sport.